Section 87 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 87. Fourth period, from the Congress of Vienna to the present day, 1815 onward. Part 1. Inventions. The universal adoption and application of 4 inventions which had been made in an earlier period, and in comparison with whose influence upon the transformation of the world, that of all the political events, wars, treaties, revolutions, almost disappears, lends the modern world its peculiar character. A century of material, intellectual, social development of people follows a century of diplomatic intrigue and misgovernment. Compare with these inventions those of the 15th century. 1. The first attempts to utilize steam for the production of motion were made in the 17th century. Nothing, however, is certainly known about either the exact date or place of the invention or the person of the true discoverer. The French ascribed the invention to Denis Papin of Rouen, 1647 to 1715, the English to the Marquis of Worcester, 1663, and Captain Savory, 1698. At all events, the first steam engine, which deserves the name, seems to have been set up in England and to have been used in mining. This was done by Newcomen in Devonshire, 1705. The man who did the most to improve the steam engine, and whose inventions first made it possible to use these machines in the most various industries, was James Watt, 1736 to 1819, of Greenock in Scotland. 2. The priority of the idea of applying steam to navigation is disputed between the French, English, and Americans. The French ascribed the invention to the above-named Papin. In 1774, the Count of Oziron, and in 1775 Perrier, are said to have sailed the first little steamboat upon the Seine. The experiment was repeated by the Marquis of Geoffroy in 1775 on the Doubs, and in 1780 on the Seine at Lyons with a vessel of larger dimensions. In England, the invention is ascribed to the Marquis of Worcester. It would seem, however, that the first steamboat in Great Britain was built in 1786 by Symington at Edinburgh. To America, however, where experiments with small steamboats had been made upon the Delaware in 1783-1785, belongs the honour of establishing the first regular steamboat service. This was instituted in 1807 by Fulton, who had already made an experiment with a steamship on the Seine in the presence of the first consul Napoleon, and had in vain offered to apply steam to the French ships of war, 1803. 3. Railroads were without doubt an English invention. In the second half of the 17th century, wooden railroads were used in the mines at Newcastle on the Tyne, in imitation, it is claimed, of a similar arrangement in the Harz mines. In 1716, the rails were covered with sheet iron, and in 1767 the wood was replaced by cast iron. For a long time, the roads were used only for securing an easier draught for horses. The first application of steam to railroads was made in 1806 by the engineer Trevithick. Gradual improvement in the mechanical construction of the engines. George Stephenson in 1814 invented the locomotive, and in 1829 an improved locomotive, which in 1830 ran upon the first great railroad for passenger traffic between Liverpool and Manchester. The first road of this kind was constructed in 1825 between Stockton and Darlington. The first railroad in Germany, Fürth to Nuremberg, 1835, at first a horse railroad. The first larger line worked by locomotives was constructed between Leipzig and Dresden, 1837. First railroad in the United States, 1827, at Quincy, Massachusetts. Cars were drawn by horses. First roads to use locomotives, South Carolina, Baltimore and Ohio, 1830-31. After England and North America were covered with an iron network, Germany and much later France began the construction of railroads upon a large scale. Financial disturbances caused, especially in England, by the withdrawal of capital from other industries to be sunk in the construction of railroads and by stock speculation. 4. The first electric telegraph was invented in 1809 by Sommering, a German in Munich. The invention was offered to Napoleon I, who dismissed it as a German notion. After the Dane Oersted had discovered electromagnetism in 1819, the Frenchmen, Ampere and Ricci, conceived the idea of applying the new discovery to the telegraph. The first electromagnetic telegraph, which was actually constructed and used, was set up in Göttingen by Gauss and Weber in 1833. Somewhat later, an electromagnetic telegraph was invented in Russia by a German Schilling. Schilling's invention was carried to England by Cooke, an Englishman. There it was improved by Wheatstone, and this perfected telegraph was first practically worked in London between Euston Square and Camden Town. After the invention had undergone many improvements, especially in Germany and America, Morse, 1844, Great Britain, the continent of Europe and North America were covered with telegraph wires. The first submarine telegraph was laid in 1851 between England and France, Dover to Cap Gris-Nez. Submarine cables were then laid from England to Ireland and Belgium, 1851, 1853, and in many other locations. The gigantic undertaking of connecting Europe and America by a cable failed in 1857. A second attempt in 1858 was crowned with success, but only for a time. In 1866 the undertaking was again renewed and brought to a successful close. Valencia in Ireland to Newfoundland, 1,650 English miles. Since that time, many others have been laid. In 1902, a Pacific cable was laid. End of section 87. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 88 of an Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 88. Part 2, Continental Europe, 1817 to 1882, First Part. 1817, Jubilee Festival for the 300th anniversary of the Reformation, Festival of the Wartburg, burning of a number of absolutist writings, Anselon, Schmaltz, Haller, etc. 1818, Congress of Aix-la-Chapelle, the great powers resolved, at the request of the French minister, the Duke of Richelieu, to withdraw the army of occupation from France. 1819, demagogic machinations, murder of the German writer and Russian councillor Kutz, AllenO, March 23 by the fanatic Sand in Mannheim. Secret organization among German students, Burschenschaft. Reaction in Prussia, W. von Humboldt. Boyen withdrew from the service of the state. August, Congress of Ministers at Carlsbad, controlled by Metternich, censorship of the press, supervision of the universities resolved upon. The Congress continued its sittings at Vienna, where the final Act of Vienna was signed, 1820 May. In Spain, rising of the Liberals on behalf of the suspended Constitution of 1812, which was restored. October 1821, Congress at Troppau, Congress at Laybach, assembled to consult about the revolutionary movements in Naples and Piedmont. 1821, victorious campaign of the Austrians against the Liberals in Naples, Pep, Caracosa, and Sardinia, Santa Rosa, Battle of Navarra. In both countries, absolutism in its severest form was restored. 1822, Congress of Verona, on account of the Spanish and Grecian disturbances. 1823, French intervention in Spain, under the lead of the Duke of Angoulême. The French entered Madrid, forced Cadiz to capitulate, and liberated King Ferdinand VII, who had been detained a prisoner there. Cruel reaction, numerous executions, Riego. 1810 to 1825, conversion of the Spanish and Portuguese colonies in Central America and South America into independent states. Colombia, a republic since 1819, Bolivar, dictator, was divided in 1830 into 3 republics. New Granada, now Colombia in the narrower sense, Venezuela, Ecuador, Peru, a free state in 1821, La Plata, too, Uruguay, Chile, and southern Peru, under the name of Bolivia, became independent. In the Jesuit state, Paraguay, Dr. Joseph Gaspard Roderick de Francia, and afterwards Lopez, long governed with dictatorial power. Mexico, freed from Spanish rule, 1821, by Iturbide, who became emperor in 1822, but was obliged to abdicate and leave the country. Mexico, a republic, 1823. Iturbide returned, but was executed, 1824. Brazil, an independent empire since 1822. 1820 to 1834. Revolutions and civil wars in Portugal. Don Miguel, the younger son of King John VI, died 1826 after a long civil war and unheard-of barbarities, was conquered by his elder brother, Don Pedro, since 1822 Emperor of Brazil. Don Pedro died 1834, delegated the government of Portugal in 1826 to his daughter, Dona Maria. In 1831 he delegated the crown of Brazil to his son, Pedro II. 1821 to 1829, War of Grecian Independence. Secret societies, Hetares, Prince Alexander Ypsilanti, at the head of a Grecian revolt in Moldavia and Wallachia, March-June 1821, was defeated and fled to Austria, where he was detained a prisoner in Munkash for 6 years. Uprising in Morea, Manos, April 1821. Turkish attacks upon the Christians in Constantinople, Adrianople, etc. Terrible barbarities in Chios, which had revolted. Over 20,000 Greeks murdered. Canaris burned a part of the Turkish fleet and put 3,000 Turks to death. 1822. Lord Byron died April 24, 1824. Einard from Geneva. William Müller, the German poet. German Philo-Hellenists. Philo-Hellenists in England and America. Dr. Howe. Brave defense of Missolonghi. 1825, 1826, 1824 to 1830, Charles X, King of France, 1825 to 1855, Nicholas I, Emperor of Russia, his elder brother, Constantine, having renounced the crown, 1825 to 1827, Ibrahim Pasha, Khedive of Egypt, ravaged Morea, England, Russia, and France interfered in behalf of the Greeks, who were hard-pressed and at variance among themselves. 1826, massacre of the Janissaries in Constantinople by Sultan Mahmud II after a mutiny. The troop was entirely abolished. 1827, October 20, Battle of Navarino. The Turkish fleet was destroyed by the English, French, and Russian fleets' untoward event, and Ibrahim was compelled to retreat from Morea. 1828 to 1829, Russo-Turkish War. The Russian general Diabich crossed the Balkans, whence his surname Sabalkansky, and took Adrianople. In Asia, Kars and Erzurum were captured by Paskevich, who had captured Erivan in 1827 in a war with Persia, and thereby gained the name of Erivansky. 1829, Peace of Adrianople. Russia restored almost all her conquests to Turkey, the latter power recognizing in advance the resolves of the London Conference, which announced in 1830 the independence of Greece. Provisional administration of the Count Capodistria as president, who in 1831 was murdered in Napoli di Romania, now Plia, the seat of government. The guardian powers, England, France, Russia, raised to the Grecian throne the Bavarian prince, Otto I, 1832 to 1862, died 1867. 1830, capture of Algiers by the French. 1830, July 27 to 29, July Revolution at Paris. Abdication of Charles X, accession of Louis Philippe I, 1830 to 1848. This revolution was followed by liberal uprisings throughout Europe. 1830 to 1837, William IV, heretofore Duke of Clarence, King of England, Whig ministry. 1830, revolution in Belgium. Cause: the Kingdom of the Netherlands, created by the Congress of Vienna, had been formed by the enforced union of two utterly different elements: the Protestant commercial state of Holland, which was of like nationality with its sovereign, and the Catholic manufacturing country of Belgium, which was divided between the Flemish and Walloon nationalities, but was pervaded by French culture. The success of the July Revolution in Paris inflamed the long smoldering dissatisfaction in Brussels. 1830, August 25, outbreak in Brussels after a performance of the Masaniello, the mediation of Prince William of Orange, the eldest son of King William I, failed of success. Prince Frederick, the king's second son, who had occupied a part of Brussels with a division of the army, was expelled from the city during the night of September 26 to 27. On November 18, Declaration of Independence passed by the Belgian Congress. Provisional government. The London Conference between the great powers procured a cessation of hostilities between Holland and Belgium and recognized the new state, January 1831, which in February adopted a liberal monarchical constitution. After Louis Philippe had declined the honor for his second son, the Duke of Nemours, upon whom the first choice fell, Leopold I of Saxe-Coburg, 1831 to 1865, was elected King of the Belgians. A man of ability and excellent disposition, he approved himself an admirable constitutional monarch. The war with Holland lasted until 1833. Peace was established in 1839. Results of the July Revolution. Revolutionary movements in Germany, in Saxony and Hesse-Kassel, alteration of the constitutions. In Brunswick, Duke Charles, died 1873, was expelled, Duke William taking his place in accordance with the decree of the Diet of the Confederacy. Democratic transformation in many of the Swiss cantons. 1830 to 1832, Revolution in Poland. 1830, November 29. Revolt in Warsaw. The attempted assassination of the Grand Duke Constantine foiled. Provisional government. Lubecki, pronounced Lubetsky. Czartoryski, pronounced Czartoryski. Klopitsky, regarded with suspicion by the Democrats. Lelul. General Klopitsky, dictator until January 1831. Then Prince Radziwill, commander-in-chief. The Emperor Nicholas, deposed by the Diet, January 1831. Prince Czartoryski, president. The Russians advanced under Diebitsch. Bloody engagement at Grochow, February 19-25, 1831, where the Poles with 45,000 men offered long and victorious resistance to the superior force of the Russians, 70,000 men with more than twice as many cannon as the Poles possessed, but were at last forced back upon Prague. Czernicki, commander-in-chief, defeated the Russians at Var and Denby Wielski. The insurrection spread through Lithuania and Podolia. Diebitsch defeated the Poles in the bloody Battle of Ostrolenka, 1831, May 26. Diebitsch died June 10. Want of harmony among the Poles. Massacres by the Polish Democrats in Warsaw. Czartoryski escaped and was replaced by the inefficient Krukowecki. The new Russian general, Paskevich, crossed the Vistula, captured Warsaw, September 6 and 7, 1831. The Polish insurrection suppressed. The Organic Statute of February 26, 1832, deprived Poland of its constitution and reduced it to a province of the Russian Empire, although with a separate administration. 1831, uprisings in Modena, Parma, and Romagna, quickly suppressed with the assistance of the Austrians. 1833 to 1840, after the death of Ferdinand VII, civil war in Spain, led by Espartero, the constitutional party, which supported the claims of Isabella II, the minor daughter of the king, and her mother, Maria Cristina, after a bloody contest defeated the absolutist party. Don Carlos, brother of the king, died 1855 in exile. Leaders of the Carlists, Zumalacárregui, died 1835. Cabrera, Gomez, Espartero, overthrown in 1843. Banishment of the Queen Dowager Christina. 1833, the Frankfurt uprising, wherein 2 watches were overpowered for a few hours, caused a vigorous reactionary movement throughout Germany. Frankfurt received an Austro-Prussian garrison, establishment of commissions for political investigations, arrests, and condemnations, meeting of the sovereigns of Austria, Prussia, and Russia at Mönchengratz, ministerial conference in Teplitz, 1833, and Vienna, 1834, by whose resolutions the rights of the estates in Germany were still further curtailed. 1833, foundation of the German Customs Union. Zollverein. Maassen, Prussian Minister of Finance, which had been zealously advocated by Prussia since 1818. In 1830, the Union already included a population of 25 million and a territory of 80,600 square miles. After 1854, it embraced 98,000 square miles and 35 million inhabitants. 1835 to 1848, Ferdinand I, Emperor of Austria, the Chancellor of State, Metternich, was still the actual head of the government and the soul of the conservative reactionary policy throughout Europe. Censorship of the press, strict system of passports, police surveillance. 1837, upon the death of William IV of England, Hanover, where the Salic law regulated the descent of the throne, became separated from England. Partial repeal of the fundamental statute of 1833 by the King of Hanover, Ernst August, under the pretext that the Constitution had been adopted without his consent, he being at the time heir to the throne. The true reason was probably that the Constitution had made the domains public property and had established a civil list. Dismissal of 7 professors at Göttingen, Jacob and William Grimm, Dahlmann, Gervinus, Ewald, Albrecht, and Weber, for refusal to take the oath of homage. 1837 to 1901, Victoria, Queen of Great Britain and Ireland. 1837, arrest of the Archbishop of Cologne, Droste von Vischering, in consequence of a quarrel with the Prussian government about marriages between persons of different religious beliefs. 1840, June 7, death of Frederick William III of Prussia, his son and successor, Frederick William IV. 1840 to 1861, Muhammad Ali, Viceroy of Egypt in a previous victorious war. 1831 to 1833, with his overlord the Sultan, threatened Constantinople. He was, however, compelled by the European powers to make peace, and obliged to be content with the investiture of Syria as a fief from the Sultan. The attempt of the Porte, 1839, to deprive him of Syria, failed. Ibrahim, son of Muhammad Ali, defeated the Turks at Nisib on the Euphrates. Through treachery, the Turkish fleet fell into the hands of the Viceroy of Egypt. Relying on the support of France, Muhammad Ali demanded from the young Sultan Abdul Mejid, 1839 to 1861, the hereditary investiture of all lands under his government. To oppose these demands, England, Lord Palmerston, Austria, Prussia, and Russia concluded in 1840 a treaty of alliance to the exclusion of France, which for a moment threatened the peace of Europe. After the fall of the Ministry of Tyr, however, and after Guizot became president of the ministry in October, France submitted and deserted the Viceroy of Egypt. The armed intervention of England and Austria in Syria forced the Viceroy to take a lower tone, and he retained only the hereditary rule over Egypt under the overlordship of the Porte. 1846, death of Pope Gregory XVI, attempted reforms of his successor Pius IX, Masti Ferretti. 1847, convention of the United Legislature, Landtag, in Prussia. War of the Sunderbund, separate confederacy in Switzerland against 7 Catholic cantons, Jesuits. General Dufour quickly overpowered Freiburg and Luzerne. Dissolution of the Sonderbund. Transformation of the Swiss Confederacy from a close alliance, Staatenbund, of sovereign cantons into a federal nation, Bundesstaat. The former diet, in which Zurich, Bern, and Luzerne had in turn been the chief town, was now succeeded by a confederate council which sat in Bern, and consisted of 1. A council of estates, representation of the governments of the separate cantons; 2. A national council, representation of the whole Swiss people according to the density of the population; a common system of coinage, centralized postal service, and military organization. 1848, February 24, February Revolution in Paris. 1848 to 1851, 1852, France for the second time a republic. In Switzerland, complete victory of the radicals. The canton of Neuchâtel threw off allegiance to its prince, the King of Prussia. 1848, revolutionary movements in Germany in consequence of the French Revolution. February 27, popular assembly at Mannheim under the lead of Itzlen, which demanded a German parliament, jury trials, free press, writer-forming organizations, societies, etc. March 11, the Elector of Hesse obliged to agree to these demands. March 13 to 15, outbreak in Vienna. Metternich driven from the city, which fell into the hands of the Burger Guard and the students. March 18, conflicts in the streets of Berlin. The troops, tired but not conquered, left the city by order of the king. March 19 to 20, formation of a poorly disciplined Burger Guard. Liberal ministers frequently changed. Anarchy in the capital. Call of a constituent assembly at Berlin. March 20, after disturbances had occurred in Munich as early as March 6, Louis I, died 1868, abdicated in favor of his son Maximilian II. Disturbances in Saxony, Hanover, Nassau, Mecklenburg, etc. March 31, preliminary parliament in Frankfurt, opened under the presidency of Mittermeier. 4 sessions. Resolve adopted to call a national German Constituent Assembly for the purpose of making a constitution for the German Empire. April, a Republican rising in Baden, Hecker, Struve, supported by the arrival of refugees, Herweg, and foreign republicans quickly suppressed by the troops of the German Confederation. General Frederick von Gagern, treacherously shot by the volunteers, April 20. May 15, second insurrection in Vienna, which compelled the convocation of a constituent diet. The emperor left Vienna and went to Innsbruck. The intended dissolution of the Legion of Students caused a third insurrection in Vienna, May 26, after which the troops left the city and a committee of public safety, citizens and students, controlled the city. 1848 to 1849, German National Assembly, Parliament, May 18, in Frankfurt, Church of St. Paul, for the purpose of harmonizing a constitution for the German Empire with the governments of the various states. The National Assembly elected Archduke John of Austria, 66 years old, administrator of the empire. He entered Frankfurt June 11. The Confederate Council, Bundestag, dissolved itself, first imperial ministry, afterwards made more complete. Schmerling, Austria, Foreign Affairs and Interior. Puker, Prussia, War. Hexscher, Hamburg, Justice. It was soon evident, however, that the newly created central power had no real authority, either as regarded foreign countries or the separate states. President of the National Assembly, Heinrich von Gagern. Parties, Right, Radowitz, Binke, Prince Lichnowsky, holding to the idea of an imperial constitution in harmony with the separate governments. Left, Vogt, Ruge, Robert Blum, proclaiming the principle of the sovereignty of the people and endeavoring to establish a republican confederation, Bundesstaat, by revolutionary means. Right Center, Gagern, Dahlmann, Gervinus, Arndt, Bessler, Bassermann, J. Grimm, which hoped to persuade the governments to recognize the establishment of a constitutional monarchy for Germany. Left Center, Romer, Fall Maria, Ravo, etc., which insisted upon the unconditional subordination of the separate states to a central monarchy to be created on the basis of the sovereignty of the people. It recommended, however, that the views of the separate governments and such particular requirements of the states as were well founded should be respected. 1848, February, in Naples, grant of a liberal constitution, followed by a reaction after the victory of the Swiss troops in the conflicts in the streets. May, war with Sicily, which was in revolt but was subdued by Filangieri with great severity. After the murder of his minister Rossi, Pius IX fled to Gaeta. November, rule of the anarchists and republicans, Mazzini in Rome. After a 2-month siege, Rome was captured by the French, July 1849, and the papal authority was restored. The Pope did not return to Rome, however, until 1850. French garrison in Rome, 1849 to 1866. 1848, June 2nd, Slavonic Congress in Prague, called by the Czechs Polaki, in order to unite the opposition of the Slavonic people of Austria against the growth of German culture and influence, in order that the representatives of the different Slavonic nationalities might understand one another. The proceedings of this anti-German Congress were held in German. June 12 through 17, uprising of the Czechs in Prague suppressed by Windischgratz. October 31, capture of Vienna by imperial troops. Windischgratz, Jelinek, Robert Blum, member of the Parliament of Frankfurt, Messenhauser, commander of the city, and many others were shot. November 1, commencement of the reaction in Prussia. Ministry Brandenburg, Manteuffel. General Wrangel entered Berlin without resistance. November 10, proclamation of a state of siege. The Burger Guard disarmed. November 27, transference of the National Assembly to Brandenburg, as a quorum failed to meet there. December 5, dissolution of the National Assembly and imposition of a constitution with 2 chambers, the second elected by universal manhood and equal suffrage. December 10, Prince Louis Napoleon elected President of the French Republic. 1848 to 1849, war between Austria and Sardinia. The Austrians, driven from Milan by a revolt, March 1848, retired to Verona. An Italian attack at San Lucia, repulsed. Radetzky, reinforced by Nugent, engagements at Udine and Belluno, advanced again. The troops of Charles Albert, King of Sardinia, victorious at Guato, May, were completely defeated by Radetzky at Kustutza, July 25. Milan recaptured by the Austrians. Truce from August 9, 1848 to March 20, 1849. Radetzky by the victory of Mortara, March 21, and Novara, March 23, compelled the conclusion of peace. Charles Albert abdicated in favor of his son Victor Emmanuel and retired to Portugal, died July 1849. Capture of Brescia after terrible fighting in the streets, cruelties exercised upon prisoners. Now, in Venice, after the withdrawal of the Austrian garrison, March 1848, a provisional government in the name of the King of Sardinia was succeeded after the defeat of the Italian army by Republic President Manin. Siege and capture of Venice by the Austrians, August 1849. The whole of the Lombardo-Venetian kingdom subjected anew to Austria. 1848 to 1849. Uprising of the Hungarians, Magyars. The Hungarians demanded and received a separate ministry. April 1848. Count Batyagi, president of the ministry. Kossuth, pronounced Kossuth, minister of finance, died in Pest under the presidency of the Archduke Stephen S. Palatine. The opposition of the Slavonic population and the appanages of the Crown of Hungary, Croatia, Transylvania to the supremacy of the Magyars and their demand for political equality were supported by the court of Vienna. Jelačić appointed. Ban of Croatia. Kossuth procured from the Diet a levy of national troops, honveds, and the issue of Hungarian paper money. Jelačić invaded Hungary but was defeated at Valence. The Archduke Palatine Stephen resigned his office. Count Lamberg, created imperial governor of Hungary, murdered at Pest. September, the emperor dissolved the Diet. End of section 88. Section 89 of an Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Dillingast, Section 89. Part 2, Continental Europe, 1817 to 1882, Second Part. After the abdication of Frederick I, died 1875, his nephew mounted the throne as Francis Joseph I, Emperor of Austria, 1848 to X. The Hungarian Diet refused to recognize the abdication of Ferdinand I and the accession of Francis Joseph I. Prince Windisgratz led an Austrian army into Hungary. Kossuth and the Magyar officials retired to Debrecen. Windisgratz occupied Pest, January 1849. The Polish General Bem, to whom Kossuth had given a command, defeated the Austrians in a series of engagements. Other troops under the Pole Dębinski and the Magyar princes Gorgay and Klapka were successful against the Austrians. Dębinski was appointed commander-in-chief of the Magyar forces, but was defeated at Kapolna, February 26, 1849, and resigned his command. Meanwhile, a bloody struggle was in progress in Transylvania. Bem, defeated by the Austrian general Puchner at Hermannstadt, February 1849, after having received reinforcements, took the offensive against the Austrians and Russians, whom the former had called to their aid, with success, driving the Russians out of Transylvania. In the west, too, fortune smiled upon the Hungarian arms. Gorgay relieved Komorn. Windisgratz was driven back to Pest, which his successor Velden was compelled to evacuate. An Austrian garrison remained in Offen. In consequence of the publication of the General Constitution for Austria, 1849, March 4, which abolished the ancient Hungarian constitution, the Diet, upon Kossuth's motion, pronounced the deposition of the House of Habsburg-Lorraine. Kossuth placed at the head of the Magyar government with the title of governor. Divisions and lack of decision among the Hungarians. Instead of marching upon Vienna, they laid siege to Alphen, which Gorgé captured May 21. Kossuth and the Diet made a pompous entrance into Pesth. Meanwhile, at a meeting of the emperors of Austria and Russia, Russian intervention was agreed upon, and a common plan of operations adopted for the subjugation of Hungary. Last decisive struggle of the Hungarians. Bem defeated at Hermannstadt in Transylvania by the Russians, Luders, who outnumbered him 3-1. Dembinski forced to retire before the superior Russian force under Paskevich. Gorgé tried in vain to break through the main Austrian army under Haynau, was defeated at Ziskard, and Komorn went to the aid of Dembinski, defeated the Russians under Rudiger at Vaitzen, but was obliged to retire to the mountains upon the approach of Paskevich, escaping the Russians only by a masterly retreat. Kossuth fled with the Diet to Szegeden, whither Haynau marched. Dembinski, attacking him, was defeated at Zurich, August 5, and at Temesvar, August 9, where his army was almost entirely scattered. Confusion and discord among the Hungarians. Kossuth laid down the chief power. The dictatorship was conferred upon Gorgé. 2 days later, Gorgé concluded the capitulation of Vilagos, 1849, August 13, in which about 25,000 men laid down their arms. 120 cannon surrendered before the Russian General Rudiger. Most of the other corps surrendered unconditionally. Klapka alone, who defended Komorn, made an honorable capitulation. Kossuth Bem Dembinski found refuge in Turkish territory. Haynau administered terrible punishment to the captured leaders of the insurrection, numerous executions, Count Bathyanyi hanged, imprisonments and confiscations, abolition of the Hungarian constitution, Transylvania and Croatia separated from Hungary, abolition of the General Constitution of Austria, December 31, 1851. 1848 to 1851, 3 wars of Schleswig-Holstein against Denmark. Cause, open letter of the King, Christian VIII, July 8, 1846, which arbitrarily decreed the continuance of the union of the duchies with Denmark, in spite of the different laws of inheritance in the two states. A revolutionary movement in Copenhagen, Casino Party, compelled King Frederick VII to pronounce the annexation of Schleswig to Denmark, 1848, hence insurrection in the duchies, March 1848, and formation of a provisional government of the country, Bessler. First War, 1848, April to August. Prussian troops and those of the German Confederacy came to the assistance of the duchies, which were obliged to form a new army. General Wrangel defeated the Danes at Schleswig, April 23, and advanced to Jutland. The losses to commerce in the Baltic by the Danish blockade and the influence of England and Russia produced the not very honorable truce of Malmo, 26 August 1848 to 26 March 1849. Establishment of common government for the duchies. Dissatisfaction with the truce throughout Germany. Angry debates in the National Assembly at Frankfurt. Contest in the streets with the populace, who were excited by the Democrats. Murder of Prince Lichnowsky and General von Auerswald, September 1849. March to July, Second War. Creation of a governorship, Bessler, Reventlow, Prietz, by the central government of Germany. At Eckernförde, the ship of the line Christian VIII was fired by cannonade, and the frigate Gefion captured April 5. Storm of the redoubts of Duppel by Bavarian and Saxon troops, April 13. The Prussian General Bonin, at the head of the Schleswig-Holstein army, defeated the Danes at Kolding, April 20, in consequence of the threatening attitude of England, France, and Russia, indifferent conduct of Prussia and other German troops in the war, General Prittwitz. Siege of Fredericia, by the Schleswig-Holstein army, which, however, suffered a considerable loss through a successful sortie of the Danes. Truce of Berlin between Prussia and Denmark, 1849, July 10, whereby Schleswig was to be occupied by Swedish troops in the north, in the south by Prussian troops, and received a new administration. The truce was converted into a peace in the name of the German Confederation as well. Bohnen and all Prussian officers were recalled from the Schleswig-Holstein army. 1850 January to 1851 July. Third war conducted by Schleswig-Holsteiners, alone without the aid of Germany. General Wilson, formerly in the Prussian service, assumed command of the army. He was defeated at Idstedt, July 24-25. Schleswig occupied by the Danes. In the engagement at Misunda, September 12, the Schleswig-Holstein troops were again defeated. In the storm of Friedrichstadt, October 4, they were repulsed with great loss. The chief command was transferred from Wilson to General Horst, the German Confederacy having been restored meanwhile, enforced under Austrian influence the cessation of hostilities. Holstein was occupied by Austrian troops with the consent of Prussia and delivered to the Danes upon the vague promise of respecting the rights of the duchies. 1852. 1849. Completion of the Constitution of the German Empire. Diet composed of a Chamber of State, appointed half by the governments, half by the popular representatives of the separate states, and a popular chamber. Monarchical power, with only a suspensive veto. Formation of two parties, the great German Grossdeutsche Party, which wished to retain the German territory of Austria in Germany, and the small German Kleindeutsche, which wished to exclude Austria and form a narrower confederacy under the hegemony of Prussia. 1849, April 3, the offer of the crown of Emperor of the Germans by a deputation of the National Assembly at Frankfurt was declined by the king. Frederick William declared that he could assume the imperial dignity only with the consent of all German governments. May uprising in Dresden. Sir Tschirner, Hübner, Tott, Bakunin, suppressed by Prussian assistance. Recall and withdrawal of a great number of representatives from the National Assembly at Frankfurt. 1849 June. The Rump Parliament, President Loh Kalb in Stuttgart, dissolved. The administrator superseded by a central power to be executed by Austria and Prussia alternately for the German Confederacy, the interim. Death of the administrator, October 20, 1849. May, Republican uprising in the County Palatine and in the Grand Duchy of Baden. Struve, Miroslavsky, defection of the army. Prussian troops under the Prince of Prussia entered Baden, defeated the insurgents at Waghhausel, besieged and captured Rastatt. The commander Tiedemann and others were shot, many among them the poet Kinkel, condemned to imprisonment for life with hard labor. Kinkel, 1850, in Spandau, was rescued by Karl Schurz. 1850, February 6, in Prussia, the king and legislature took the oath of allegiance to the revised constitution. Exertions of Prussia to create a German federal state, Bundesstaat, with exclusion of Austria, Radowitz, actively supported by the old party of the hereditary empire in the Frankfurt Parliament, the Gothas, so called from a meeting in Gotha, the alliance of the three kings, Prussia, Hanover, Saxony, concluded May 26, 1849, which was immediately joined by most of the smaller German states, was soon broken up by the withdrawal of Hanover and Saxony. Nevertheless, the Parliament of Herfurt was opened, 1850, March 20, which on the 27th April concluded the discussion of a new German union. May 9 to 16, Congress of Princes in Berlin, wherein the dislike of Elector Hesse, Hassenpflug, for the union came to light. Creation of a college of princes. Austria opposed the efforts of Prussia by the reopening of the Frankfurt Parliament, September 2. Contest over the Constitution in the electorate of Hesse. Repeated dissolution of the Assembly of the Estates by Hassenpflug. The whole country was pronounced in a state of war. September 7. Resistance of the officials and the courts. The Prince-Elector left the country and invited the intervention of the Diet, which had been restored by Austria, but was not recognized by Prussia and her confederates. Hassenpflug, ambassador to the Diet. The Diet granted aid to the Prince-Elector, Prussia protesting. General Haynau, appointed military dictator in electoral Hesse. October 2. Almost the entire corps of officers in electoral Hesse received their dismissal. Rupture between Prussia and Austria. Nicholas of Russia took sides with the latter. 2 meetings in Warsaw. Meeting of the Emperor of Austria and the kings of Bavaria and Württemberg at Bregenz, directed against Prussia. Execution of the decree of the Confederacy by Bavarian and Austrian troops. The Prussian government sent their troops, General Groben, into electoral Hesse, and seemed for a moment about to oppose the execution of the decree of the Confederacy. Encounter of the pickets at Bronzell, November 8, but were finally satisfied with occupying the military roads of Prussia. Dismissal of the minister Radowitz, and thereby complete abandonment of the Prussian exertions for union. 1850, November 29. In the conference of Olmütz, Manteuffel and Schwarzenberg, Prussia yielded to all the demands of Austria. Schleswig-Holstein was delivered to the Danes. The unlimited authority of the elector was restored in electoral Hesse. The question of the German constitution was settled at the conference at Dresden, 1850 to 1851, December 23 to May 15. After a lengthy discussion wherein the influence of the Emperor of Russia had great weight by a simple return to the Diet of the Confederacy, Prussia herself invited the former members of the Union to send representatives to that body, so that the German Confederation of 1815 was re-established in its old form. 1851. First Universal Industrial Exhibition in London. 1851, December 2. In Paris, coup d'etat of Louis Napoleon, who became President of the Republic for 10 years. 1852, May 8. Treaty of London, protocol signed by the 5 great powers and Sweden. In order to guarantee the integrity of the Danish monarchy, a successor was appointed for the crown of Denmark and for the duchies of Schleswig-Holstein, without consulting the estates of the duchies. The female line next in succession having renounced its rights, Christian of Sonderburg-Glücksburg was proclaimed heir of the childless King Frederick VII for the entire monarchy. This treaty was recognized by Hanover, Saxony, and Württemberg, but not by the German Confederation. 1852, December 1, Napoleon III, Emperor of the French, 1852 to 1870. 1853 to 1856, War of Russia against Turkey and War of the Western Powers against Russia. 1854 to 1856, Crimean War. Cause: resuscitation of the old Russian plans of conquest, Catherine II against Turkey by Nicholas I. Thinking an alliance between England and France impossible, and believing that he had made sure of Austria and Prussia, he pressed forward without hesitation. He developed his views, concealing but little, to the English ambassador in St. Petersburg, Seymour. Servia, Bosnia, Bulgaria, and the principalities of the Danube should become independent states under Russian protection. Constantinople should be occupied provisionally by Russian troops. The prospect of the acquisition of Crete and Egypt was held out to England. In spite of the unfavorable attitude of England, the emperor pursued his plans. Demand for a protectorate over all Christians of the Greek Church in the Turkish Empire, urged in an overbearing manner by the Russian ambassador, Prince Menshikov. The Porte refused to listen to the proposition. Menshikov left Constantinople with threats. May 21, 1853. 1853, a united French and English fleet was placed at the entrance to the Dardanelles, afterwards in the Bosphorus, for purposes of observation. 80,000 Russians crossed the Pruth and occupied the principalities of the Danube. July, meeting between Nicholas and the Emperor of Austria and the King of Prussia in Olmütz. September, where, however, he did not obtain the desired alliance, but only an assurance of neutrality under certain conditions. The Porte declared war upon Russia. October, Omer Pasha crossed the Danube and held his ground against the Russians at Oltenitza. November 4, the Russian fleet surprised and defeated a Turkish squadron at Sinope. November 4, upon the refusal of the emperor to evacuate the principalities of the Danube. 1854, March 12, alliance of the Western powers with Turkey and declaration of war by England and France upon Russia. March 28, Pashkevich appointed to the chief command of the Russian army, which crossed the Danube but besieged Silistria in vain. June, England and France sent troops to the aid of Turkey, which concentrated in Gallipoli. Alliance between Prussia and Austria. These states declared the passage of the Balkans by the Russians an act of war, and soon demanded the evacuation of the principalities. The Emperor Nicholas ordered the evacuation for strategic reasons. July. With the consent of the Porte, the principalities were provisionally occupied by the Austrians. A second French and English fleet, Napier, appeared in the Baltic, but could make no impression upon the fortress of Kronstadt, and captured only the small fortress of Bomersund upon one of the Aland Islands. At the southern seat of war, the Allies landed at Varna on the Black Sea, June. Marshal Saint-Arnaud and Lord Raglan, commanders-in-chief. The French invasion of the Dobrudja was followed by great losses through sickness. At Varna, the expedition to the Crimea was resolved upon, in order to destroy Sebastopol and annihilate the Russian naval power in the Black Sea. The French and English, 50,000 men together, and 6,000 Turks, landed at Eupatoria on the west coast of the Crimea, September 14, and defeated the Russians in the Battle of the Alma, 1854, September 20. Marshal Saint-Arnaud died of the cholera, the command of the French given to Canrobert, after the English had established themselves on the Bay of Balaclava and the French on the Bay of Camiche. The siege of Sebastopol began 1854 to 1855, October, November. The city was surrounded by new fortresses by Menshikov under the superintendence of Totleben, and the harbor closed by sunken ships of war. An attack of the Allies upon Sebastopol failed, October 17. The Russian general Leprandi attacked the English at Balaclava, October 25, and inflicted a severe loss upon them. Charge of the Light Brigade. After Menshikov had received reinforcements, he attacked the Allies anew, but was defeated in the bloody Battle of Inkerman, 1854, November 5. Slow progress of the siege works during the winter, after the Emperor of Russia had rejected the conditions of peace, which were supported by Prussia and Austria. The latter power joined the alliance of the Western powers, December 1854, and placed a considerable force upon the Russian boundary, without, however, commencing actual operations of war. Prussia persisted in her neutral attitude. Victor Emmanuel of Sardinia concluded an alliance with the Western powers and sent 15,000 men under La Marmora to the Crimea. A Russian attack upon Eupatoria was repulsed by the Turks. 1855, March 2, death of Nicholas I. His son Alexander II, 1855 to 1881. Abolition of serfdom, 1858 to 1863. Prince Gortchikov received the chief command in Sebastopol. After fruitless negotiations in Vienna, Austria again assumed an attitude of waiting, and withdrew a portion of the troops on the Russian border. Enormous losses among the besiegers from sickness, Florence Nightingale, privations, and daily skirmishes. At the request of Canrobert, the command of the French forces was transferred to General Pelissier. May 16, a general storm was repulsed with great loss to the Allies. June 18, Lord Raglan died June 28, and Simpson became commander-in-chief of the English army. After a continuous bombardment and many bloody engagements, 1855, September 8, storm of the Malakoff Tower by the French and of the Redan by the English, who were, however, soon driven out again by the Russians. September 11, the Russians, by means of a pontoon bridge, withdrew into the northern part of the fortress. Occupation of the city of Sebastopol by the Allies. November 28, in Asia, capture of the fortress of Kars by the Russians. At the Congress of Paris, France, England, Russia, Turkey, Sardinia, Austria, and at the last Prussia. The Peace of Paris was agreed upon, 1856, March 30. 1. Russia ceded the mouths of the Danube and a small portion of Bessarabia on the left bank of the lower Danube. 2. Russia renounced the one-sided protectorate over the Christians in Turkey, whose elevation to equality with the Mohammedan population was promised by the Porte, and over the principalities of the Danube, whose relations were to be settled later. 3. Russia restored Kars and promised not to establish any arsenals upon the Black Sea, nor to maintain there more ships than the Porte. 4. The Western powers restored Sebastopol to Russia after having destroyed the docks, the constructions in the harbor, and the fortifications. 5. Adoption of the 4 rules. 1. Privateering is and remains abolished. 2. The neutral flag covers an enemy's goods except contraband of war. 3. Neutral goods except contraband of war not liable to capture under an enemy's flag. 4. Blockades to be binding must be effective. 1856 to 1857. Dispute between the King of Prussia and Switzerland in consequence of a hasty suppression of a royalistic outbreak in Neuchâtel, Neuenburg, settled by the release of the royalistic prisoners by the Swiss and the renunciation of Neuchâtel by the King of Prussia. 1857 to 1860. French and English expedition against China. Cause: infractions of the treaty with the English of 1842 by the Chinese led to hostilities in October 1856 between the English and the Chinese officials of Canton. The French government, which proposed an alteration of the commercial treaty with China, joined in supporting the English demands. 1857 December, occupation of Canton by the Allies. 1858 June, Treaty of Tientsin, which opened to European trade and the missionaries' entrance to the interior of China and allowed standing embassies to be established in the capital Pekin. 1859 June, infraction of the Treaty of Tientsin. The English, French, and American ambassadors who were on their way to Pekin were turned back at the mouth of the Pai Ho. The attempt of the English and French to force their passage failed. An attack upon the forts, undertaken with but few troops, was repulsed with great loss. 1860 May, landing of a French general, Montauban, and English General Grant, corps at Shanghai, storm of the fortified camp, while the flotilla of the Allies proceeded up the Pai Ho. Negotiations commenced by the Chinese. In consequence of their dubious and faithless conduct, the Allies made a new advance, defeated a Tatar army of 25,000 men in the Battle of Palikao, September 21, 1860, and marched upon Pekin. Destruction of the summer palace of the emperor as punishment for the cruel mutilation and execution of several persons whom the Chinese had treacherously captured. In a fright, Prince Kong, the emperor's brother, concluded the Peace of Pekin, 1860, October 24-25, which ratified the Treaty of Tientsin and imposed upon the Chinese the payment of a large indemnity. 1857 October, illness of Frederick William IV, the Prince of Prussia, assumed the vice-regency, and later, October 7, 1858, the regency as provided by the Constitution of Prussia. The Prince Regent replaced the ministry of Manteuffel by an old liberal ministry, Prince of Hohenzollern, Auswald, Schleinitz, Bonen, Bethmann, Holweg, and afterwards Count Schwerin. 1859, April to July, War of France and Sardinia with Austria. An Austrian ultimatum having been rejected, Field Marshal Goulet crossed the Ticino, but his inactivity gave the French time to come to the assistance of the Piedmontese. Napoleon III assumed the chief command. An extensive reconnoitering expedition of Goulet's led to the engagement of Montebello, May 20. The Austrians, after obstinate resistance, driven back. Garibaldi and his volunteers invaded Lombardy. The Allies, assuming the offensive, Goulet retired across the Ticino and was defeated in the Battle of Magenta. June 4. Napoleon III, Conrobert, McMahon. Napoleon III and Victor Emmanuel entered Milan. The Emperor Francis Joseph took the chief command in person. The Austrian army was defeated by the Allies in the Battle of Solferino. June 24. The Emperor Francis Joseph, in a meeting with Napoleon III in Villafranca, July 11, was induced to accept preliminaries of peace, exchanged July 8, which were ratified and completed in the Peace of Zurich. 1859, November 10. 1. The Emperor Francis Joseph ceded Lombardy, with the exception of Mantua and Peschiera, to Napoleon III, who surrendered it to Sardinia. 2. Italy was to form a confederation, Staatenbund, under the honorary presidency of the Pope. 3. The sovereigns of Tuscany and Modena, who had been expelled in April and July, were to be reinstated. The revolted legations, Bologna, etc., were to be given back to the Pope, but without foreign intervention. Despite these enactments of the Peace of Zurich, spring 1860, Tuscany, Parma, whose sovereigns had likewise been expelled, Modena, and the papal legations were united with the monarchy of Victor Emmanuel, who in return was obliged to surrender Savoy and Nice to France. Descent of Garibaldi with 1,000 volunteers, soon 4,000, May 11, upon Sicily. He marched upon Palermo. Bombardment of the city by the Neapolitan general Lanza, whereupon the city capitulated on condition of the free withdrawal of 25,000 Neapolitan troops. June 6, Messina evacuated by the Neapolitans, with the exception of the citadel. June 28, Garibaldi landed on the mainland. August 20, surrender of Reggio, triumphal progress through the southern half of the peninsula. King Francis II left his capital, Naples, and retired behind the Volturno with 40,000 men, retreating to the fortresses of Gaeta and Capua. September. Meanwhile, the Piedmontese troops under Fanti and Cialdini had entered Umbria and the Marches, where the desire for annexation had long since made itself manifest. The French general La Morcière, who had entered the papal service, was defeated in the engagement at Castel Fidardo by Cialdini. September 18, 1860, the papal states, excepting the Patrimonium Petri, were annexed by Victor Emmanuel, who thereupon invaded the Neapolitan territory, October, and joined Garibaldi. The Neapolitan army retreated behind the Garigliano. Capua was taken. Francis II and his troops retired to Gaeta. 1860 to 1861, Siege of Gaeta. Francis II capitulated after a brave defense and went to Rome, November 12 to February 13. 1861, March 17, Victor Emmanuel, King of Italy. With the exception of Venice and the Patrimonium Petri, the whole peninsula was united under one scepter. Death of Cavour, June 6, 1861. New expedition of Garibaldi with volunteer bands to liberate Rome against the wishes of the government. He was wounded and captured at Aspromonte, the southern point of Italy. August 29, 1862. Treaty between France and Italy, September 15, 1864, whereby the duration of the French occupation of Rome was limited to 2 years, and the Italian government undertook to protect the Patrimonium Petri against any foreign invasion. Florence made the capital of Italy. 1861, January 2, death of Frederick William IV. The Prince Regent mounted the throne as William I, King of Prussia, 1861 to 1888. 1861 to 1867, Mexican expedition undertaken at first by France, England, and Spain in common. 1861, October 31, Treaty of London between these three powers. The purpose of the expedition was to force the Republic of Mexico to fulfill certain treaty obligations towards these nations. 1861, December to 1862, January, occupation of La Vera Cruz and the fort of San Juan de Loa by the Allies. 1862, February 19, Treaty of La Soledad with Juarez, President of Mexico, who promised to pay the indemnity and the arrears of debt as required. Juarez did not fulfill the obligations incurred and demanded the delivery of his opponent, Almonte, who had come to the French camp from Paris. England and France withdrew from the expedition. Napoleon III, acting on the expectation that the Republic of the United States of America would be broken up by the war between the North and the South, resolved to create a monarchy in Mexico. Magnificent plan to check the spread of the Anglo-Germanic race by this expedition and induce a regeneration of the Latin race. 1862 May, an attack upon Pueblo by 5,000 French repulsed. Retreat to Orizaba. The emperor sent 25,000 men as reinforcements, followed by more considerable numbers to Mexico. After a long and bloody contest, Puebla, bravely defended by Ortega, was captured by the French General Faure, who entered Mexico. 1863 May. The French called an assembly of notables composed of opponents of Juarez, caused the monarchy to be proclaimed by this body, and the imperial crown of Mexico to be offered to the Archduke Maximilian, brother of the Emperor Francis Joseph of Austria. This young and ambitious prince, gifted with excellent abilities, suffered himself to be inveigled by Napoleon III into accepting the crown. 1864 June, arrival of Maximilian in Mexico, prolonged contest with the Republican armies. The new monarchy constantly in financial difficulties, impossibility of establishing a settled state of affairs in a land so torn with party feuds. Meanwhile, the end of the Civil War in the United States had completely altered the political relations. The decisive demand of the United States government that the French troops should be withdrawn from Mexico put a sudden end to the magnificent plans of the French emperor. He submitted at once to the request of the United States. 1867 spring, withdrawal of the French troops from Mexico. The Emperor Maximilian, who refused to leave with the French, continued the war alone. After a brave resistance, he was surrounded in Querétaro, captured by treachery. Lopez, brought to trial before a court-martial at Juarez's command, and shot June 19, 1867. In Austria, in spite of the vehement opposition of the nobility and the clergy, publication of a new liberal constitution for the United Monarchy, 1861, February 26, with a close diet for the Germano-Slavonic lands, and a wider diet, only projected, however, which by the participation of Hungarian members was to represent the United Monarchy, with the exception of Venice, for which the introduction of a special constitution was promised. Resistance to the February Constitution, not only by the Hungarians, who demanded the restoration of their separate constitution with a special ministry, but also by the national parties of the other non-Germanic peoples of the empire. 1861, October 18, coronation of the King of Prussia, William I, in Königsberg. Soon after, there broke out a constitutional conflict in consequence of a reorganization of the army, which the government had carried out. Dissolution of the House of Representatives, March 1862. Resignation of the Schwerin Ministry, Haidt Ministry. The opposition majority returned from the new elections, May, with increased strength. Party of Progress, Fortschritt, and the Left Center. Von Bismarck, Otto Edward Leopold, Prince of Bismarck, Schönhausen, born 1815, 1848, member of the United Prussian Legislature, 1851, member of the Diet of the Confederation at Frankfurt, afterwards ambassador at St. Petersburg and at Paris, became president of the ministry. The ministry governed without the passage of a money bill, especial care bestowed upon the army, in which, according to Bismarck, the hope of Prussia and Germany rested, blood and iron. 1862, revolution in Greece. King Otto died 1867, compelled to leave the country by an insurrection. Provisional government. After a long search, the Greeks found in George of Denmark a prince who accepted their throne. 1863, England ceded to Greece the Ionian Islands. 1863 January, uprising in Poland and Lithuania, suppressed in the spring of 1864. 1863 August, Congress of German Princes at Frankfurt oder Main, under the presidency of Francis Joseph, Emperor of Austria, to consider a reorganization of Germany. The meeting was without result, Prussia refusing to take any part in the deliberations. The Eider Danes in Copenhagen having brought about the incorporation of Schleswig with Denmark, 1863 March 30. The patience of the Diet of the German Confederation, so well preserved in face of the encroachments of the Danes since 1852, was exhausted, and an immediate execution of the decree of the Confederation was decreed October 1. 1863 November 15. Death of Frederick VII, King of Denmark. According to the London Protocol, Christian IX succeeded for the entire monarchy. In spite of this, and regardless of his father's renunciation, the hereditary Prince of Augustenburg proclaimed himself Duke of Schleswig-Holstein as Frederick VIII. Yielding to the pressure of the influential party of the Eider Danes in Copenhagen, Christian IX accepted the new Danish constitution, which incorporated Schleswig with Denmark. Great excitement in Germany. Public opinion decidedly favored the complete separation of Schleswig-Holstein from Denmark and demanded of the German Confederation at least a preliminary occupation of the duchies. On the motion of Austria and Prussia, however, who were bound by the London Protocol, the Confederation undertook nothing but the execution of its decree, and caused Hanoverians and Saxons, General Hake, to enter the duchies of Holstein and Lauenburg, which belonged to the Confederation. Frederick VIII proclaimed Duke throughout Holstein. 1864, February to October, War of Austria and Prussia with Denmark. Cause: Austria and Prussia demanded the repeal of the November Constitution as being inconsistent with former agreements. Denmark in 1852, when the two powers handed over Schleswig-Holstein to her, had promised to respect the rights of the duchies, which clearly excluded an incorporation of Schleswig. Refusal of Denmark. Advance of the Austro-Prussian army. February 1. Field Marshal von Wrangel, Prince Frederick Charles, Austrian General von Gallens into Schleswig. Holstein continued in possession of the troops of the Confederation. The Austrians advanced upon the Danewerk. Under heavy fighting, the Prussians, after an unsuccessful cannonade at Misunda, crossed the Schlei at Arnis. The Danish commander de Meze surrendered the Danewerk. February 5-6, he was replaced by General Gerlach. The Austrians under Gablenz undertook to clear North Schleswig of the Danes. Brilliant engagement of the Austrian advance of Oversee. February 6, the Prussians under Prince Frederick Charles undertook the difficult operation against the entrenchments of Duppel, which had been transformed to a veritable fortress. 1864, February 22 to March 12, skirmishes and preliminary operations until the arrival of the siege artillery. March 15 to April 18, actual siege of the entrenchments of Duppel. April 18, brilliant storming of Duppel by the Prussians, capture of all the entrenchments. The Danes retreated to Alsen, evacuating the fortress of Fredericia, a part of Jutland occupied by the Allies as a ransom. May 12 to June 26, truce, and meanwhile peace conference at London. Prussia and Austria seceded from the London Protocol, as no agreement could be reached either in regard to a personal union of the duchies with the Crown of Denmark, Bust objecting as representative of the Confederation, or in regard to the division of Schleswig according to nationality. The war broke out anew. The Prussians under Prince Frederick Charles, who received the chief command, accomplished the passage to the island of Alsen, June 28 to 29, defeated the Danes at all points, and took a large number of prisoners. All Jutland occupied by the Allies. At sea, a Prussian squadron under Jachmarn had fought successfully at Jasmund, March 17, while an Austro-Prussian fleet under Tegeshoff had won a victory at Heligoland, and after the truce had captured the islands off Friesland. These misfortunes induced Christian IX to make direct applications for peace, which led to the Peace of Vienna, 1864, October 30. When the King of Denmark renounced all his right to the duchies of Schleswig, Holstein, and Lauenburg in favor of the Emperor of Austria and the King of Prussia. 2. He agreed to recognize whatever disposition the monarch should make of these three states. Upon the motion of the two great powers, the execution against Holstein was declared by the Confederation to be completed. The troops of the Confederation, Hanoverians and Saxons, evacuated the country. Prussia and Austria established a common government in the city of Schleswig. While the question of the succession was zealously discussed in the Diet of the Confederation, in diplomatic negotiations, and in the press, and the cause of the hereditary prince was agitated in both duchies, the Austrian and Prussian commissioners became involved in a wretched conflict. In order to put an end to this, the final decision in regard to the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein was postponed, and the Treaty of Gastein was concluded between Prussia and Austria, 1865, August 14. 1. Both powers retained the sovereignty of both duchies in common, Austria assuming the provisional administration of Holstein, Prussia that of Schleswig. 2. Rendsburg to be a fortress of the Confederation, Kiel a harbour of the Confederation. The use of this harbour was to be in common, but Prussia received the chief command there. A military road, a telegraph, and postal line through Holstein were guaranteed to Prussia. 3. The Emperor of Austria surrendered all his rights to the Duchy of Lauenburg to the King of Prussia for $2.5 million rix dollars. In execution of this treaty, Prussia occupied the Duchy of Schleswig, Governor von Manteuffel, and Austria, the Duchy of Holstein, Governor von Koblenz. The Duchy of Lauenburg, after the consent of the estates had been obtained, was joined in personal union to the Crown of Prussia. Deep dissatisfaction with this treaty in the rest of Germany. Between the two great powers, new disputes soon broke out. Austria, being determined not to agree under any circumstances to a real increase of Prussian power, returned to the attitude of the Confederation upon this point, and entered into agreement with the Middle States of Germany. Prussia, regarding the decision of the German question by war as unavoidable, entered into negotiations with Italy. End of section 89. Section 90 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 90, Part 2, Continental Europe, 1817 to 1882, Third Part. 1866, The Austro-Prussian War, June 16 to July 22, August 23. The war proper lasted 1 month, June 22 to July 22. Allies of Prussia, the smaller North German states, and Italy, allies of Austria, Bavaria, Württemberg, Saxony, Hanover, Baden, the two Hesses. Cause of the war, the desire of the German people for greater unity, and the impossibility of reaching a reorganization of Germany with a strong central government as long as two great powers confronted one another in the German Confederation, one having a population largely non-Germanic with non-Germanic interests. Special cause, the quarrel about the future of the North Albingian duchies. Austria wished that the Crown Prince of Augustenburg should be recognized as Duke of Schleswig-Holstein and join the Confederation as a sovereign prince. Prussia demanded, note of February 22, 1865, that in case a new small state, Schleswig-Holstein, was created, 1. Its whole military force should become an integral part of the Prussian army and fleet, and its postal and telegraph systems be united with those of Prussia. 2. That several important military posts, Friedrichsort, Sonderburg, etc., should be given to Prussia to enable her to undertake the necessary protection of the new state against Denmark. Reason for the participation of Italy in the war, the favorable opportunity of acquiring Venice. Arming of the three powers, each claiming to be driven to that step by the preparations of its opponent. The chief command of the Austrian armies in Bohemia and Moravia, Northern Army, given to General Benedek, 240,000 men, who made his headquarters at Olmütz. The command of the army in Venice, Southern Army, given to Archduke Albert. Prussia placed 5 armies in the field. 1. First Army in Lusatia, 93,000, under Prince Frederick Charles. 2. Second Silesian Army, 150,000, under the Crown Prince Frederick William. 3. The Army of the Elbe, 46,000, in Thuringia, under General Herwarth von Bittenfeld. 4. The Reserve Army at Berlin, under General von Mulba, 24,000. 5. The Army of the Main, not formed until later, at first divided into 3 corps: Vogel von Falkenstein at Minden, Manteuffel at Schleswig, Bayer at Wetzlar, in all 48,000 men. Commander-in-Chief of all forces, King William I, Chief of the Great General Staff, General von Moltke. The mediation of France, England, and Russia, proffered at Frankfurt, May 27-28, was frustrated by the demand of Austria that at any peace conference which might be held, there should be no reference to an alteration of boundaries. The convocation of the Holstein Assembly of Estates, June 2, by the Austrian governor, von Gablenz, led to an open rupture. Prussia declared that the Treaty of Gastein was broken, and General von Manteuffel entered Holstein June 7. Von Gablenz, under protest, retreated to Altona with the Austrian brigade, and thence to Hanoverian territory. On the motion of Austria, which declared the peace of the Confederation broken by the action of Prussia in Holstein, 1866, June 14, the Diet decreed the mobilization of the whole army of the Confederation, with exception of the 3 Prussian corps, secession of Prussia, and dissolution of the German Confederation. June 15, Prussia called upon Saxony, Hanover, and Hesse to disregard the resolve of the Confederacy to replace their troops upon a peace footing and join a new confederation under the lead of Prussia. Upon the rejection of these demands, the Prussians invaded Hanover and Electoral Hesse. King George retreated to the south. The Elector, Frederick William, was carried to Stettin, a prisoner. The Prussians invaded Saxony, Haarwarth, the Saxon army, king, and government retreating to Bohemia. Dresden occupied, June 18. All Saxony, excepting Königstein, in the hands of the Prussians, June 20. Prussia resolved upon an offensive war. The occupation of Saxony opened the way for a strategic march of the Army of the Elbe and the First Army along the line of Bautzen-Dresden. The concentration of the Austrian power about Olmütz threatened the province of Silesia, but the Austrian army not being completely ready, the Prussians determined to forestall the enemy by an invasion of Bohemia. A principal scene of war in Bohemia. June 22-25, Prussian invasion of Bohemia. June 26-27, Prussian victories under Prince Frederick Karl and the Crown Prince at Hünerwasser, Nackad. June 27, victory of the Austrians at Trautenau. June 27. June 28, Prince Frederick Charles at Mönchengratz forced back the Austrians and Saxons. Meantime, the Silesian army defeated von Gablenz at Suhr, June 28, and the Crown Prince occupied Trautenau. Prussian victories of Skalitz, June 28, heavy losses, and Gitschen, June 29, capture of Königinhof. The engagement at Schweinschattel completed the proposed approach of the 2 Prussian armies to one another. They were purposely not united, but kept asunder in a manner which, being without danger strategically considered, secured great tactical advantages. Hitherto the chief movements of both armies had been directed by telegraph from Berlin. June 30, King William I and General von Moltke, chief of the General Staff, left Berlin for the seat of war. On July 2, it was decided to attack the Austrians with the whole force on the next day, they being stationed behind the Bistritzbruck with the fortress of Königgrätz and the Elbe in their rear. 1866, July 3, Battle of Königgrätz, or Sadowa. The first Prussian army, united with that of the Elbe, King William I, Prince Frederick Charles von Herwarth, had a severe contest with the northern army of Austria in an advantageous position under Benedek. In the afternoon, the Second Silesian Army, under the Crown Prince, gained the flank and rear of the Austrians after a fatiguing march, and in combination with the First Army secured the complete victory of the Prussians. Pursuit was stopped by the Elbe and by the exhaustion of the troops. Retreat of the Austrians toward Olmütz. Francis Joseph appealed to the mediation of France and ceded Venetia to Napoleon III, but the truce desired by France was rejected by Prussia and Italy. 2/3 of the Austrian Southern Army was transferred to the northern seat of war. Occupation of Prague by the Prussians, July 8, of Brünn, July 12, march of the main Prussian army upon Vienna. Benedek advanced to the defense of the capital, but was cut off from the direct way by the rapid advance of Prince Frederick Charles, and forced to attempt the circuitous route by way of the Little Carpathians. A Prussian corps invaded Hungary. July 22, the engagement of Blumenau was broken off by the announcement of the conclusion of a truce for 5 days, which was converted into the Truce of Nickelsburg, July 26, after the preliminaries of peace had been signed under French mediation. B. Western seat of war. The entire army of the Confederation was under the command of Prince Charles of Bavaria. 1866, June 27. Victory of 16,000 Hanoverians over 8,000 Prussians and troops of Coburg Gotha at Langensalza. The junction of the Hanoverians with their southern allies was, however, prevented. June 29, capitulation of the Hanoverians at Langensalza. July 4 to 14, victories of the Prussians at Dermbach. July 4, and in 5 battles on the Frankisch Sala over the South German troops, Hammelburg, Kissingen, Friedrichsau, Hausen, Waldschach. July 10, thus forcing the passage of the river. July 14, engagement at Aschaffenburg, victory over the united Hessian, Austrian, and Darmstadt troops. Occupation of Frankfurt, July 16, and Darmstadt, July 17. Occupation of Würzburg and Nuremberg. August 2, truce. C. Seat of war in Italy. 1866, June 24, Battle of Custazza, victory of the Austrians, Archduke Albert, over the Italians, King Victor Emmanuel. The Italian army retreated across the Mincio, but after the Austrian army was transferred in large part to the seat of war in the north, the Italians again advanced. July 20, naval victory of the Austrians, Tegethoff at Lissa over the Italians, Persano. 1866, August 23, Peace of Prague between Prussia and Austria. 1. The Emperor of Austria recognized the dissolution of the German Confederation and consented to a reorganization of Germany without Austria, and agreed to the annexations contemplated by Prussia. A special condition secured Saxony as a member of the new North German Confederation from an alteration of her boundary. 2. Austria transferred to Prussia her rights in Schleswig-Holstein, with the reservation that the northern districts of Schleswig should be reunited with Denmark, should the inhabitants express a desire for such reunion by a free popular vote. Rescinded 1878. 3. Austria paid 20 million Rix-dollars, $15 million for the costs of the war. 4. At the request of Prussia, Venice was ceded to Italy. Schleswig-Holstein, Hanover, Electoral Hesse, Nassau, and the Free City of Frankfurt were definitively incorporated with Prussia, so that by this successful war the extent of the monarchy was increased from 111,000 square miles, over 19 million inhabitants, to 140,000 square miles, 23.5 million inhabitants. Peace between Prussia and Württemberg, August 13, Baden, August 17, Bavaria, August 22, Hesse, September 3, Saxony, October 21. The proposed cessions of territory in the southern states were in the main given up, inasmuch as Napoleon III showed a desire for a rectification of boundaries as regarded Germany, conclusion of an offensive and defensive alliance between Prussia and the southern states, reciprocal guarantee of territorial integrity. The southern states placed their entire military force under the command of the King of Prussia in the event of war, the demand of Napoleon III rejected. 1866, October 3, Peace of Vienna between Austria and Italy. Austria recognized the Kingdom of Italy, with which Venice was united. Prussia, having concluded an alliance with the North German states in August 1866, elections for a North German Diet were prescribed on a basis of manhood and direct suffrage. 1867, February 24, First Diet of the North German Confederation. After a short discussion, the Diet agreed with the governments upon a constitution for the North German Confederation. Presidency of the League, united with the Crown of Prussia, which represented the Confederation in its international relations, declared war, concluded peace and treaties, and accredited ambassadors in its name. The governments were represented in the Council of the Confederation, Bundesrat, in which Prussia had 17 votes, and the other 21 members, 26 votes altogether. Imperial Diet, Reichstag, originating from direct manhood suffrage, centralized military system under the command of the King of Prussia, universal compulsory military service, United Customs, Postal, and Telegraph Service, Count Bismarck, Chancellor of the Confederation. 1867, in Austria, a reorganization of the state in a liberal sense was undertaken in consequence of the unsuccessful war. The former Saxon minister von Beust, president of the ministry, afterwards, until 1871, Chancellor of the Empire, agreement with Hungary, restoration of the Hungarian constitution, solemn coronation of the Emperor Francis Joseph in Pest as King of Hungary, reunion of the dependent lands, Croatia, Transylvania, with Hungary, establishment of a liberal constitution in that part of the monarchy, this side of the Leith, Cisleithania. The Constitution of 1861 was suspended in 1865. Germano-Slavonic Reichstag. 1867. Luxembourg question. Napoleon III wished to secretly indemnify the French nation for the increased power of Prussia by a new annexation. His negotiations with the King of Holland in regard to the purchase of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg were broken off in consequence of the objection of Prussia, whereupon Napoleon III demanded that the Prussian garrison of Luxembourg should evacuate the fortress. Under the excitement which the dispute aroused in Germany and France, the outbreak of war seemed unavoidable, when the London Conference, 1867, May 7 to 11, Italy, recognized as the sixth great power, succeeded in establishing the following agreements. 1. The neutrality of the Grand Duchy was guaranteed by the great powers in common. 2. The Prussian garrison evacuated Luxembourg, and the fortifications were razed. 1867, September to November, Italian volunteers with a tacit favour of the Italian government, made an attack upon the papal territory. Napoleon III declared the former treaty broken and sent assistance to the Pope. The free troops were defeated at Mentana. Rome received a new French garrison. 1868 April, First Customs Parliament in Germany. 1868 September, outbreak of the Spanish Revolution in Cadiz. The royalist troops under Novaliche were defeated by the insurgent troops under Serrano at Alcolia. Queen Isabella fled to France. The whole country declared in favor of the revolution. Provisional government. The Bourbons deposed from the throne. Summons of a constitutional Cortes. The majority of the Cortes established in spite of the opposition of the numerous Republican members a new constitutional monarchy. Serrano, provisional regent, after many negotiations with foreign princes conducted by Prim, murdered 1870 without result. The Prince of Hohenzollern, 1870. See the genealogical table on page 515. Accepted the Spanish crown. After his withdrawal during the Franco-Prussian War, the Duke of Aosta, the second son of Victor Emmanuel, King of Italy, was elected by the Cortes and ascended the throne as Amadeus I, King of Spain, 1870 to 1873. 1869. In France, general election for the Corps Legislatif for the first time during the Second Empire, strong manifestation of party spirit, and a large number of votes cast. The departments, especially the country population, gave the government a good majority, though weaker than formerly. In Paris and Lyon, victory of the ultra-radical party, and election of candidates opposed to the government and the dynasty. 1869, November 16, formal opening of the Suez Canal, which was completed by the indomitable perseverance of its projector, the Frenchman Ferdinand de Lesseps. 1869, December 8, opening of the Vatican Council, proclamation of the dogma of papal infallibility, July 18, 1870, by a vote of 547 to 2. Adjournment of the Council, October 20, 1870. Vacillating and indecisive conduct of the Emperor Napoleon III, in face of the daily increasing dissatisfaction in the country with the arbitrary character of the government, which was no longer offset by any brilliant achievements outside. Dismissal of the Vice-Emperor. Rouhe, July. Formation of a new cabinet composed of similar reactionary elements. Then, as the different factions of the opposition, Thiers, Olivier, Favre, Gambetta, Rochefort, grew more bold. Formation of the Ministry of Olivier, 1870, January, from the ranks of the moderate liberals. Dismissal of the prefect of the Seine, Haussmann. The death of a radical journalist at the hands of Pierre Bonaparte, a cousin of the emperor, self-defense or murder, produced an extraordinary excitement in Paris. Riots, condemnation and imprisonment of Rochefort in consequence of his incendiary newspaper articles. New riots, arrest of many radicals. Prince Pierre Bonaparte declared not guilty by the court in Tours. April. A new liberal constitution, introduced by the government, was accepted by a decree of the Senate, whereupon a vote of confidence was demanded from the people by a plebiscite. May, which resulted, thanks to the application of well-known methods, in a majority of more than 7 million yeas to 1.5 million nays, the latter being cast in Paris and the larger cities. In the army and the fleet, more than 50,000 voted no. In view of this grave dissatisfaction in the army, and of the constant agitation of the parties, which were in no wise quieted by the liberal concessions which had been made, A diversion to be induced by involving the country in foreign disputes, such as had often been tried in France, seemed to be the best means of extrication. To the adoption of this means the emperor, who was anxious for the future of his dynasty, was more and more strongly urged by his intimate counselors, the empress, Marshal Lebeuf, Duke of Gramont, Minister of Foreign Affairs. 1870, July 19 to 1871, March 3, Franco-Prussian War. General causes. 1. The idea, entertained by a great part of the French nation, and kept alive by historians, poets, and the daily press, of the reconquest of the left bank of the Rhine, les frontières naturelles. Footnote: the first use of this idea which can be established was by King Charles VII, 1444. End of footnote. 2. The French, not understanding the long struggle of the German nation for political unity, saw in the consummation of this union only a forcible aggrandizement of Prussia, and in the victory of the latter state over Austria an unpermissible encroachment upon their own military fame. Special causes. 1. The internal troubles of the government of Napoleon III. 2. The rejection of the compensation demanded since 1866 from the Cabinet of Berlin for the growth of Prussia in extent and population. 3. News of the approaching introduction of an improved weapon for the North German infantry, which threatened to put in question the superiority of the French chassepot. Immediate cause. The election of the Prince of Hohenzollern to the throne of Spain, which was represented in Paris as a Prussian intrigue, endangering the safety of France. The request made by the French ambassador Benedetti in Ems of King William I in person that he should forbid the Prince of Hohenzollern to accept the Spanish crown was refused. After the voluntary withdrawal of the prince, the French government looked to the King of Prussia for a distinct announcement that he would never again permit the candidacy of the prince for the Spanish crown. King William refused to discuss the matter, and referred Benedetti to the regular method of communication through the ministry at Berlin. This and the telegraphic announcement of the proceeding was represented by the Duke of Gramont as an insult to France. Tremendous excitement in Paris, artificially fermented cries of "à Berlin." In the Corps Legislatif, July 15, opposition of a small minority, tier, because France is not prepared for war, to the declaration of war, which the imperial government declared was forced upon them by Prussia. La France accepte la guerre que la Prusse lui offre. In Germany, quiet but decided attitude of the government and the people. William I, on his return to Berlin, enthusiastically received, July 15. The same evening, mobilization of the North German army and convention of the Reichstag ordered. July 19, delivery of the French declaration of war, opening of the North German Reichstag, which unanimously voted a war credit. July 23. South Germany understood that the French attack, although apparently directed against Prussia alone, was in reality an attack upon the German nation, and that Napoleon's purpose was the conquest of German territory and the establishment of a new confederation of the Rhine. The patriotic attitude of Louis II of Bavaria, who, on July 16, had declared that the case of war contemplated in the confederation was at hand, and had ordered the mobilization of the Bavarian army, had a decisive influence upon Württemberg. Patriotic attitude of Baden. The French cabinet, which had counted on the neutrality of South Germany, at the least, undeceived, hence a new military plan. The Grand Army was to be divided into three groups, the two former 250,000, of which were to force neutrality upon the South Germans and hasten the hoped-for alliance with Austria and Italy. This should be followed by an attack upon the North German army, while expeditions to the coasts of the German Ocean should instigate an uprising in Hanover and secure the assistance of Denmark. In reality, the strategic advance of the French army took place as follows: 1. Corps under Marshal McMahon at Strasbourg. 2. Corps under General de Failly at Biche. 3. Corps under Marshal Bazin at Metz. 4. Corps under General Ladmereau at Thionville d'Edenhofen. The corps of Marshal Canrobert at Châlons, of General F. Douay at Belfort, and the Guard under General Bourbaki at Nancy formed the reserve, 320,000. Commander-in-Chief Napoleon III, Chief of the General Staff Marshal Lebeuf. It appearing that most of the corps were not in readiness for war, the plan of attack was exchanged for a defensive plan. The German forces moved in 3 great armies. 1. Army, right wing, Steinmetz at Koblenz, 60,000. 2. Army, center, Prince Frederick Charles, Mainz, 134,000, with the reserve 194,000. 3. Army, left wing, Crown Prince Frederick William at Mannheim, 130,000. The total strength of the North German army, 750,000, of which 198,000 were Landwehr. Of the South German, 100,000. Commander-in-Chief King William I, Chief of the General Staff General von Moltke. The strategic movement of the German armies was at first planned for defense simply, but as the enemy's delay gave a chance for an attack, an advance of all 3 armies towards the boundary from Trier to Landau began in the latter part of July. Before the Germans could take the offensive, the French made an attack upon Saarbrücken, 1870, August 2. The repulse of a single battalion by 3 divisions was represented in the French reports as an important victory. August 4, engagement at Weissenberg. McMahon, after a most courageous defense, defeated in the Battle of Worth. August 6, Reichshofen by the army of the Crown Prince, which was numerically greatly his superior. August 6, German victory at Speicheren, Saarbrücken. In consequence of these defeats, the French army commenced its retreat to the Moselle. The Crown Prince detached a corps to besiege Strasbourg and other Alsatian fortresses, and advanced upon Nancy. The First Army marched upon Metz, the Second Army upon Pont-à-Mousson, with the intention of surrounding the main force of the French about Metz and cutting them off from Paris. To prevent this, Bazin, upon whom the Emperor had conferred the chief command, resolved, after some indecision, to retreat upon Châlons-sur-Marne and join there the remnants of McMahon's command and a newly formed army. To prevent such juncture, the advance guard of the First Army attacked Bazin, and in the Battle of Colombey-Neuilly, August 14, and the Battle of Vionville, August 16, drawn battle with great losses prevented the retreat of the French to Verdun. Upon the arrival of the delayed corps of the First and Second Army, on the next day the French were again attacked in their excellently chosen and partially strongly fortified positions. In the Battle of Gravelotte and Saint-Privat, August 18, Rezonville, the Germans under command of King William I, gained an advantageous position after 8 hours' hot fighting, in spite of the desperate resistance of the French. August 19, retreat of the French under the guns of Metz. The result of these 3 bloody battles near Metz was to separate the French force into 2 parts and to surround their main army in and about a fortress which was not provisioned for so large a body of troops. 1870, August 19 to October 27, Siege of Metz. August 14 to September 27, Siege of Strasbourg by General von Werder. After the battles near Metz, advance upon Châlons. McMahon evacuated Châlons, but instead of retreating to Paris, as was expected, at the German headquarters, he attempted to reach Metz and liberate Bazin by a circuitous flank march to the northeast. Napoleon III accompanied the army. On learning of this maneuver, the Germans made a detour toward the right, north. Bazin's attempt to break through the German lines and join McMahon, frustrated by the engagements at Noiseville, August 31 and September 1. McMahon saw the impossibility of reaching Metz and concentrated his forces at Sedan. The Germans, 240,000, far outnumbering the French, about 100,000, decided to send a part of their troops over the Meuse and surround the French army. This was accomplished by the Battle of Sedan, September 1. McMahon, wounded in the morning, gave up the command to Ducrot, who afterwards transferred it to the older General Wimpfen. The victorious advance of the Germans on all sides was not checked by the brilliant charges of the French cavalry. At 3 o'clock the French army was surrounded. Napoleon III delivered his sword to William I and acknowledged himself a prisoner. Negotiations between von Moltke and Wimpfen, and between Napoleon III and Bismarck. The following forenoon, the capitulation of Sedan was signed, 1870, September 2. The entire French army, prisoners of war, 39 generals, 2,300 officers, 83,000 men, 20,000 having been captured during the battle, 3,000 escaped to Belgium. Napoleon III conducted to Wilhelmshohe. In Paris, the news of the first defeats, which had been long concealed, produced great excitement, and the fall of the ministry of Olivier, August 10. Montauban Palicot, the minister of war, formed a new ministry composed of ultra Bonapartists. Falsification of war news. Paris in a state of siege. The receipt of the news of the capitulation of Sedan caused the fall of the empire and proclamation of the Third Republic, 1870, September 4. Flight of the Empress Eugénie to England. Provisional government of the national defense. Trochu, president and governor of Paris. Favre, foreign affairs. Gambetta, interior. Crémieux, justice. Simon, religion and education. Leflot, war. Forichon, navy. September 4 to 16. March of the German armies upon Paris. Defenses of Paris. Continuous line of bastions and trenches surrounding the suburbs. Around this, on the inside a belt railroad. 16 detached forts, 2 of which, Mont Valérien in the west and Saint Denis in the north, were actual fortresses, all connected by continuous entrenchments, and liberally provided with heavy artillery and military stores, including the sailors in garrison, about 72,000 veterans, with the mobilized guards from the provinces, the Guard Mobile and National Guard of Paris, over 300,000 men. Extensive accumulation of provisions. The negotiations between Bismarck and Favre leading to no result. Refusal of any cession of territory. The great city was invested by the Fourth Army on the north and east. Footnote: the Fourth Army was formed after Gravelotte from corps of the First and Second. End of footnote. By the Third Army on the south and west. Headquarters at Versailles. 1870, September 19 to 1871, January 28, Siege of Paris. After the capitulation of Sedan, the whole war was a struggle for Paris, excepting the conquest of Alsace and German Lorraine, which Germany had regarded as the prize of victory from the commencement of the war. All the military operations of the Germans had the object of preserving the positions and the lines of connection of the armies about Paris, and of preventing any attempt to raise the siege. The raising of the siege was, on the contrary, the object of all the French operations. 1870, September 20. In consequence of the withdrawal of the French garrison from Rome, capture of that city by the Italian army, and abolition of the secular power of the Pope. September 23, capture of Toul. September 27, capitulation of Strasbourg. The delegation of the French government in Tours since October 9, under the dictatorship of Gambetta, who had left Paris in a balloon, formed 2 armies for the relief of Paris. A. Army of the Loire, not 30,000. B. Northern Army. the former defeated by the Bavarian general von der Thahn in the engagement at Arthenay, 1870, October 10. Occupation of Orleans, while Gambetta, with the greatest energy, was strengthening and arming forces for relief. Bazin, who as leader of the largest regular army in France had thought to play a political role by means of negotiations, was forced after several unsuccessful sorties to the capitulation of Metz, 1870, October 27. 3 marshals, 6,000 officers, 187,000 men, 622 field artillery, 876 fortress cannon. A part of the besieging army was sent to reinforce the armies before Paris. A part was dispatched under Manteuffel against the French army of the north. The largest part, under Prince Frederick Charles, was sent against the army of the Loire. November 28, defeat of the army of the Loire at Beaune-la-Rolande by Prince Frederick Charles, whereby the purpose of the French commander to force his passage to Paris was frustrated. November 27, defeat of the army of the north at Amiens by Manteuffel. November 30, at Paris, sortie under Trochu and Drucourt in cooperation with the intended advance of the Loire army. Storm and capture of Champigny and Brie. Successful defense of Villiers and Quilly by Württemberg troops. Further French advance was checked, but they kept Brie after great losses in the fight, and through cold the French troops returned to Paris. December 3. December 2 to 4, Battle of Orléans, the name given to a number of engagements in which the Germans defeated the army of the Loire, with the following results: 1. Capture of the strong French entrenchments on the right bank of the Loire, and reoccupation of Orléans. 2. Separation of the army of the Loire into 2 parts. Flight of the delegation of the government to Bordeaux. December 9. The larger part of the Loire army driven behind Vendôme. Frederick Charles at Orléans covered the besieging armies before Paris from the south. December 27. Opening of the bombardment of the forts of Paris after the transportation of heavy artillery and munitions had been accomplished with the greatest difficulty. Bombardment of the city, January 8, 1871. 1871, January 12, Battle of Le Mans. Defeat of Chanzy by Frederick Charles, the French army almost annihilated. January 6 to 12, sortie from Paris against Moudon and Clamart, and one against Le Bourget, repulsed. In the south, Bourbaki, with 150,000 men, forced von Werder, who was besieging Belfort, without giving up the siege, to take up a favorable position along the Lizane by a masterly retreat. In the 3 days Battle of Belfort, January 15 to 17, von Werder successfully defended his position and forced Bourbaki to retreat. January 18, renewal of the title and office of German Emperor in the palace of Louis XIV at Versailles, all the sovereign princes and the 3 free cities having offered the crown to King William I. January 19, last great sortie from Paris, with 100,000 men under Trochu, repulsed after severe fighting. On the same day, Battle of Saint-Quentin, January 19, in which General von Gerben completely defeated and scattered the French army of the north. In the south, Manteuffel forced the French to take refuge in the neutral territory of Switzerland, where they were disarmed. 1871, January 28, capitulation of Paris by the Convention of Versailles. 1. Surrender of all the forts, with munitions of war, disarmament of the city wall. 2. All French soldiers in Paris considered as prisoners of war, with exception of 12,000 men, which, with the National Guard, preserved order. The French officials to provision the city. 3. The city of Paris paid 200 million francs. 4. Truce, excepting the departments of Doubs, Jura, and Côte d'Or, for 3 weeks, for the purpose of allowing a free election for a National Assembly, which was to meet in Bordeaux and decide between peace and war. Gambetta's resistance to this agreement was soon broken. His resignation, February 6. Elections throughout France, February 8. The National Assembly formed in Bordeaux, February 12. Truce prolonged to 24th February, and afterwards to March 3. Thiers, elected head of the executive department, conducted the negotiations with Bismarck, which resulted in the preliminaries of peace at Versailles, February 26. 1. France ceded to the German Empire Alsace, except Belfort and territory, and German Lorraine, with Metz and Denhofen, Thionville, in all 4,700 square miles, with 1.5 million inhabitants. 2. France agreed to pay 5 milliards of francs for indemnification in 3 years, which were secured by an occupation of French territory. End of section 90.
Section number 91 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adeline Chris. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History, by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section number 91. Part 2. Continental Europe, 1817 through 1882. Fourth part. March 1st. Entrance of 30,000 German troops into Paris. Additional article. And temporary occupation of a small part of the city, evacuated again on March 3rd. The preliminaries of peace were ratified, and the details settled in the definitive. 1871. May 10. Peace of Frankfurt on Main. The results of the war were 1. Destruction of military power of France. 2. Acquisition of a secure military boundary for Germany on the west. 3. The realization of the political unity of the German nation. March 21st through June 15th. First Imperial Parliament of the new German federal state, Bundesstaat, which on April 14th almost unanimously adopted the following constitution for the empire. Presidency, hereditarily connected with the Crown of Prussia, whose king bore the title of German Emperor, and represented the empire in international relations, declared war and peace, with the consent of the Bundesrat, concluded alliances, and had the chief command of the army and navy. The representatives of the 25 governments formed the Federal Council, Bundesrat, under the presidency of the Chancellor of the Empire, the first Prince Bismarck. In all, 58 votes, Prussia 17, Bavaria 6, Saxony and Württemberg each 4, Baden and Hesse each 3, Mecklenburg, Schwerin, and Brunswick each 2, the rest each 1. The representatives of the people formed the Imperial Parliament, Reichstag, consisting of 382 members chosen by direct manhood suffrage. Centralized military system, universal compulsory service, 3 years in standing army, 4 years in reserve, 5 years in the Landwehr, uniform, postal, and telegraph service, uniform system of coinage, weights, and measures. The new German Empire comprised 216,770 square miles and more than 41 million inhabitants. 1871, July 1. Rome became seat of the government and capital of Italy, now completely united under the spectre of Victor Emmanuel, guarantee for the Pope. September. Opening of the Mont-Cenis Tunnel across the Alps. Begun 1859, 7.6 miles long. 1872, June 29. New agreement between Germany and France, which fixed the payment of the 4th millard for March 1. 1874, the 5th, March 1, 1875, and permitted the substitution of a financial security for this last millard, for the occupation of French territory. 1873, January 9. Death of Napoleon III in Chislehurst, England. February. Amadeus I resigned the Spanish crown. Spain a republic. Anarchy. Civil war against the Federalists in Cartagena. Captured 1874, and against Don Carlos in the north. July through September. The German troops, after an anticipation of the indemnity, leave the French territory. In Italy, Switzerland, and in Prussia, struggle between the state and the Roman Catholic hierarchy. In Italy, dissolution of all monasteries in Rome and the former papal states. May 1873. In Switzerland, complete rupture with the Roman chair and establishment of Catholic clergy elected by the people. In Prussia, in consequence of the May laws, afterwards extended, which the Catholic clergy openly resisted, numerous arrests and removals of ecclesiastics. This contest led to the 1874 introduction of compulsory civil marriage and the civil, October 1st, registration of births and deaths, which afterwards became an imperial law, January 1st, 1876. October, International Postal Congress in Bern. The regulations agreed upon went into force July 1st, 1875. For France, January 1st, 1876. December 29 through 31st. Military pronunciamentos for Alfonso, Prince of Asturia, son of Queen Isabella, led to the 1875 January restoration of monarchy in Spain. 1875 through 1885. Alfonso XII, King of Spain. In the north, in spite of some successes of the royal troops, the civil war continued against Don Carlos, whom the new king declared to be an usurper. 1875. July. Revolt against the Turkish government in Herzegovina, supported by Montenegro and Serbia. March. End of the civil war in Spain. Don Carlos was obliged to leave the country and went to England. May. The Turks proved unable to suppress the revolt in Herzegovina. Murder of the German and French consuls in Salonika. The three northern great powers invited the other three to join in making a common representation to the Porte. Memorandum of Berlin. Great Britain refused to join. Before the memorandum could be presented, a May 29 palace revolution occurred in Constantinople. Deposition of the Sultan, Abdul Aziz, who died shortly afterwards. Murad V succeeded. 1876. July. Serbia, Prince Milan, and Montenegro, Prince Nikita, declared war upon the Porte. A revolt which had broken out in Bulgaria, bloodily suppressed by the Turks. The Turkish troops and the Turkish militia exercised shameful cruelties, which produced the greatest indignation throughout Europe, particularly in Russia, thereby giving the Russian government a welcome excuse to proclaim itself the protector of the oppressed Christians, and especially of the Slavonic population in Turkey. Military reparations in Russia. Meanwhile, the war was waged unsuccessfully by Serbia, in spite of the open Russian assistance and the presence of Russian volunteers in the Serbian army, which obtained a Russian commander in Cernajev, while the Montenegrins were several times victorious. 1876. August. New bloodless palace revolution in Constantinople. Murad V, who suffered from an incurable mental disorder, deposed. He was succeeded by his brother, Abdul Hamid II. The Turkish army crossed the Servian frontier and was prevented from marching further only by an ultimatum of the Russian government. The Porte agreed to a truce for 2 months at first, and afterwards for 6 months. Russia, being unable to induce any other power to join her in an armed interference with Turkey, and being herself unprepared for war and hindered by the winter season, diplomatic negotiations were prolonged. Finally, a conference of ambassadors of all the great powers was arranged to meet in Constantinople. December 24th. Meeting of the conference. Promulgation of a constitution for the whole Ottoman Empire, which gave the Christians equal rights with Mohammedans, and which the Porte hoped would make unnecessary any special provisions in favor of his Christian subjects, to be granted by the powers. 1877. The guarantees which were still demanded by the conference in spite of the Turkish constitution, but which had been gradually reduced in extent, were rejected by the Porte, after consultation with an imperial council summoned for the occasion. The ambassador of all the great powers left Constantinople. Peace concluded between the Porte and Servia on the basis of the status quo ante bellum. Montenegro continued in arms. After further negotiations with the European powers which had no result, and after completion of its preparations, the Russian government concluded to take up arms alone against Turkey, making a formal declaration that it had no conquest in view. 1877 April through 1878 March. Turco-Russian War. A. Seat of war in Europe. A Russian army under the Grand Duke Nicholas crossed the Pruth. An understanding with Rumelia having been previously reached, and advanced to the Danube, which was first crossed June 22nd by a corps under Zimmermann, which had occupied the Dobrudscha. The main army which Alexander II had meanwhile joined forced the 1877 passage of the Danube at Czestowa, June 27. A flying corps under Gurko crossed the Balkan by an unguarded pass and drove the Turkish garrison from the important Shipka Pass by an attack from the south, July 17 through 19th, while one division of the main army under the Crown Prince fronted east by hard fighting, prolonged for months about the rivers Jantra and Lom, held in check the Turkish army under Abdul Karim, afterwards under Mehmed Ali, and finally under Suleiman. The other division of the Russian army captured Nicopolis, July 15, but suffered repeated repulses with heavy losses before Plevna, southwest from Nicopolis, where Osman Pasha had collected Turkish troops and thrown up strong fortifications, July 20 and 30, and was forced to wait for reinforcements. Meantime, Suleiman Pasha attempted in vain to storm the Shipka Pass from the south with superior numbers, August 23rd, September 17. He was now appointed commander of the Turkish army in the east on the Lom, where his troops had been sadly missed. Arrival of the Romanian troops and Russian reinforcements before Plevna. After the failure of an attempted storm, September 7th through 12th, a regular siege was undertaken, General Tolben, and, December 10th, Plevna captured. Osman Pasha, with 44,000 men, obliged to surrender after a futile attempt to break through the Russian lines. Return of the Romanians to their country, of Alexander II to St. Petersburg. Servia, December 14, declared war upon the Porte anew. December through January. A Russian division under Gurko crossed the Western Balkans and occupied Sofia. A second under Radetzky and Skobelev poured through the Shipka Pass. Both divisions, in conjunction with the portions of the Eastern Army which had also crossed the Balkans, advanced by way of Philippopolis. Victory of the Gurko over remnants of the Turkish army, January 16 and 17, 1878. And Adrianople, occupied January 20, close upon Constantinople. B. Seat of war in Asia. Russian Commander-in-Chief Grand Duke Mikhail, while the operations of a Russian division against Batum, as well as an expedition of the Turkish fleet to the Caucasian coasts where, without result, the main column of the Russian army, Loris Melikov, forced its way to Kars, which it invested. May 1877. 2 other divisions occupied Ardagan in Bayezid. The reverses suffered from Mukhtar Pasha, who advanced to the relief of Kars from Erzurum, June, compelled the Russians to retreat across the frontier, abandoning almost all their conquests. In October, the Russians advanced again, and after the 1877 storm of Kars, November 8th, pushed on victoriously to Erzurum. The success of the Russian arms created lively apprehensions in the West, particularly in England, to whom Turkey appealed for mediation. Angry negotiations between England and Russia. Meanwhile, the Porte was obliged to ask for peace directly of Russia, which, in the Agreement of Adrianople, 1878, January 31, guaranteed a preliminary truce and sketched the plan of a future peace. 1878, February 1. Greece sent her troops into Thessaly, but was induced to withdraw them after a few days. After the Russians had drawn their lines closer and closer about Constantinople, and had occupied Erzurum in Armenia, and a part of the English fleet, which was lying before in the Dardanelles, had entered the Sea of Marmora. The March 3rd Peace of San Stefano, near Constantinople, was concluded between Russia and Turkey. 1. Montenegro and Serbia received considerable additions from Turkish territory and were recognized as independent. Likewise Romania. 2. Bulgaria, i.e., the larger part of ancient Mysia, Thrace, and Macedonia, boundaries, Danube, the Black Sea, and the Aegean Sea, Albania and Servia, remained tributary to the Porte, but received a Christian prince, separate administration, and militia. A Russian commissary with 50,000 men was to remain 2 years in the country. 3. The Porte was to introduce certain reforms in the small portion of his European possessions which remained to him. 4. Turkey paid Russia 300 million rubles and ceded a large part of Armenia in Asia and around the Dobrudscha in Europe, Russia agreeing to give the latter to Romania in return for the part of Bessarabia, which she had ceded in 1856. This peace aroused great opposition in the West, especially in England, which showed herself ready to go to war with Russia in case the latter insisted on the execution of the above conditions. Austria also began to arm. June 4th. The Porte concluded a treaty with England, at first secret, wherein the latter undertook to protect Turkey in Asia against Russian conquest. The Porte, however, promised to introduce reforms in these parts, and gave up the island of Cyprus to England. Cyprus occupied July 11. Germany, having mediated between Russia and England to prevent war, and 3 powers having come to a preliminary understanding, the 1878, June 13 through July 13, Congress of Berlin, met under the presidency of Prince Bismarck. Principal conditions: 1. Montenegro, Servia, Romania became independent, but the cessions to be made to the 2 former states were somewhat reduced, while the territory which Romania was to receive in exchange for Bessarabia was somewhat enlarged. 2. The Principality of Bulgaria was limited to the country between the Danube and the Balkans, including, however, Sofia and its territory. an assembly of notables elected Prince Alexander of Battenberg. Hesse, a nephew of the Russian Emperor, April 1879. 3. The southern portion of Bulgaria, with its boundaries considerably narrowed towards the south and west, was left under the immediate rule of the sultans, with the province of East Rumelia, but received a separate militia and administration under a Christian governor-general. Only in specified cases could it be occupied by regular Turkish troops. 4. The Russian troops were to evacuate East Rumelia and Bulgaria inside of 9 months, Romania inside of a year. 5. The Porte ceded to Austria the military occupation and administration of Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as the military occupation of the Sandshak of the Novi Bazar. 6. The Porte was advised to cede a part of Epirus and Thessaly to Greece. 7. Russia received in Asia Batum as a free harbor, Kars, Ardagan, and some border territories. 8. In Turkey and all the states which had been separated from her, there should be political equality of all confessions. 1878, January 9. Death of Victor Emmanuel, King of Italy. He was succeeded by his son, Umberto Humbert I. February 7. Death of Pope Pius IX. He was succeeded by Leo XIII. Pecky. May 11th and June 2nd. Attempted assassination of the German Emperor William I, who, at the second attempt, was somewhat dangerously wounded. In consequence, law against the excesses of the Social Democrats. 1878, July 29. Entrance of the Austrians into Bosnia and Herzegovina, where part of the inhabitants offered armed resistance until autumn, 1879 occupation of the Lim territory. 1879, in the German Empire, excited discussions of changes advocated by Prince Bismarck in the tariff and economic policy, new tariff July, attempted reconciliation with the Pope. The Prussian Minister of Religion, Falk, since 1872, retired. His successor, von Puttkamer, July 14th. Russia, assuming a hostile attitude and attempting to form an alliance with France against Germany, September 21 through 24. Bismarck visited Vienna, and a defensive alliance was concluded between Prussia and Austria, October 1st. The new system of jurisprudence for the entire German Empire went in force. Supreme Court in Leipzig. 1880 February. The boldness of the Nihilists in Russia continuing to increase in spite of the severe measures of the government, 3 desperate attempts upon the life of Alexander II inside of 10 months. General Loris Melikov was clothed with a sort of dictatorial power, but endeavored to prevent the imminent dangers by concessions. Conflict with the papacy in regard to ecclesiastical orders and new laws relating to education in France, and still more sharply in Belgium, liberal ministry of Frere Aubrun since 1878. In Prussia, all negotiations with the papacy proving vain, certain limitations of the existing laws relating to the Church were introduced as an attempt to reach the desired result by political legislation. The resolutions of the Congress of Berlin had never been completely carried into execution, in part because of the resistance of the Albanian League, secretly aided by the Porte, to the cessions made to Montenegro, and also because the negotiations relative to a surrender of territory to Greece had been without result. Hence, the June 16th through July 1st Conference of Berlin was called, which delivered to the Porte certain distinct propositions in regard to these questions. Thessaly and Epirus with Janina to be given to Greece, which should eventually be enforced by armed interference. The Porte, still delaying, a squadron of vessels of all the great powers assembled at Ragusa, September. This demonstration produced the November surrender of Dulcigno and territory to Montenegro. March 13, 1881. Alexander II murdered in St. Petersburg. He was succeeded by his son. 1881 to 1894. Alexander III. Romania made a kingdom, March through April. Conference of ambassadors at Constantinople. The Porte decided to carry out the surrender of territory to Greece, though to a somewhat smaller extent than was indicated by the Berlin Conference. September 8th. Meeting of William I of Germany and Alexander III of Russia at Danzig. 1882, January. Disturbances in southern Dalmatia, Herzegovina, and Bosnia. Dispatch of Austrian troops to these points. January 7th. Excitement created in Prussia by the publication of a royal rescript attacking the theory of responsible ministers and announcing that all persons in government service were expected to support the government at elections. 1881, January 21. Passage of the Electoral Reform Bill in Italy. Suffrage conferred on all male Italians over 21 years of age who possessed either 1. A certain amount of property, or 2. A certain amount of education. Adoption of the scrutin de liste, minority representation in districts returning 5 or more deputies. February 11. Lectures in the Czechish, Bohemian, language established in the University of Prague. February 21st. Trial of persons accused of being concerned in the murder of the Tsar of Russia. In spite of some concessions to the peasants, and of the continuance of vigorous repressive measures, undaunted activity of the Nihilists. March 6th. Servia made a kingdom. Prince Milan king as Milan I. March 10. Suppression of the disturbances in Herzegovina and southern Dalmatia by the Austrians. Tendency in the German Reichstag and the Prussian Landtag to come to terms with Rome and the clerical party, autumn, approaching the end of the Kulturkampf. April 10. Retirement of Gorstjakov, Minister of Foreign Affairs in Russia. He was succeeded by Bekere. This change, regarded as an assurance of peaceful intentions, quieted the apprehensions which had been aroused by the anti-Teutonic invective of Skobelev in Paris and elsewhere. Skobelev died July 7. May 22nd. Opening of the St. Gothard Railroad across the Alps. Begun 1872. Tunnel 9 1/4 miles long. June 2nd. Death of Giuseppe Garibaldi. Birth 1807 at Nice. Conspirator in 1833. In Montevideo, in South America, 1835. Defense of Rome, 1849. In North America, 1854. Service against Austria, 1859-1860. Unsuccessful attempts upon Rome, 1862. 1867. Participation in the Franco-Prussian War, 1870-1871. Member of the Italian Chamber of Deputies, 1875. Rejection of the tobacco monopoly advocated by Bismarck in the German Reichstag. 1882, June 21. Expiration of the Storthing in Norway. Violent royal speech rebuking the opposition. Constitutional struggle over the royal veto, and presence of ministers in the Storthing. September. anti-Jewish riots, especially at Pressburg, September 27th through 30th, September through November, new elections in Norway, return of an increased radical majority. End of section 91. Recording by Adeline Chris.
Section 92 of an Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 92, Part 3, France, 1815 to 1882. 1814, 1815 to 1824, Louis the 18th, First Restoration, April 6, Royal Proclamation of a Liberal Constitution, Charte Constitutionnelle, June 4, 1814, Hereditary Monarchy, 2 chambers, peers nominated by the King, Lower House elected by the people, freedom of the press, religious liberty, responsible ministers, judges not removable, return of Napoleon, the 100 days, March 20 to June 22, fall of Napoleon, 1815, July 8, Second Restoration, 1815, September 25 to 1818, December 29, Ministry of the Duke of Richelieu, November 20, Second Peace of Paris, an ultra-royalist chamber, Chambre introuvable, compare the Cavalier Parliament of Charles II of England, La Terreur Blanche, parties, Court, Richelieu, advocating return to the old monarchy, Legitimists, Decazes, Doctrinaires, Guizot, advocates of constitutional monarchy with strong administration, Liberals, Independents, Perrier, Lafayette, Bonapartists, Republicans, gravitation towards a monarchy resting on the middle classes, bourgeoisie, Ministry of the Soul, Decazes, 1818, December 29 to 1819, November, of Decazes, 1819, November 10 to 1820, February, 1820, February 13, murder of the Duke of Berry, the second nephew of Louis XVIII, by Louvel, ultra-royalist ministry, laws restricting freedom of the press and of elections, September 29, birth of the Duke of Bordeaux, posthumous son of the Duke of Berry, Henry V, Europe's child, presentation of the castle of Chambord by national subscription. 1821, May 5, death of Napoleon I at St. Helena. 1821, December 13 to 1820, January 4, Ministry of Availle, ultra-royalist. 1823, French intervention in Spain, capture of Madrid and Cadiz, liberation of Ferdinand VII by the Duke of Angoulême, cruel reaction, numerous executions, Riego, septennial election law, violation of the Charter, new chamber of ultra-royalists, Chambre retrouvée, 1824. 1824, September 16, death of Louis XVIII, 1824 to 1830, Charles X, 1825, March, grant of $1 milliard, $200 million, to returned refugees as compensation for their confiscated estates. Footnote, the ruined Cavaliers in England got $3 million in 1661, end of footnote. Growth of the Liberal Party, Collot, Constant, Perrier, Broglie, Chateaubriand, outcry against the Jesuits. 1827, April 30, National Guard disbanded. 1828, January, fall of the Villiers ministry in consequence of the return of a Liberal majority at the election. 1828, January 4 to 1829, August 8, Martignac ministry, too liberal for the Royalists, too reactionary for the Liberals. 1829 August to 1830 July, Polignac Ministry, reactionary, ultra-royalist. No more concessions. 1830 March 18, address of the 221, in reply to the King's speech, vote of want of confidence, dissolution May 16. July 5, capture of Algiers by the French. Reasons for the expedition. 1. An insult offered the French ambassadors by the Dey Hussein. 2. The desire of the French government to quiet the agitation and dissatisfaction which prevailed in France by some outside success. Algeria, Afrique Française, subjugated by a tedious war with the Arabs and Kabils, constantly breaking out anew. Abdelkader, 1827, captured by La Morcière and the Duke of Aumale, fourth son of Louis Philippe, 1852, released and sent to Asia Minor by Louis Napoleon. New elections, return of an increased liberal majority, 202 of the 221 re-elected, aide trois. 1830, July 27 to 29, the July Revolution, the 3 days of July, the Great Week. Cause, publication of the 5 ordinances on July 26, professedly founded on Article 14. 1. The recent elections declared illegal. 2. The electoral system arbitrarily changed so as to restrict the suffrage to rich landowners. 3. Prohibition of the publication of newspapers and pamphlets without a royal permit. This violation of the charter produced a revolt in Paris, July 27. Protests, Thiers, Mignet, barricade fights, July 28. Rising of the bourgeoisie, imperfect military preparations, bad leadership and care of the troops who, in part, deserted, resulted in the victory of the populace. Capture of the Hôtel de Ville, July 29. Capture of the Louvre, retreat of the troops, provisional government, Lafitte, Perrier, Barrot, Lafayette, commander of the National Guard, feudal repeal of the ordinances, Duke of Orléans, Lieutenant General of France, the charter henceforward to be a reality. Charles X died in Gortz in Styria, 1836, and his son, the Duke of Angoulême, abdicated in favor of their grandson and nephew, the Duke of Bordeaux, who subsequently called himself Count of Chambord. The claims of this pretender being set aside, the younger line of Bourbon, Orléans, see genealogical table, page 528, was raised to the throne in the person of Louis Philippe, 1830 to 1848, the King of the French, le Roi Bourgeois, monarchy of July. Alteration of the charter in a liberal spirit, abolition of Article 14, prohibition of the censure, the king to share the initiative with the chamber, ministry of Broglie, Guizot, Lafayette, 1830, August 11 to November, of Lafitte, 1830, November 2 to 1831, March 13, of Casimir Perrier, 1831, March 13 to 1832, May. Trial and condemnation of 4 ex-ministers of Charles X, rebellion of the Duchess of Berry, 1832. 1832, October 11 to 1836, February, ministry of Thiers, Guizot, Broglie, insurrection in Lyon, 1834, April. 1835, July 28, Fieschi's infernal machine. By this attempt upon the life of Louis Philippe, 12 persons were killed and 40 wounded. It was followed by the adoption of laws limiting the freedom of the press, laws of September. Retirement of Guizot, Broglie, Droitinaires. Ministry of February 22, 1836, Thiers, Progressionists. Ministry of September 6, Mollet, Guizot, Thiers, out. 1836, October 30, Louis Napoleon, nephew of Napoleon I, see the genealogical table, page 466, made an adventurous attempt to get himself proclaimed emperor at Strasbourg. He was captured without difficulty, his accomplices brought to trial, he himself sent to America by the French government on a ship of war, with an annuity of 15,000 francs from Louis Philippe's privy purse. Ministry of April 15, 1837. Mollet without Guizot. Union of Guizot and Thiers in opposition. Republican insurrection in Paris, May 12, 1839. Ministry of Soult, 1839, May 12 to 1840, March 1. Without Guizot, Thiers, Odilon, Barrot. Ministry of Thiers, 1840, March 1 to October 29. Diplomatic complications consequent on the revolt of Muhammad Ali. 1840, second adventurous attempt of Louis Napoleon. He sailed from Margate with only 50 adherents to Bologna, where he was captured by the National Guard, tried by the Court of Peers, and condemned to imprisonment for life, escaped from Ham under the name and in the dress of a mason, Badinguet, 1846. The remains of Napoleon I, brought from St. Helena by the Prince of Joinville, the third son of Louis Philippe, were solemnly entombed under the dome of the Invalides at Paris. 1840, December 15, fortifications of Paris. Quadruple Treaty of London, 1840, July 15. Anger of France, fall of Tyre. 1840, October 29 to 1848, February 24. Ministry of Soult and Guizot. Death of the Duke of Orléans, 1842, July 13. Trouble with England. Tahiti, Pritchard. Spanish marriages, 1843 to 44. Demand for electoral reform and exclusion of placemen from the Chamber of Deputies rejected by the government. Pensée immuable. During this reign, development of the parties: Legitimists, Count of Chambord; Orléanists, Bonapartists, Republicans. 1848, February 22 to 24. The Revolution of February. Barricade fights with the troops, conducted principally by members of the secret socialistic societies, assisted by a section of the National Guard, which was dissatisfied with the reactionary policy of the government. Partial defection of the troops. Guizot resigned. February 23. Louis Philippe abdicated in favor of his grandson, the Count of Paris, son of the Duke of Orléans, died 1842, and the Princess Helena of Mecklenburg, Duchess of Orléans, in the Chamber of Deputies. Les mœurs étaient devenues une révolution. Provisional government at the Hôtel de Ville. Dupont de l'Eure, Lamartine, Ledru, Rollin, Marie, Grémillot, Arago, Garnier Paget, the elder. Republic proclaimed February 24 to the disagreeable supplies of the bourgeoisie of Paris. The socialist Louis Blanc became the head of a commission of laborers, afterwards called Ministry of Progress, with a view to the organization of labor, but accomplished nothing practical. Call of a National Assembly at Paris to adopt a constitution for the new democratic republic. Establishment of costly public workshops, ateliers nationaux, and recognition of the right to work. Footnote: it is claimed that Louis Blanc was deceived by the government, who wished his support but distrusted his theories. The workshops, predestined to failure, were neither conceived nor carried on in accordance with the design of their projector. End of footnote. Establishment of the Garde Mobile, 1848 to 1851, 1852. France, for the second time a republic. June 23 to 26. Terrible insurrection, the days of June in Paris, in consequence of the closing of the Atelier. Bloody fights in the streets. Murder of Archbishop Affre and of General Brea. General Cavaignac, clothed with dictatorial power. The continued efforts of the troops and the National Guard subdued the insurrection of the laborers. November 4, Constitution of 1848. December 20, Proclamation of Louis Napoleon Bonaparte as President of the Republic, 5,327,345 to 1,879,298 votes. 1849, April to August, expedition to Rome. Legislative Assembly, one house with a monarchical majority. Death of Louis Philippe at Clermont, 1850, August 26. 1851, December 2, coup d'état of Louis Napoleon, who in complicity with Saint Arnaud, Maupas, Morny, etc., caused the leaders of the Republicans and Orléanists, Cavaignac, Charras, Champ-Garnier, La Moricière, Bedeau-Thiers, Victor Hugo, and others to be surprised in their dwellings at night and imprisoned, dissolved the Second National Assembly, 1849 to 1851, annulled the Constitution which he had sworn to defend, crushed with some shedding of blood the revolt which broke out in the streets of Paris on December 3 and 4, in consequence of these measures, and summoned the whole people to a general election, plebiscite. This resulted in the election of December 2021, Louis Napoleon as president for 10 years. By a majority, it was asserted, of more than 6 million votes. The president was clothed with monarchical power and permitted to issue a constitution, By a decree of January 9, 1852, the President arbitrarily banished his most important opponents. By a decree of January 14, he established a constitution like that of the First Empire, Sénat Corps Législatif. A third decree confiscated the appanages of the House of Orléans and compelled the members of this house to sell their whole private property and land in France within a year. Freedom of the press restricted. 1852, December 2 to 1870, Napoleon III, Emperor of the French, proclaimed by Senatus Consultum, November 7, and ratified by a plebiscite, November 21-22, 7,824,189 votes against 253,145. Napoleon recognized by all European powers assertions of peaceful intentions with regard to Europe, particularly in an address at Bordeaux. L'Empire, c'est le pays. Napoleon III married, January 29, 1853, the Spaniard Eugénie Montijo, Countess of Teba. Birth of the Prince Imperial, 1856, March 16. 1854 to 1856, Crimean War, ended by the Peace of Paris, 1856, May 30. The Empire at its height of power and respect, 1857, French expedition to China, 1858, January 14, Orsini's attempt upon the life of Napoleon III, bombs. Orsini, under sentence of death, urged Napoleon to undertake the liberation of Italy. Orsini's testament, published in the Moniteur, Loi de Sûreté Générale, allowing the government to arrest and banish in certain cases without trial, February 19. Meeting of Napoleon III and the Sardinian minister Cavour. Marriage of the Prince Napoleon Bonaparte. Genealogical table, page 466, with Clotilde, daughter of Victor Emmanuel. 1859, Austro-Sardinian War. 1860, November 24, decree allowing the address to the throne and creating ministers without portfolios. 1861, debates permitted to be inserted in full in the Journal Officiel. 1861 to 1867, Mexican expedition. 1867, Great Exposition at Paris. 1867, Luxembourg question. 1867, expedition to Rome. 1869, May, new elections for the first time during the Second Empire, active participation of the parties and a large vote. The government received a good majority in Paris and Lyon. Victory of the ultra-radical party. 1870, January 2, Ministry Olivier, repeal of the Loi de Sûreté, alteration of the Constitution by Senatus Consultum and plebiscite, April 20, May 8, 5,679,000 majority for the government, large vote of no in the army. 1870 to 1871, Franco-German War. 1871 to France, for the third time a republic. During the siege of Paris, the numerous Socialist Party had made several attempts to seize the supreme power, which had been frustrated by the troops and the National Guard. After the capitulation, the working men had, under various pretexts, got possession of several hundred cannon and converted the northeastern part of the city, Montmartre and Belleville, almost into fortresses. The attempt of General Vinoy, commander of the city, to repossess himself of these arms led to a general uprising of the Commune, 1871, March 18, murder of Generals Locke and Tomas, and after the defection of several regiments to the rule of the Socialist Commune, March 28 to May 22, Blanqui, Payat, Florent, Delescluze, Clouseray, Rossel, etc., seat of the regular government, Versailles, seat of Comité des Internationalistes, held a reign of terror in Paris, spoliation of the churches, several million advances exacted from the bank for the payment of the armed mob called the National Guard, whose ranks were swollen by socialists of all nations. The march upon Versailles ended in a shameful retreat, the insurgents being fired upon from Mont Valérien. Arrest of Archbishop Dubois and other hostages afterwards murdered. Proclamation resolving France into a number of municipal republics. April 6 to May 22, second siege of Paris by Marshal McMahon, commander of the troops of the National Assembly on the south and west sides, the German troops preserving a strict neutrality in the forts which they occupied on the northeast. bombardment of the southern forts in the city itself by the Versailles troops from the parallels which the Germans had constructed. Meantime, socialistic violence in Paris, destruction of the House of Thiers, and overthrow of the Colonne Vendôme, May 16, 1871, re-erected 1874. May 21, the Versailles troops entered the city through the Porte Saint-Cloud, of whose unguarded condition they were apprised by a Parisian. Bloody contest against barricades, May 21 to 28, in the heart of Paris. The Commune caused the principal buildings of Paris to be set on fire. The Tuileries, a part of the Palais Royal, the Library of the Louvre, the whole of the Hôtel de Ville, the Palace of the Legion of Honor, the building of the Ministry of Finance, etc., actually destroyed. 1871, May 28, bloody suppression of the insurrection, executions en masse, 40,000 or 50,000 socialists captured or afterwards arrested, the leaders court-martialed, many shot, many transported to New Caledonia. 1871, August 31, Thiers elected President of the Republic for the session of the National Assembly. May 10, definitive Treaty of Frankfurt. 1873, January 9, death of Napoleon III at Chislehurst in England. May 24, Thiers forced to resign by a parliamentary coalition of the monarchical parties, Legitimistes, Orléanistes, Bonapartistes. Marshal McMahon elected president by the National Assembly. November 19, after the attempt at restoration of the monarchy under Henry V, Count Chambord had failed. Marshal McMahon was entrusted with the regency for 7 years, septennat, under the title of President of the Republic. 1873, October to December, trial of Bazin in the Trianon at Versailles, before a court-martial, the Duke of Aumale, fourth son of Louis Philippe, presiding. Bazin was condemned to degradation and death, but the sentence was remitted to 20 years imprisonment. Bazin conveyed to the island of Saint-Barthélemy near Caen, whence he escaped in the summer of 1874. 1875, February, after a long struggle between the parties in the National Assembly, a Republican Constitution was finally agreed upon. The legislative power was exercised by two chambers, the Chamber of Deputies, which was elected by direct elections and manhood suffrage for 4 years, and the Senate, 300 senators, 75 for life, elected by the National Assembly and afterwards by the Senate itself, and 225 elected for 9 years by electoral colleges composed of deputies, councils of the departments and districts, and delegates of the communes. The executive power was entrusted to a president who, after the expiration of the septennat above, was to be elected by the Senate and Chamber of Deputies united in a National Assembly for this purpose for 7 years, and at the expiration of his term of office he should be again eligible. The president, who governed by a responsible ministry, exercised almost all the rights of a constitutional monarchy, but could be impeached by the Chamber of Deputies before the Senate for high treason. 1875, December, after the adoption of a new electoral law, scrutin. Footnote: by the scrutin d'arrondissement, the voters in each district voted for one delegate only. By the scrutin de liste, favored by Gambetta, the voters of each department voted for the whole list of delegates from that department. End of footnote. D'arrondissement. The National Assembly, which had been in session since 1871, separated. 1876, January, February, the new elections resulted in a Senate composed half of Republicans and half of the three monarchical parties, while in the Chamber of Deputies the Republicans had a decisive majority. Devorah, Ministry, March. Simon, Ministry, December. 1877, May 16, Simon, Ministry displaced by the arbitrary act of McMahon. Coup d'etat. Broglie, Ministry. Protest of 363 members of the lower house against the action of the President. September 4, death of Thiers, 1797 to 1877. 1877, October, new elections, maintenance of the Republic. In spite of the return of a Republican majority, McMahon formed a Royalist ministry, Roche-Bouet. As the House refused to deal with such a ministry, formation of the ministry Devorah, Republican. 1878, International Exhibition. 1879, January 16, pardon of over 2,000 communists. 1879, January 30, McMahon, involved in inextricable conflict with the Chamber of Deputies, resigned his office and was succeeded by Grévy. 1879 to 1887, Jules Grévy, President of the Republic. Gambetta succeeded him as Speaker of the House, Ministry of Waddington, amnesty for communists, removal of the legislature from Versailles to Paris, secularization of education, debate and agitation over the bill introduced by Jules Ferry, Minister of Public Instruction, limiting the influence of religious orders in education. Part 7. Total exclusion of the unauthorized religious orders from giving instruction. Ministry of Freycinet, 1879 December. 1879 June 1. Death of Prince Louis Napoleon in South Africa, in spite of the nomination of his will of Prince Victor, son of Jerome, son of the King of Westphalia. The latter, Plan, was generally recognized by the Bonapartists. 1880, March 30, proclamation disbanding the Order of Jesuits. June, general amnesty for convicted communists, Rochefort. September 19, Ministry of Jules Ferry. November 1881, expulsion of unauthorized orders from their religious houses. Expedition to Tunis, ostensibly to punish marauding border tribes and to uphold the claims of the Société Marseillaise to certain lands in Tunis, resulting in an attempt to establish a protectorate over Tunis. Complications with Great Britain, Italy, Spain. November 13, Ministry of Gambetta, Foreign Affairs. Monsieur Paul Bert, Minister of Public Worship. 1882, January 30, Ministry of Monsieur Freycinet, Foreign Affairs. Léon Say, Finance. Jules Ferry, Public Instruction. Gambetta, having been defeated on a motion to adopt the scrutin de liste, had resigned January 27. January, failure of the Union Générale, founded 1881. July 29, resignation of the Ministry Freycinet after defeat upon a question of supplies for protecting the Suez Canal. Ministry Duclerc, Gambettist. French claims upon Madagascar, especially to a protectorate over the northwest coast, opposed by the native Hovis, and discussed between France and England. The French protectorate over Annam, 1874, being threatened by the presence of Taiping refugees. In Tonquin, the government resolved upon energetic measures for the assertion of the rights of France. December 31, death of Leon Gambetta, born 1838, October 30. End of section 92.
Section 93 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 93, Part 4, Great Britain, 1783 to 1882. 1783, November. Fox brought forward a bill to reform the government of India, which was thrown out in the Lords. The King thereupon dismissed the coalition ministry, and William Pitt became First Lord of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, 1783, December 26 to 1801, March 17th. He introduced an India Bill, which was rejected, and Parliament was dissolved, 1784, March 25th. May 18th, the Fifth Parliament of George III. 16. August 13, Pitt's India Bill became law. 1787, the first convicts sent to Australia, Botany Bay. 1788, October 12th, the King became insane. Fox proposed that the Prince of Wales should assume the regency as of right. Pitt, though admitting the Prince's claims, insisted that the legislature had the right to make the appointment. 1789, February, pending the discussion, the king recovered. 1791, representative institutions granted Canada. 1792, June, Fox's libel bill, which gave the jury power to render a general verdict of guilty or not guilty upon the whole matter in issue, received the royal assent. 1793, January, Alien Bill, Traitorous Correspondence Bill. 1793, February the 1st, the French Republic declared war against Great Britain, etc. 1794, spread of revolutionary principles, suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act. May, trial of Hardy, Horne Tooke and Thelwall, October to December, all of whom, through the efforts of Erskine, were acquitted. 1794, November, Treaty with the United States, Jay's Treaty. 1795, July to November, Holland, having joined the French against England, the latter seized the Cape of Good Hope, Ceylon, and other possessions of the Dutch in the east. 1796, September 17th, 6th Parliament of George III, 17. October 11th, Spain declared war against England. 1797, February 27th, Bank of England stopped specie payments. 1797, April 15th, a mutiny broke out in the fleet at Spithead, off Portsmouth. The demands of the sailors, which were reasonable, were granted, and the fleet put out to sea, May 17th. Another and more violent mutiny broke out at the Nore, mouth of the Thames, May 22nd, which was finally put down, June 30th, by force and the ringleader hanged. 1797, October 11th, victory of Camperdown, Duncan, puts an end to the danger of immediate invasion. 1798, April 20th, Habeas Corpus Act again suspended. August 1st, Battle of the Nile. 1799, failure of the expedition to the Netherlands. 1800, December 16th, armed neutrality of 1780 revived. The United Irishmen, an association of malcontents, mainly Protestants, was formed in 1791 to secure the entire separation of Ireland from England. The French sent more than one expedition to their aid. Of these, the most formidable, under Hoche, was scattered by a storm, 1796 December, while a smaller one was defeated at Ballymannock, 1798 September 8th. 1798 June 21st, the United Irishmen were beaten at Vinegar Hill, and the insurrection put down with cruel severities. 1799. These events led to the legislative union of Great Britain with Ireland under the name of the United Kingdom, 1801, January the 1st. The Act of Union provided, among other things, that there should be one imperial parliament, to which Ireland should send 4 spiritual lords, sitting by rotation of sessions, 28 temporal peers, elected for life by the Irish peerage, and 100 members of the Commons, and that the churches of the 2 countries should be united into one Protestant Episcopal Church. Mr. Pitt proposed to bring in a bill making certain concessions to the Roman Catholics. The king, being persuaded that such concessions would be a breach of the coronation oath, refused his consent, and Mr. Pitt resigned, 1801, February 3rd. March 17th to 1804, May 15th, Addington Administration, Lord Eldon, Lord Chancellor. April 2nd, Battle of Copenhagen, Nelson. Convention between England and Russia, June 17th. End of the Second Armed Neutrality. April 19th, Habeas Corpus Act again suspended. 1802, November 16th, 7th Parliament of George III, Second Imperial. 1802, March 27th, Peace of Amiens. 1803, the English ambassador, Lord Whitworth, publicly insulted by Napoleon, March 13th. May, war renewed between England and France. 1803, Emmet's insurrection in Ireland easily suppressed, but showed the deep-seated hostility of the Irish and led to the suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act in Ireland. 1804, May the 10th to 1806, January 23rd, Pitt's Second Ministry. 1805, Third Coalition against France. October 21st, Trafalgar, Nelson. 1806, January 23rd, Death of Pitt. 1806, February 10th to 1807, March 31st. All the Talents. Lord Grenville, Prime Minister, Charles James Fox, Foreign Secretary, died September 13th. Lord Erskine, Lord Chancellor, Lord Howick, afterwards Earl Grey, First Lord of the Admiralty. November 21st, Berlin Decree. December 15th, 8th, Third Imperial, Parliament of George III. 1807, March 23rd, Abolition of the slave trade in the British Dominions. The ministry went out on the Catholic question and were succeeded by the Duke of Portland, First Lord of the Treasury, Canning and Castlereagh, Home and Foreign Secretaries, Spencer Perceval, Chancellor of the Exchequer, 1807, March 31st to 1809, October 29th. George Canning, born 1770, entered Parliament 1793, Under Secretary 1796, died 1827. Castlereagh, afterwards Marquis of Londonderry, born 1769, died 1822. June 22nd, 9th, 4th Imperial, Parliament of George III. July 7th to 9th, Treaty of Tilsit. September 7th, Second Bombardment of Copenhagen. January to November, Orders in Council which declared France and all countries under her control to be in a state of blockade. 1807, November 8th, Russia declared war against England. December 17th, Milan Decree, a supplement to the Berlin Decree. 1808, August, Convention of Sintra. 1808, the failure of the Walcheren expedition sent to destroy the docks and shippings at Antwerp, July to November, caused a rupture between Castlereagh and Canning, both of whom resigned. 1809, Sir Arthur Wellesley, born 1769, entered the army 1797, Assay 1803, entered Parliament 1806, commanded in the Peninsular War, Commander-in-Chief 1842, died 1852. May. Afterwards, Duke of Wellington enters Spain, and the Peninsular War was fairly begun. 1808 to 1814. 1809, October 29th, death of the Duke of Portland. 1809, December 6th to 1812, May the 11th, Mr. Perceval, First Lord of the Treasury. 1810, October and November, lines of the Torres Vedras. November, the King became hopelessly insane, and the Prince of Wales was appointed Regent, 1811, February the 5th. November, the breaking of machinery by the Luddites became so frequent that frame breaking was made a capital offence. 1812, May the 11th, assassination of Perceval by Bellingham. 1812, June the 8th to 1827, April the 24th, Liverpool Ministry, Castlereagh, Foreign Secretary. 1812, June 18th, war with the United States, ended by the Treaty of Ghent, 1814, December 24th. November 24th, 10th, 5th Imperial, Parliament of George III. 1813, June 21st, Vittoria. 1814, May 30th, Peace of Paris, followed by Treaty of Vienna, 1815, March 25th. England gained Cape of Good Hope, Demerara, Essequibo, Malta, Tobago, St. Lucia and Mauritius. Hanover became a separate kingdom with George III, first king, and descent to heirs male. 1815, June 15th, Waterloo. The English national debt had grown from less than £250 million in 1793 to over 850 millions. The labouring classes found it difficult to obtain the bare necessities of life. Consequently, riots took place in the agricultural districts, while the Luddites broke out with fresh vehemence. Incited by the Weekly Political Register, William Cobbett, 1762 to 1835, the cry of parliamentary reform was raised, and Hampden clubs were formed throughout the country. 1816, March 3rd, the Habeas Corpus Act was suspended. March 10th, the blanket meeting at Manchester broken up by the military. Lord Sidmouth's Addington, circular letter. December, acquittal of Hone. 1816, July, Day of Algiers compelled to abolish Christian slavery. 1819, January 14th, 11th, 6th Imperial, Parliament of George III. 1819, August 16th. A meeting of the Radicals at St. Peter's Fields, Manchester, dispersed by the military with bloodshed, hence called the Manchester Massacre or Peterloo. In consequence of these disturbances, the 6 Acts strengthening the hands of the government were passed. 1820, January 29th, death of George III. Chief descendants, see genealogical table, page 538. 1820 to 1830, George IV, Prince Regent since 1811. 1820, April 21st, First 7th Imperial Parliament of George IV. 1820, Cato Street conspiracy for assassinating the King's ministers discovered. May 1st, the leader, Thistlewood, and 4 accomplices executed. 1820, August to November, the King, while Prince of Wales, had been, in a manner, forced to marry his cousin. The marriage was an unhappy one, and not long after his accession, ministers brought forward a bill of pains and penalties to degrade and divorce the Queen on charges of misconduct. In the trial of Queen Caroline, which followed, Mr. afterwards Lord Brougham and Mr. afterwards Lord Denman so shook the evidence against her on the cross-examination, 1821, July 18th, that the bill was abandoned. She was, however, excluded from the coronation, and not long after died. 1821, May, Bank of England resumed specie payments. 1822, Castlereagh, Lord Londonderry, committed suicide and was succeeded at the Foreign Office by George Canning, Mr. Peel, Home Secretary. 1823, the next year Huskisson became President of the Board of Trade, and Mr. Robinson, afterwards Lord Goderich, Chancellor of the Exchequer. 1825, commercial panic, modification of the monopoly of the Bank of England. 1826, November the 14th, 2nd, 8th Imperial Parliament of George IV. 1827, August the 8th to 1828, January 25th, Lord Goderich, Premier. 1827, October the 20th, Navarino, untoward event. 1828, January the 26th to 1830, November 22nd, Duke of Wellington, Prime Minister, Robert Peel, Home Secretary, born 1788, MP 1809, Colonial Secretary 1810, died 1850. 1828, February 26th, Lord John Russell, born 1792, MP 1813, Earl Russell, 1861, died 1878, moved the repeal of the Corporation and Test Acts, which was carried in May. A declaration containing the words, "On the true faith of a Christian," was substituted for the sacramental test, thus admitting Protestant dissenters to office. 1828, July 15th. The restrictions on the importation of breadstuffs were modified by the adoption of the sliding scale. The Duke of Wellington and Mr. Peel became convinced of the necessity of Catholic emancipation. 1829, April 13th. The Catholic Relief Act substituted a new form of oath for the oaths of supremacy, allegiance and abjuration, and there were now no offices from which Catholics were excluded, except those of Regent, Lord Chancellor of England and Ireland, and Viceroy of Ireland. The franchise in Ireland was raised from 40 shillings to £10, and certain regulations were made respecting the exercise of the Roman Catholic religion. 1830, June 26th, death of George IV. 1830 to 1837, William IV. 1830, September the 15th, opening of the Manchester and Liverpool Railway, rocket locomotive, death of Huskisson. 1830, October 26th, first 9th Imperial Parliament of William IV. When Parliament opened, Earl Grey declared that, in his opinion, the only way to avert political convulsions was by a reform in Parliament. The Duke of Wellington expressed himself as opposed to reform, and being defeated on a minor question, resigned, November 16th. 1830, November the 24th to 1834, July the 18th. Earl Grey, Prime Minister. Lord Althorp, Chancellor of Exchequer. Lord Brougham, Lord Chancellor. Lord John Russell, Paymaster General of the Forces, and Lord Melbourne, Home Secretary. 1831, March 31st. Lord John Russell introduced his Reform Bill. It soon became apparent that there was no prospect of passing the bill, and Parliament was dissolved, April 22nd. June 14th, Second 10th Imperial Parliament of William IV. The Reform Bill, again introduced, passed the Commons September the 21st, but was thrown out by the Lords, and riots ensued throughout the country. 1832, March 19th. The Reform Bill, with some alterations, was again passed by the Commons. In the Lords an amendment was carried against ministers, who resigned May the 7th, but resumed office May the 18th, the King having consented to create a sufficient number of new peers to secure the passage of the bill, but this proved unnecessary, as many Tory peers refrained from voting, and the bill received the royal assent June the 7th. 1832. By this, the first Reform Act, 143 boroughs lost one or both members, and the seats thus obtained were given to several large towns, Manchester, Birmingham, etc., to the larger counties and to new boroughs. At the same time, the franchise was extended. The Scotch Reform Act, July 17th. The Irish Reform Act, August the 7th. 1833, January 29th, 3rd, 11th Imperial Parliament of William IV. April the 2nd, the Irish Coercion Act. In August, the Bill for the Abolition of Slavery throughout the British Empire was passed. The sum of £20 million was voted to the slave owners. 1833. Renewal of the Charter of the Bank of England and of the East India Company for 20 years, but the trade with China was thrown open. 1834. The question of an extension of the Irish Coercion Act led to the resignation of Earl Grey. 1834, July the 16th to November the 14th. Lord Melbourne became Premier. Lord Althorp, Lord John Russell and Lord Brougham retained their places. 1834 Poor Law Amendment Act. Local boards abolished in favour of Central Board of Commissioners, August. Poor law unions took the place of workhouses, and the system of outdoor relief was in a great measure reformed. November, the King dismissed the ministry, and the Duke of Wellington took control of affairs until Sir Robert Peel could be summoned from Rome. 1834, December the 8th to 1835, April the 18th, Peel's first administration. Wellington, Foreign Secretary. The majority in the Commons was against ministers. 1834, December the 30th. Parliament was dissolved, and Peel issued the Tamworth Manifesto. 1835, February the 19th, 4th, 12th Imperial, Parliament of William IV. The Conservatives, as the supporters of Peel termed themselves, being in a minority in the Commons, ministers resigned, April. 1835, April 18th to 1841, September the 3rd. Second Melbourne Ministry. Palmerston, Foreign Secretary, born 1784, MP 1807, died October 18th, 1865. Lord John Russell, Home Secretary. Viscount Howick, Secretary of War, succeeded in 1839 by T.B. Macaulay, born 1800, MP 1830, raised to the peerage 1857, died 1859. 1835, September, Reform of Municipal Corporations Act, London not included. 1836, Commutation of Tithes Act. 1837, June 20th, death of William IV. The British in India. 1786 to 1793, Lord Cornwallis, Governor-General. 1792, War with Tipu Sultan, ended by the cession of one half of Mysore to the English and Allies. 1793, Capture of Pondicherry, Sir John Shaw, afterwards Lord Teignmouth, Governor-General, succeeded by Lord Mornington, afterwards Marquis of Wellesley, 1798 to 1805. 1799, Tipu Sultan, trusting in the promises of Bonaparte, again took up arms, was killed, and his dominions were divided between the English and the Nizam. 1802, Holkar, one of the Maharata chiefs, drove the Peshwa from Poona. By the Treaty of Bassein, the English agreed to assist the Peshwa, provided he would surrender his independence and maintain a body of European troops, the subsidiary policy. Scindia and the Rajah of Nagpur united the Holkar against the English, the latter under Sir Arthur Wellesley, afterwards Duke of Wellington, brother of the Governor-General, gained the battles of Assaye, 1803, September the 3rd, and Argaum, November 29th, while another army, under General, afterwards Lord Lake, won the Battle of Lashwari, November the 1st, and captured Delhi. The Rajah of Najpur and Scindia, by treaties, surrendered much territory to the English. 1804. In the next year, Holkar was defeated by Lake at Farrukhabad, and again near Bhartpur, 1805, and made peace with the English, 1806, January 7th. 1805, July to October. Lord Cornwallis, again Governor-General, died October, and was succeeded by Sir G. Barlow, 1805 to 1807. 1806, Mutiny of the Sepoys at Vellore. 1807 to 1813, Lord Minto, Governor-General. 1809, Mutiny of the European officers at Seringapatam. 1813 to 1823, Lord Moira, afterwards Marquis of Hastings, Governor-General. 1814 to 1815, War with the Gurkhas of Nepal. 1817, Pindari War. 1817 to 1818, Last Maharatha War. The dominions of the Peshawar were annexed, and the Rajah of Nagpur were put under British guardianship, while the states of Rajputana placed themselves under British protection. 1823 to 1828, Lord Amherst, Governor-General. 1824 to 1826, First Burmese War, English acquire Assam, etc. 1828 to 1835, Lord William Bentinck, Governor-General, financial reforms, abolition of sati, sutti, or widow burning, suppression of thagi, thugs, or hereditary assassins. 1833, Company's charter renewed for 20 years, but the trade was thrown open, and Europeans allowed to settle in the country. A legal member added to the Governor's Council, and a commission appointed to revise and codify the laws. Macaulay, first legal member and president of the commission. The only annexation of this time was that of Coorg. 1835 to 1836. Short administration of Sir Charles, afterwards Lord, Metcalfe, memorable for giving entire freedom to the press. Great Britain, 1837 to 1901. Victoria, only child of the late Duke of Kent. Separation of Hanover from Great Britain. Duke of Cumberland, the eldest surviving son of George III, became king. 1837, November the 15th, First, 13th Imperial, Parliament of Victoria. 1837, Rebellion in Canada. Burning of the American steamer Caroline. The rebels finally reduced to obedience in 1839. The two provinces, Upper and Lower Canada, were united in 1840, and in 1847 responsible government was introduced into the colony. 1838, August. Meeting of working people near Birmingham. A national petition or People's Charter was drawn up. The petitioners, or Chartists, demanded 1. Annual parliaments, 2. Universal manhood, suffrage, 3. Vote by ballot, 4. Abolition of the property qualification of members of Parliament, and 5. Payment for their services. To these 5 points, a sixth, that of equal electoral districts, was afterwards added. The petition was presented to the Commons, 1839, June the 14th, and its rejection was followed by riots, which were easily suppressed. 1838, September. The Anti-Corn Law League formed at Manchester under the leadership of John Bright, born 1811, MP 1843, died 1889, and Richard Cobden, born 1804, MP 1847, died 1865. 1839, Opium War with China ended by Treaty of Nankin, 1842, August 29th. 1840, January, penny postage introduced, Sir Rowland Hill. February 10th, the Queen married her cousin Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. 1841, August 19th, 2nd, 14th Imperial, Parliament of Victoria. 1841, September the 6th to 1846, June 29th, Peel's second administration. Duke of Wellington in the Cabinet without office. Earl Ripon, Board of Trade, succeeded 1843 by W. E. Gladstone, born 1809, MP 1832, died 1898. 1842, second sliding scale adopted, and the duties on over 700 articles either removed or reduced, the deficiency so created being made up by an income tax, June 22nd. 1844, Charter of the Bank of England renewed, Peel Act. The Issue Department established, weekly returns to be published, and circulation limited to £14 million. 1846, total repeal of the Corn Laws. The sliding scale abolished, the duty on wheat imported at or above 53 shillings per quarter to be 4 shillings per quarter until 1849, February the 1st, After that time, to be a uniform 1 shilling per quarter on all kinds of grain imported into the United Kingdom. This 1 shilling duty was repealed in 1869. 1846, June, settlement of the Oregon boundary dispute with the United States. 1846, July 6th to 1852, February 23rd, Ministry of Lord John Russell, Lord Palmerston, Foreign Secretary, Macaulay, Paymaster General. 1846, failure of the potato crop in Ireland caused a famine, 1846 and 1847. Population of Ireland in 1841, 8,222,664. In 1851, 6,633,982. 1847, commercial panic in England. 1847, November the 10th, 3rd, 15th Imperial Parliament of Victoria. This distress, coupled with the excitement produced by the revolutions of 1848, roused a rebellion in Ireland, which was easily suppressed, and its leaders, Smith O'Brien and Mitchell, transported. 1848, April the 10th. While in England, the Chartists held a monster meeting on Kennington Common and presented a petition to Parliament. 1849, June. Repeal of the navigation laws. Encumbered Estates Act, Ireland, July. 1850, September the 30th. Papal Bull, establishing a Roman Catholic hierarchy in England. 1851, July. Ecclesiastical Titles Bill, imposing a fine of £100 on all who should endeavour to carry this papal bull into effect, passed, never executed. 1851, telegraphic communication between France and England. 1851, Great Exhibition of the Industries of All Nations in Hyde Park, London. 1852, February the 27th to December the 18th, Earl Derby's First Ministry, Disraeli, Chancellor of the Exchequer, born 1805, Vivian Grey, 1825, MP, 1837, Earl of Beaconsfield, 1876, died 1881. September 14th, death of the Duke of Wellington. 1852, November the 4th, 4th, 16th Imperial Parliament of Victoria. 1852, December the 28th to 1855, February the 5th, Aberdeen Administration. W. E. Gladstone, Chancellor of the Exchequer. Lord Palmerston, Home Secretary. Lord John Russell, Foreign Secretary. End of Kaffir War in South Africa. October 30th, the British fleet entered the Bosphorus. 1853 to 1856, Crimean War. 1854, June 5th, Reciprocity Treaty with the United States concluded. Abrogated 1866. 1855, the mismanagement with regard to the supply of food and clothing for the army in the Crimea and the feeble prosecution of the war rendered the administration unpopular, and Lord Aberdeen resigned, 1855, January 30th. 1855, February the 5th to 1858, February the 22nd. Palmerston, Premier. Gladstone, Chancellor of the Exchequer. Resigned February 22nd. February 19th. Bread riots at Liverpool. 1856. Treaty of Paris ended the Crimean War. War with China, March 30th. Treaty of Tientsin, June 26, 1859. Peace of Pekin, August 24th, 1860. 1857, April the 30th. 5th, 17th Imperial Parliament of Victoria. November the 12th. Great Commercial Panic. Suspension of the Bank Charter Act of 1844. In consequence of the attempted assassination of Napoleon III by Orsini, Lord Palmerston introduced the Conspiracy to Murder Bill. On its rejection in the Commons, the ministry resigned, and the Second Derby Ministry, 1858 February 22nd to 1859 June the 11th, took office. Disraeli, Chancellor of the Exchequer. 1858 June, property qualification of members of Parliament abolished. July, Jews admitted to Parliament. Act for the better government of India. August the 5th, the successful laying of the first Atlantic cable, ceased working September the 4th. August 26th, treaty with the Tycoon Shogun of Japan. 1858, the Queen of England proclaimed sovereign of India. The government of the East India Company ceased. The ministry, defeated on a reform bill introduced by Disraeli, dissolved Parliament, April 13th, but being in a minority in the 6th 18th Imperial Parliament of Victoria, 1859, May 31st, resigned, and the second Palmerston ministry came in, 1859, June 13th to 1865, November the 6th. Gladstone, Chancellor of the Exchequer. Earl Russell, formerly Lord John, Foreign Secretary. Lord Campbell, Lord Chancellor. 1860, January the 23rd, commercial treaty between Great Britain and France. July to October, the Prince of Wales visits the United States and Canada. 1861, July 27th, rupture of diplomatic relations with Mexico. November the 8th, Mason and Slidell taken from the British mail steamer Trent. December the 23rd, death of the Prince Consort. 1862, second exhibition of the Industry of All Nations opened in London on May the 1st. 1863, the Maori, native, war in New Zealand ended in 1869. 1864, the Schleswig-Holstein question. June, final cessation of the Ionian Islands to Greece. July, the Thames embankment begun. 1865, June, commencement of the cattle plague. October, insurrection in Jamaica. October the 18th, death of Lord Palmerston. 1865, November the 6th to 1866, June the 26th, Earl Russell Premier. 1866, February the 1st, 7th, 19th Imperial Parliament of Victoria. February, Habeas Corpus Act suspended in Ireland. May, failure of Overend, Gurney and Co. Liabilities over £19 million. Panic in London. July, telegraphic communication with America finally established. 1866, July the 6th to 1868, February the 27th. Third Derby Ministry. Disraeli, Chancellor of the Exchequer. 1867, August the 15th. The Second Reform Act, a leap in the dark, which greatly extended the franchise, received the royal assent. 1867. The Fenians attempted the seizure of the arsenal at Chester, February. Rising in Ireland, easily suppressed. Attempt to release Fenians confined in Clerkenwell Prison by exploding gunpowder under the walls. 1867. Canada, Nova Scotia and New Brunswick were combined into one Dominion of Canada, with power to take in new provinces. Each province retained its own legislature for local affairs. All British America, with the exception of Newfoundland, now belongs to this confederation. 1867, Abyssinia Expedition, Magdala. 1868, February the 27th to December the 3rd, Lord Derby resigned, and Mr. Disraeli became Premier. The general elections to the new Parliament were so decidedly in favour of the Liberals that the ministry resigned, and Mr. Gladstone became Prime Minister, 1868, December the 9th to 1874, February the 21st. 1868, December the 10th, 8th, 20th Imperial Parliament of Victoria. July the 26th, disestablishment and disendowment of the Irish Church. A portion of the money so obtained given to the Roman Catholic College of Maynooth, and another portion applied to educational purposes. The royal assent was at the same time given to the Bankruptcy Bill and to a bill abolishing imprisonment for debt. Debtors' prisons, Fleet, Marshalsea, etc. 1868, October the 16th, opening of the Suez Canal. 1870, Irish Land Act provided, among other things, for compensation to outgoing tenants, for loans to landlords for improvements, and to tenants desirous of purchasing their holdings, bright clauses. At the same time, a system of national education was established by law, 1870. 1871, purchase in the Army abolished. Treaty of Washington with the United States, by which the Alabama claims were settled by arbitration at Geneva, 1872, and the so-called Northwestern Boundary Dispute, decided by the Emperor of Germany as arbiter. 1872, vote by ballot introduced. 1873, Ashanti War, Kumasi taken by the British, commanded by General Wolseley, 1874. 1874, February 21st to 1880, April the 28th. Mr. Disraeli, 1876, August, Earl of Beaconsfield, Premier, Sir Stafford Northcote, Chancellor of the Exchequer. 1874, March the 5th, 9th, 21st Imperial, Parliament of Victoria. 1875, purchase of Suez Canal shares from the Khedive of Egypt. 1875-1876, visit of the Prince of Wales to India. The Queen proclaimed Empress of India. Commercial panic. 1878, July the 13th, Treaty of Berlin. British take possession of Cyprus, July the 14th. 1879, Irish Land League, supported by Parnell, Dillon, etc. 1879-1880, famine in Ireland. 1879, war with the Zulus, Jingoism. 1880, February the 23rd, Parliament dissolved. Elections in favour of Liberals. Resignation of ministers, April 22nd. 1880, April the 28th, Mr. Gladstone, Prime Minister. Marquis of Harrington, Secretary for India. W. E. Forster, Chief Secretary for Ireland, succeeded by Lord F. Cavendish, and he by G. O. Trevelyan. John Bright, Chancellor of the Duchy. 1880, April the 29th, 10th, 22nd Imperial, Parliament of Victoria. 1881, March the 3rd, Irish Coercion Act. August the 22nd, Irish Land Act provided for a Court of Commission to try differences between landlords and tenants, and in a measure granted the 3 Fs: 1. Free sale, 2. Fair rents, 3. Fixity of tenure. 1882, May the 6th, murder of Lord Frederick Cavendish and an Under-Secretary in Dublin. July the 11th, bombardment of Alexandria, Egypt. Resignation of John Bright. July the 14th, a new Irish Coercion Act went into force. September, total defeat of Egyptian rebels by the British, commanded by Sir Garnet Wolseley. Capture of Tel el Kebir. The British in India. 1836 to 1842, Lord Auckland, Governor-General. 1839, First Afghan War, occasioned by an attempt to place a ruler in Afghanistan who should be subservient to the British. Kabul was easily occupied. Dost Muhammad taken prisoner and Shah Shuja installed. In November 1841, the Afghans arose and, led by Akbar Khan, drove the British from Kabul. terrible winter retreat to Jalalabad. 1842 to 1844, Earl of Ellenborough, Governor-General. 2 armies sent to Afghanistan, relief of Kandahar and Jalalabad, capture of Kabul, the bazaar blown up, Dost Muhammad replaced and the British withdrew. 1844 to 1848, Sir Henry, afterwards Lord, Hardinger, Governor-General. 1845, First Sikh War. 1848 to 1856, Earl of Dalhousie, Governor-General. 1848-1849, Second Sikh War ended in the annexation of the Punjab. 1852, Second Burmese War, British Burma annexed. 1856, annexation of Oudh on the ground of misrule. 1856 to 1862, Earl Canning, Governor-General. 1857, May the 10th, Mutiny of the Sepoys at Meerut, Rising of the Mohammedans at Delhi, Massacre at Cawnpore, Nana Sahib, June 27th. First relief of Lucknow by Havelock, September the 25th. Final deliverance of the garrison by Sir Colin Campbell, November the 16th. Siege and capture of Delhi, June to September. The Mughal Emperor Bahadur Shah, captured, deposed and banished to Rangoon, died 1862. End of the Mughal Empire. 1858, the Government of India transferred to the Crown, Governor-General to be Viceroy. 1862 to 1863, Lord Elgin Viceroy. 1864 to 1869, Lord Lawrence Viceroy. Famine in Orissa, 1866. In Bundelkhand and Upper Hindustan, 1868-1869. 1869 to 1872, Lord Mayo Viceroy. Internal improvements. 1872 to 1876, Lord Northbrook Viceroy. Dethronement of the Maratha Gaikwar of Baroda. Visit of the Prince of Wales to India. 1876 to 1880, Lord Lytton, Viceroy. 1877, January the 1st, the Queen proclaimed Empress of India. 1877, 1878, famine in southern India. 1878 to 1881, Second Afghan War, refusal of Sher Ali to admit a British embassy. The Khyber, the Kurram and the Bolan passes occupied by the British troops. The death of Sher Ali. Abdication of his son Yaqub Khan. Defeat of a brigade of British troops by Ayub Khan. Brilliant march of Sir F. Roberts from Kabul to Kandahar and rout of Ayub Khan, 1880, September the 1st. Abdurrahman Khan, the eldest male representative of Dost Muhammad, recognised by the British as Amir, and their troops withdrawn from Kabul and Kandahar. 1880, Marquis of Ripon, Viceroy. 1881, population of all India, 252,541,210, an increase in 10 years of over 12 millions. End of section 93.
Section 94 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 94, Part 5, United States, 1789 to 1882. 1789, First Congress met at New York, March 4. 1789, April 30, George Washington, Virginia, President. John Adams, Vice President. November 1, North Carolina, accepted the Constitution. 1789, 3 executive departments created. Thomas Jefferson, born 1743, died 1825, Secretary of State. Alexander Hamilton, born 1757, died 1804, Secretary of the Treasury. Henry Knox, Secretary of War. These, with the Attorney General, formed the Cabinet. A national judiciary was also established. John Jay, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. 1789, first 10 amendments in the nature of a Bill of Rights to the Constitution proposed by Congress to the state legislatures and ratified in the course of 2 years by 3/4 of the states. 1790, May 29, Rhode Island accepted the Constitution. 1790, the financial affairs of the country were put on a firm basis, the seat of government to be at Philadelphia for 10 years, and after that permanently located on the Potomac, where land was ceded by the states of Maryland and Virginia, District of Columbia, and the city of Washington laid out. 1790 to 1795, Indian War, defeat of Harmar. 1790, St. Clair. 1791, and victory of Wayne. 1794. 1790, death of Franklin. Population 3,921,326. First census. National debt January 1, 1791, $75,463,476.52. 1791, August, George Hammond, minister from Great Britain, received. Vermont admitted, 14th state. 1792, April 2, a national bank, United States Bank, chartered for 20 years, and a mint were established at Philadelphia. 1792, 2 parties now came into prominence, the Republican, afterwards Democratic, led by Jefferson, and the Federalist, whose leaders were Hamilton and Adams. 1792, Kentucky admitted, 15th state. Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin. Washington and Adams re-elected. 1793, France declared war against Great Britain and sent Jennie as minister to the United States. He arrived at Charleston in April and proceeded to fit out privateers, etc. Washington issued a proclamation of neutrality, April 22, and the next year, 1794, the Neutrality Act was passed. Jennie appealed from the executive to the people, and upon the demand of the government was recalled. 1793, Fugitive Slave Act, substantially a dead letter until revived in 1850. 1794, Whiskey Insurrection in western Pennsylvania. It was caused by an internal revenue law of 1791, which laid an excise on domestic spirits and was put down by an army composed of the militia of Pennsylvania and adjoining states. 1794, 11th Amendment, securing the non-suability of states, proposed by Congress and declared ratified January 1798. 1794, peace purchased from Algiers and from Tripoli and Tunis in the following years. 1794, the Treaty of Peace had been fully carried out by neither party. Great Britain had not delivered the posts held by her on the northern frontier, and she was accused of inciting the Indians to hostility, of impressing American seamen, and of capturing American trading vessels, and besides, many slaves had been carried away by the British when they evacuated New York. On the other side, it was alleged that the provisions of the treaty with regard to the collection of debts due to British subjects had not been observed. To settle these differences, John Jay was sent to England, and a treaty of amity, commerce, and navigation. Jay's treaty was concluded 1794, November 19. It provided for the delivery of the posts before June 1796 for a commission to decide what river was the St. Croix, for compensation in certain cases to British subjects and American citizens to be ascertained by commissioners, for the regulation of trade between the two countries, for the extradition of criminals, etc. The treaty met with great opposition. The ratifications were not exchanged till October 1795, and the money necessary to carry it out was not voted till 1796. Speech of Fisher Ames. 1795 treaty with Spain established the southern boundary of the United States and secured the free navigation of the Mississippi with right of deposit at New Orleans. 1796 Tennessee admitted, 16th state. September 18, Washington's farewell address. 1797 March 4, John Adams, Massachusetts Federalist, second president. Thomas Jefferson, Republican, vice president. 1797 Special mission to France, attempt on the part of the French to extort money, XYZ affair. Pinckney, one of the envoys, replied, "Millions for defense, not 1 cent for tribute." Hostilities actually began. Provisional army raised. Washington, Lieutenant General. Navy Department organized 1798. Constellation captured La Surgeon 1799. But when Bonaparte came into power, more pacific intentions prevailed, and a convention was concluded 1800, September 30. 1797, the language of the French sympathizers became so violent that the Alien and Sedition laws were passed. They were followed by the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions of 1798 to 1799, in which it was asserted that a state had a right to decide for itself how far the national authority should be considered binding. 1799, December 14, death of Washington. 1800, November 22, Congress met in Washington for the first time. Population of 5,319,762. Second census. 1801, John Marshall, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. In the elections of 1800, the Republican candidates received a majority of the votes, but as they had equal numbers, the election went to the House of Representatives, which chose 1801 Thomas Jefferson, Virginia, 3rd President, and Aaron Burr, Vice President, James Madison, Secretary of State, Albert Gallatin, Secretary of the Treasury, 1801 to 1802, repeal of the internal revenue taxes and of many unpopular laws, 1802, Ohio admitted, 17th state. 1803, April 30, the Louisiana Purchase, by which the United States acquired all of its present area between the Mississippi and the Rocky Mountains north of the then northern boundary of Mexico, the island on which New Orleans stands, and a claim to Texas, to West Florida, as that portion of the present states of Mississippi and Alabama south of 31° north latitude was then called, and perhaps even to territory west of the Rocky Mountains. The price was $15 millions, and the original area of the United States was more than doubled. 1803, December 12, 12th Amendment, altering the mode of electing President and Vice President, proposed by Congress and declared ratified 1804, September 25. 1804 to 1805, failure of the impeachment of Chase, a justice of the Supreme Court. 1804, July, Aaron Burr killed Alexander Hamilton in a duel. 1801 to 1805, Tripolitan War. Burning of the frigate Philadelphia, Decatur, which had been captured while aground. 1804, capture of Dern, bombardment of Tripoli, Treaty 1805, no more tribute to be paid by the United States. 1805, Thomas Jefferson re-elected President, George Clinton Vice President. 1806, April, the British ship Leander fired on an American trading sloop, killing John Pierce, the owner. The Leander ordered out of the waters of the United States. 1806, May 16, the British government issued orders in council declaring the coast of Europe from the Elbe to Brest to be in a partial state of blockade. Napoleon replied, November 21, by the Berlin Decree. Great Britain issued other orders in council. January 7 and November 11, 1807, followed. December by the Milan Decree, which orders and decrees practically put an end to the most profitable portion of the commerce of the United States. 1807, June 22, the frigate Chesapeake was fired into by the British ship Leopard, and 4 men claimed as deserters were taken out of her by the British. The President by proclamation ordered all British ships of war to leave the coast. Reparation was demanded of Great Britain, and Congress laid an embargo, Jefferson's embargo, on all shipping in the ports of the United States, December 22. 1806, failure of Miranda's scheme for revolutionizing the Spanish-American colonies. 1807, trial and acquittal of Aaron Burr, late Vice President, for treason. It is said that he had designed seizing New Orleans, detaching several states from the Union, and invading Mexico. 1807, Robert Fulton made the first successful application of steam to navigation, and the steamboat Clermont engine imported. 1808, the importation of slaves into the United States prohibited after January 1, 1808. The embargo policy was designed to compel Great Britain and France to withdraw their orders and decrees. The further history is as follows. 1808, Supplementary Acts. 1. January 8, coasting and fishing vessels to give bonds to reland cargoes in United States. 2. March, 12 boats and vessels of all kinds and land carriages made subject to the embargo. April 17, Bayonne Decree directing the seizure of all American vessels then in the ports of France. 3. April 25, coasting trade forbidden to foreign vessels and to be exercised by others only under the most stringent rules. Enforcing Act of 1809, January 9, by which every attempt to avoid the embargo worked the forfeiture of ship, boat, or vehicle, and involved a fine of 4 times the value of the merchandise. 1/2 to the informer, and the President was authorized to use the Army and Navy to enforce the embargo. Embargo repealed, except as to France and England, to take effect 1809, March 15. No goods to be imported from those countries after May 20. 1809, March 4, James Madison, Virginia, Democrat, 4th President. James Monroe, Secretary of State. 1810, population 7,239,881, 3rd census. 1810, March 23, Rambouillet decree ordering the sale of all American vessels which had been seized for violating the French decrees. 1810, May 1, act known as Macon's No. 2, provided that in case either Great Britain or France should revoke its edicts, the United States would prohibit trade with the other. Napoleon revoked the Berlin and Milan decrees, but not the Rambouillet decree. August 5, to take effect November 1 as to American vessels. This was considered by the President as a sufficient compliance with the condition of Macon's No. 2, and a proclamation declared the Non-Importation Act revived as to Great Britain after February 2, 1811. 1811, May 16th, engagement between the American frigate President and the British ship Little Belt. 1812, Louisiana admitted 18th state. 1812, April 4, embargo for 90 days. War declared against Great Britain. The orders in council of January and April 1807 revoked June 23. 1812 to 1814, war with Great Britain. Events of 1812, unsuccessful invasion of Canada. Surrender of Detroit, August 16. Defeat at Queenstown, October 13. On the water, however, the American ship Essex Porter captured the Alert, the Constitution, Hull, the Guerriere, the Wasp, the Frolic, both taken by the Poitiers, a British 74, the United States Decatur, the Macedonian, and the Constitution Bainbridge, the Java. In 1813, the Americans were defeated at Frenchtown. January, gained the Battle of Lake Erie, Perry, but were driven from their posts on the Niagara. The English blockaded the Atlantic seaboard, and June 1, the British frigate Shannon captured the Chesapeake, the Pelican, the Argus. But on the other hand, the American ship Hornet took the Peacock, the Enterprise, the Boxer. In 1814, there was another attempt to invade Canada. The Americans captured Fort Erie and won the battles of Chippewa, July 5, and Lundy's Lane, July 15, but these victories led to nothing. Battle of Lake Champlain, won by McDonough, September 11. August 24, the British, under Ross, defeated the Americans at Bladensburg, entered Washington the next day, and burnt all the public buildings, but were repulsed in an attempt on Baltimore, September 13, and with great loss at New Orleans, December. Jackson. At sea, the American ship Essex Porter, after a successful cruise in the Pacific, was captured by the Phoebe and Cherub. The Peacock captured the Epervier, the Wasp, the Reindeer, and Avon. In 1815, the Constitution captured the Cayenne and Levant, and the Hornet, the Penguin, while the President surrendered to a British squadron. Peace, however, had been made at Ghent, December 24, 1814, by a treaty by which none of the questions which led to the war were settled, but which provided for commissions to run the boundaries as determined in previous treaties. The Eastern states had resisted the embargo, and later had taken a very lukewarm interest in the war, and had consequently been left to shift for themselves. This dissatisfaction led to the summoning of the Hartford Convention, 1814, December 15, which adjourned in 3 weeks without accomplishing anything. 1815, squadron under Decatur sent to the Mediterranean, and a treaty negotiated with Algiers. 1816, the Second United States Bank, chartered for 20 years. Charter of first expired in 1811. Protective tariff. Indiana admitted, 19th state. 1817 to 1825, James Monroe, Virginia, Democrat, 5th President. Era of good feeling. J. Q. Adams, Secretary of State. W. H. Crawford, Secretary of the Treasury, and John C. Calhoun, Secretary of War. Resigned 1817. 1817, Mississippi admitted, 20th state. 1817 to 1818, Seminole War. Jackson. Invasion of Florida, then a colony of Spain. Execution of 2 British subjects. 1818, Illinois admitted, 21st state. Pensions granted to the survivors of the Revolutionary War in needy circumstances. Convention with Great Britain as to the fisheries, the country west of the Stony Rocky Mountains to be occupied by the 2 powers in common for 10 years, etc. 1819, treaty with Spain. She gave up all claim to West Florida, which had been occupied by the United States since 1810, and ceded East Florida. The United States gave up all claim to Texas and agreed to pay an indemnity of $5 millions to its own citizens for claims which they had against Spain. 1819, Alabama, 22nd state, financial crisis. 1820, Maine, 23rd state, population of the United States, 9,638,453. 1820, Missouri Compromise, by which it was agreed that slavery should be prohibited in the United States west of the Mississippi, north of 36 degrees 30 minutes north latitude, this being the southern border of Missouri, which was admitted as a slave state, 24th state, 1821. 1823, December 2, the President, in his annual message, enunciated the Monroe Doctrine, that the American continents, by the free and independent position which they have assumed and maintained, are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European power, and that the extension of the system of the Holy Alliance to America would not be viewed in any other light than as the manifestation of an unfriendly disposition toward the United States. Neither of the candidates for president receiving a majority of the electoral vote, the House of Representatives chose John Quincy Adams, 1825 to 1829. Born 1767, died 1848, Massachusetts, Democrat, President, although Andrew Jackson had received a plurality in the Electoral College. John C. Calhoun, born 1782, died 1850, Vice President. Henry Clay, born 1777, died 1852, Secretary of State. 1825, the Erie Canal was finished. The first railroad in America at Quincy, Massachusetts, was completed in 1827, although steam was not used on such a road in this country until 1829. 1826, failure of the Panama Congress, and 1827 of another appointed to meet near the city of Mexico. These were attempts to put the Monroe Doctrine into practice. 1828, Tariff of Abominations. 1829 to 1837, Andrew Jackson, born 1767, died 1845. Tennessee Democrat, 7th President. John C. Calhoun, Vice President, resigned 1831. Martin Van Buren, born 1782, died 1862, Secretary of State. Inauguration of the spoils system. About 690 office holders removed by the President during the first year of his administration, in contrast with only 74 removals by all former presidents. The government was now in the hands of those who, according to Senator Marcy of New York, saw nothing wrong in the rule that to the victor belonged the spoils of the enemy. 1829, the merchants of Boston protested against the tariff acts and were followed by the legislatures of South Carolina, Virginia, Alabama, and North Carolina. 1830, population 12,866,020, 5th census. 1830, January 27, speech of Daniel Webster, born 1782, died 1852, in the Senate of the United States, in reply to Colonel Hayne of South Carolina, who upheld extreme states' rights views. 1831, William Lloyd Garrison established in Boston a paper called The Liberator, advocating the immediate and unconditional emancipation of the Negroes. This led to the organization of the abolitionists. 1831, convention with France, mutual settlement of claims. France to pay the United States 25 million francs, and to be paid 1,300,000 francs, such sums to be distributed to claimants in either country. 1832, the Tariff Act of 1832, while containing a reduction of duties, retained the protective principle. A convention held in South Carolina reported a nullification ordinance, November 1832, which declared that the tariff laws of 1828 and 1832 were unconstitutional and are null and void, and no law nor binding upon this state, etc. Colonel Hayne was elected governor of South Carolina, and Calhoun took the seat thus vacated in the Senate. December 10, President Jackson issued the nullification proclamation, in which the doctrine of states' rights was refuted and the national theory set forth, and he declared his intention of executing the laws of the United States. This was followed by the nullification message, 1833, January 16. This trouble was finally ended by the Compromise Tariff Act, introduced into the Senate by Henry Clay, 1833, February 12. Both sides claimed the victory. 1835 to 1842, war with the Seminole Indians. 1836, Arkansas, 25th state. 1837, Michigan, 26th state. 1837 to 1841, Martin Van Buren, New York, Democrat, 8th president. 1837, financial crisis, causes removal 1833 of deposits from the United States Bank to the local banks, great extension of credit and overissue of paper money, contraction of the volume of the currency by the 1836 July 11 specie circular, which produced a great scarcity of money. 1837, rebellion in Canada, burning of the American steamer Caroline by the Royalists, McLeod's case. 1838 to 1839, the gag resolutions by which Congress declared that petitions praying for the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia or against the interstate slave trade should be tabled without being debated, referred, or printed. 1840, independent treasury established, the national funds to be kept in the Treasury at Washington and in the sub-treasuries established in certain cities, subject to the order of the Treasurer. 1840, population 70,069,453, 6th census. After an exciting contest was elected William Henry Harrison. 1841 to 1845, Ohio, Whig, 9th president, died 1841, April, succeeded by John Tyler, born 1790, died 1862, of Virginia, vice president. Daniel Webster, secretary of state, resigned 1843. 1842, the northeastern boundary dispute with Great Britain, settled by the Ashburton Treaty. 1842, Dorr Rebellion in Rhode Island. 1844, experimental telegraph line between Washington and Baltimore, built by Professor S.F.B. Morse, with money appropriated by Congress. 1845, Florida, 27th state. In 1821, Mexico had separated from Spain, and in 1836, Texas declared itself independent of Mexico. Houston with 800 Texans defeated Santa Anna at the San Jacinto, 1836, April 21, and drove the Mexicans across the Rio Grande. And 1845, March, Texas was annexed to the United States. 1845 to 1849, James K. Polk, Tennessee, Democrat, 11th President. James Buchanan, born 1781, died 1868, Secretary of State. 1845, Texas, 28th State. 1846, Iowa, 29th State. The United States and Great Britain claimed the territory west of the Rocky Mountains from the northern boundary of Mexico, 42 degrees north latitude, to the southern boundary of Alaska, 54 degrees 40 minutes north latitude, by the Oregon Treaty, 1846. This tract was divided between them, the 49th parallel forming the boundary, and the southern portion, which fell to the United States, retained the name of Oregon. The annexation of Texas led to a war with Mexico, 1846 to 1848, which was invaded by an army from the north commanded by Zachary Taylor, born 1786, died 1850, battles of Palo Alto, May 8, Resaca, May 9, surrender of Monterey, September 24, Buena Vista, 1847, February 22 and 23. In March 1847, another army under General Scott landed near Veracruz, which surrendered March 29th. He then set out for the city of Mexico and won the battles of Cerro Gordo, April 18, Churubusco, August 20, captured the fortress of Chapultepec, September 12 and 13, and entered the city of Mexico, September 14. On the Pacific, the Americans had been equally successful, and the war was ended by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, 1848, February 2. Mexico gave up all claim to Texas, the Rio Grande to be the boundary, and ceded to the United States the provinces of New Mexico and Upper California, in all about 522,955 square miles, in consideration of $15 millions. 1848, Wisconsin, 30th state. In 1846, the Wilmot Proviso, which provided that slavery should not be permitted in whatever territory should be acquired from Mexico, was defeated, but the agitation it occasioned led to the organization of the Free Soil Party, 1848, the precursor of the present Republican Party. 1849 to 1853, Zachary Taylor, Louisiana, Whig, 12th President, died July 9, 1850, succeeded by Millard Fillmore of New York, Vice President, John M. Clayton, Secretary of State, followed by Daniel Webster, 1850, July 20, died 1852, who was succeeded by Edward Everett, born 1794, died 1865. 1850, population 23,191,876. 7th census. The discovery of gold in California, 1848, had led to the rapid population of that territory, and in 1850 became the 31st state. 1850, September, Clay's compromises provided for the admission of California as a free state, for the payment to Texas of $10 millions for her claim to New Mexico, for the organization of Utah and New Mexico as territories, without any mention of slavery, for the prohibition of the slave trade in the District of Columbia, and for the rendition of slaves who had escaped to free states, this last known as the Fugitive Slave Law, 1850. 1850, April 19, Clayton-Bulwer Treaty with Great Britain settles certain questions with regard to communication between the Atlantic and Pacific, which, owing to the acquisition of California, had become of importance to the United States. 1853 to 1857, Franklin Pierce, New Hampshire, Democrat, 14th President. William L. Marcy, Secretary of State. Jefferson Davis, born 1808, died 1889, Secretary of War. 1853, December 30, boundary dispute with Mexico, settled by the Gadsden Purchase, by which the boundary was to be the Rio Grande, from its mouth to 31 degrees 20 minutes north latitude, thence due west to the 111th meridian of longitude west of Greenwich, thence in a straight line to a point on the Colorado River, 20 miles below the junction of the Gila, thence up the middle of the Colorado River until it intersects the boundary of California, as determined by the Treaty of 1848. The price was 10 millions, and the area thus acquired was 45,000 square miles. 1854, a treaty with Japan, which opened that country to commercial intercourse with the United States, negotiated by Commodore Perry. 1854, reciprocity treaty with Great Britain secured to the Americans the right to the fisheries, and certain articles were to be admitted free of duty into the United States and the British provinces. This treaty was terminated in 1866 by the United States. 1854, Kansas-Nebraska Bill passed. It provided for the organization of two territories, Kansas and Nebraska, and left the question of slavery to those who should there settle, squatter sovereignty, thus repealing in part the Missouri Compromise. A struggle immediately ensued between the slaveholders and the abolitionists as to which party should colonize these territories first. Sack of Lawrence by border ruffians, 1856, May 21. Battle of Osawatomie, John Brown. At last the anti-slavery party proved successful. 1856, rise of Know-Nothingism, or secret opposition to foreign influence in national legislation. 1857 to 1861, James Buchanan, Pennsylvania Democrat, 15th President. 1857, in the Dred Scott case, the Supreme Court decided that under the Constitution neither Negro slaves nor their descendants, slave or free, could become citizens of the United States, and added as a dictum that the Missouri Compromise was unconstitutional, and that therefore a slave did not become free by being carried to a territory where slavery had been prohibited under that compromise. 1857, great commercial distress throughout the country. 1858, Minnesota, 32nd state. 1859, Oregon, 33rd state. 1859, John Brown, with a handful of men, seized the United States arsenal at Harper's Ferry, October 19. But after half his men were killed, was captured and hanged December 2nd of the same year. 1860, population of the United States, 31,443,332, 8th census. 1860, November, Abraham Lincoln, born 1809, died 1865, of Illinois, Republican, received the electoral votes of all the free states, New Jersey excepted, but none from the slave states, and was declared president-elect. New Jersey gave Lincoln 4, Douglas 3 votes. 1860, December 20. South Carolina seceded from the Union and was followed by Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and North Carolina in January 1861, by Texas in February, Virginia in April, and by Tennessee and Arkansas in May. Missouri and Kentucky declared themselves neutral. Delegates from the seceded states met in convention at Montgomery, Alabama, 1861. February 4, and formed a provisional government under the style of the Confederate States of America. February 8, Jefferson Davis was elected president. Alexander H. Stephens, vice president. The seceding states endeavored to seize all the national property within their borders and were successful except at Pensacola, Florida, and Charleston, South Carolina. At the latter place, the commander of the United States forces withdrew to an unfinished Fort Sumter on an island in the harbor December 26, 1860, and on the 9th of January, 1861, a steamer, the Star of the West, bringing him supplies, was fired on by the state forces and forced to return. 1861, January 29, Kansas admitted to the Union as a free 34th state. 1861, Lincoln reached Washington in safety February 23 and was inaugurated 16th President of the United States on March 4 without disturbance. William H. Seward, Secretary of State. Simon Cameron succeeded January 1862 by Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Simon P. Chase, Secretary of the Treasury. The government of the so-called Confederate States attempted to open negotiations with the federal authorities for a peaceful separation, but the president declined to entertain any such propositions. On the contrary, it was determined to succor the garrison in Charleston Harbor. The insurgents fired on Fort Sumter 1861, April 12, which surrendered April 14. 1861 to 1865, the Civil War. April 15, the president issued a proclamation calling for 75,000 volunteers to serve for 3 months and summoned Congress to meet July 4. April 18. A few companies of Pennsylvania militia reached Washington, and on April 19, the anniversary of the Battle of Lexington, the 6th Massachusetts Regiment was attacked by a mob while passing through Baltimore. The same day, the President declared the ports of the seceded states to be in a state of blockade. On May 3rd, he issued a call for 42,000 men to serve for 3 years for the war. May 13, Great Britain recognized the so-called Confederate States as belligerents. June 10, the Union troops were repulsed at Big Bethel, and July 21 were routed at Bull Run or Manassas. November 1, George B. McClallen succeeded General Scott in command of the Union forces. November 8, Mason and Slidell, commissioners from the Confederate States to Great Britain and France, were taken from the British mail steamer Trent by the American steamer San Jacinto. War with Great Britain averted through the prudence and skill of Mr. Seward. The commissioners were given up, and thus was established a principle of international law for which the United States had invariably contended. Events of 1862, February 6, capture of Fort Henry in Tennessee by the Union forces. February 16, unconditional surrender of Fort Donelson to General U.S. Grant, born 1822, died 1885. March 9, Monitor and Merrimac. March 14, capture of New Bern. April 6 and 7, Battle of Shiloh or Pittsburgh Landing. Grant, retreat of the Confederates. April 16, slavery abolished in the District of Columbia. April 24, a fleet under Flag Officer, afterwards Admiral David G. Farragut, ran the forts below New Orleans and received the surrender of that city the next day. March to July, Peninsular Campaign, McClellan. Battle of Fair Oaks, May 31 and June 1, 7 days battles before Richmond, Mechanicsville, Gaines Mill, White Oak Swamp, and Malvern Hill, July 1. Withdrawal from the peninsula. The Confederate Army, now under the command of General Robert E. Lee, born 1807, died 1870, pressed forward toward Washington. Battle of Cedar Mountain, August 5. Defeat of the Union Army under Pope at the Second Battle of Bull Run, August 30. Lee crossed the Potomac into Maryland, but was defeated at South Mountain, and after the Battle of the Antietam, September 17, recrossed the Potomac. McClellan superseded by Burnside, who was repulsed with great loss at Fredericksburg, December 13, and was succeeded January 26 by General Hooker. Events of 1863. After the Battle of the Antietam, the President had issued a proclamation declaring that all slaves in states or parts of states in rebellion, January 1, 1863, should then be free, and on that day he issued the formal Emancipation Proclamation. The Army of the Potomac, under General Hooker, defeated at Chancellorsville. May 3, died Stonewall Jackson, born 1826. Lee again attempted an invasion of the North, but was defeated by the Army of the Potomac, now commanded by General George G. Meade, born 1816, died 1872, at Gettysburg, July 1, 2, 3. July 4, Vicksburg surrendered to Grant. These two events were the turning points of the war. Grant assumed command of the military division of the Mississippi, and with force composed of the Army of the Cumberland, commanded by Thomas, born 1816, died 1870, and reinforcements from Vicksburg under William T. Sherman, born 1820, died 1891, and from the Potomac under Hooker, fought and won the battles of Lookout Mountain and Missionary Ridge at Chattanooga, Tennessee, November 24 and 25. West Virginia, loyal portion of Virginia, 35th state. Events of 1864. Grant made a lieutenant general, March 9, and commander-in-chief, March 12, of all the armies of the United States which henceforth operated on a settled plan. May 3, Grant, with the Army of the Potomac, under General Meade, crossed the Rapidan, fought the battles of the Wilderness, May 5 to 12, Spotsylvania, May 12 to 21, North Anna, May 21 to 31, Cold Harbor, June 1 to 3, and sat down before Petersburg, June 19. A Confederate force under Early was sent to threaten Washington and thus to secure the withdrawal of Grant. Early penetrated into Maryland and Pennsylvania, but was defeated by Sheridan, born 1831, at Appoquon, September 19, Fisher's Hill, September 21, and at Cedar Creek, October 19. The Shenandoah Valley was then devastated, and Sheridan rejoined Grant before Petersburg. The Western armies under Sherman began a campaign against the Confederates led by General Joe Johnston, born 1807, May 6, and after a series of engagements reached Atlanta, which was evacuated by the Confederates September 2. A portion of his army was then sent north under Thomas to watch Hood, the successor of Johnston, who was finally defeated before Nashville, December 15 and 16. Meanwhile, Sherman, after burning Atlanta, started on the march through Georgia. He reached the sea December 12 and took Savannah December 22. On the water, the Kearsarge Winslow sank the Confederate steamer Alabama off Cherbourg, Alabama claims, and a fleet under Vice Admiral Farragut ran the forts at Mobile, August 5. 1864, November, Nevada, 36th state. November 8, re-election of Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Johnson, Vice President. 1865, the 13th Amendment prohibiting slavery within the United States was proposed by Congress February 1 and was declared ratified December 18th. Events of 1865, surrender of Fort Fisher to General Terry. January 15, Grant had gradually drawn his lines around Lee's right flank, and on April 1st, Sheridan won the Battle of Five Forks, which compelled the evacuation of Petersburg April 2, and the surrender of Richmond April 3. Grant, with his whole army under Meade and Sheridan, pursued Lee, who, being surrounded, capitulated at Appomattox Courthouse April 9. Meantime, Sherman had set out from Savannah for the North February 1. On February 17, he compelled the evacuation of Charleston, and on April 26 received the surrender of the last Confederate army under Johnston. 1865, April 15, assassination of Lincoln. Andrew Johnson, Vice President, succeeds. Cost of the war, national debt in 1860, $64,842,287. In 1866, $2,773,236,173, which great increase was in addition to the debts incurred by the states and municipalities. 1865, May 22, the Southern ports declared open. May 29, amnesty to all persons engaged in the rebellion, with the exception of 14 specified classes. 1866, April 9, Civil Rights Bill passed over the President's veto. June 16, 14th Amendment, securing to the freedmen the right of citizenship, declaring the validity of the national debt, and regulating the basis of representation and disqualification from office, proposed by Congress and declared ratified 1868, July 28. 1866, July 16, Act to continue the Freedmen's Bureau, which had charge of the loyal and suffering classes, black and white, in the Southern states, passed over the President's veto. 1866, July 27, telegraphic communication finally established with Great Britain. 1867, March 1, Nebraska, 37th state. March 2, Reconstruction Act, passed over the President's veto. It divided the 10 Southern states into 5 military districts, each commanded by an army officer who should see to the protection of life and property. The seceded states to be restored to their place in the Union whenever a convention of delegates elected by the male citizens of whatever race, color, or previous condition, except those disfranchised for participation in rebellion, etc., should frame a constitution which, being ratified by the people and approved by Congress, should go into operation, and the legislature thereupon elected should adopt the 14th Amendment. 1867, March 4, tenure of office bill passed over the President's veto. 1867, March 30, Alaska Purchase, area 577,340 square miles, price a little over $7 million. 1868, February 24 to May 26, impeachment of President Andrew Johnson by the House of Representatives. He had opposed the Reconstruction measures of Congress, but the immediate cause of the impeachment was an alleged violation of the Tenure of Office Act of 1867, March 4. The Senate acquitted him by one vote, 35 to 19, the Constitution requiring a 2/3 majority. 1868, December 25, amnesty extended. 1869, February 26, 15th Amendment, that the right to vote shall not be denied or abridged on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude, proposed by Congress and declared ratified 1870, March 30. 1869, March 4 to 1877, March 5. Ulysses S. Grant, Illinois, Republican 18th President. 1870, population 38,555,983, 9th census. 1871, March 3, a clause in the appropriation bill authorized the President to appoint a civil service commission to prescribe rules, etc. 1871, May 8, Treaty of Washington with Great Britain provided 1. For the reference to the Emperor of Germany of the dispute as to the Oregon boundary, decided in favor of the United States, 1872, October 21. 2. For a partial settlement of the fishery dispute, Halifax Award, 1877, gave Great Britain $5.5 million. This part of the treaty abrogated by Act of the United States, 1883. 3. For the settlement of the Alabama claims, Geneva Tribunal of Arbitration awarded to the United States over $15 million. 1873, commercial crisis. 1875, Colorado, 38th state. 1876, centennial exhibition at Philadelphia. 1876, the national elections of this year were very close, and Congress appointed an electoral commission, 5 senators, 5 representatives, and 5 justices of the Supreme Court, which declared the Republican candidate elected. 1877, March 5 to 1881, March 4, Rutherford B. Hayes, Ohio, Republican, 19th President. 1879, January 1, resumption of specie payments. 1880, population 50,155,783, 10th census. 1881, March 4, James A. Garfield, Ohio, Republican, 20th President. July 2, shot and mortally wounded, died September 19, succeeded by the Vice President Chester A. Arthur of New York, Republican. 1882, May 6, immigration of Chinese laborers suspended for 10 years in accordance with a treaty with China, concluded 1880, November 7. 1883, January 9, Civil Service Act, Pendleton Bill, introduced the principle of compulsory competitive examination into the civil service of the United States. End of section 94.
Section 95 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 95. Part 6, China, 1796 to 1882. 1796 through 1820. Qiaqing. Frequent insurrections, rampant piracy. Embassy of Lord Amherst, 1816. 1820 through 1850. Taoquang. The exclusive privilege of the East India Company ceasing in 1834, Lord Napier was appointed Superintendent of British Trade. Died 1834. Imperial prohibition of the opium trade. Commissioner Lin sent to Canton with extraordinary powers, 1838. Surrender of opium by Captain Elliot, British Commissioner to the Chinese, by whom it was destroyed, over 20,000 chests, 1839, March through June. The continuance of the trade, and the English demands that the loss be made good to their traders, caused the first war with Great Britain, Opium War, 1840 through 1842. A treaty concluded by Keixin, successor of Lin, Hong Kong ceded to England, was rejected by the emperor. The English captured Amoy, 1842, August 27th, Ningpo, October 13th, Shanghai, 1842, June 19th, and stormed Chongqing, July 21st. 1842, August 29th, Treaty of Nanking. 1. Canton, Amoy, Foochow, Ningpo, Shanghai, open to British trade. 2. Hong Kong ceded to England. 3. The Chinese paid $21 million. 4. Establishment of a regular tariff. 5. Official intercourse to be on a basis of equality. 1844, July 3rd. Treaty with the United States. Caleb Cushing, Ambassador. Treaty with France, October 23rd. 1850 through 1860. Yen Feng. 1850, August. Outbreak of the Taiping Rebellion, 1850 through 1864. The leader was Hung Sui-tsuen, who called himself Tian Te, celestial virtue, and claimed to have been commissioned by heaven to conduct a political and religious reform of the empire, promulgation of a religious system based on some knowledge of Christianity. 1853. Capture of Nanking, March 19th. Shanghai, September 7th. Sui Tsien proclaimed emperor. 1855. Failure of the attack made by the rebels on Peking. 1856, October 8th. The Lorcha Arrow, owned by a Chinese but commanded by an Irishman and flying the British flag, was boarded at Canton by Chinese officers in search of suspected pirates. 12 natives were carried off and the flag pulled down. Footnote: Lorcha, a light Chinese sailing vessel carrying guns, built after the European model but rigged like a Chinese junk. Imperial Dictionary. End of footnote. 1856, November. 3 Chinese forts destroyed by the American fleet under Commodore Armstrong, the Chinese having fired upon American boats. The attempt of the British government under Palmerston to obtain a disavowal of the attack upon the Arrow, or an apology therefore, resulted in the Second War with Great Britain, allied with France, 1857 through 1860. Lord Elgin, English envoy. Destruction of the Chinese fleet, 1857, May 26 through 27th. Capture of Canton, December 28th and 29th. Treaties of Tientsin, June 1858, with Great Britain, France, the United States. Infraction of the treaty in June 1859 led to renewal of the war. Repulse of the English attempt to force the passage of the Peiho forts, June 25th. Chinese defeat at Palikao, 1860, September 21st. Destruction of the Summer Palace, October 6th. Surrender of Peking, October 12th. 1860, October 24th. Treaty of Peking. Ratification of the Treaty of Tientsin. Toleration of Christianity. Revised tariff. Payment of an indemnity. Resident ambassadors at Peking. 1860 through 1875. Tung Chi, 6 years old. Palace Revolution. Administration of Prince Kung. Reorganization of the Imperial Army under General Ward, an American, died 1861, and Colonel Gordon, an Englishman. The ever-victorious force. 1862 to 1864. Suppression of the rebellion. Capture of Nanking, July 19, 1864. Suicide of Hung Sui-tsuen. 1866. Successful rebellion of Yaqub Beg, died 1877, in Kashgar. 1868. Embassy of Anson Burlingame and 2 Chinese envoys to the treaty powers. Burlingame died 1870. 1870, May. Mohammedan rebellion in the northwest, Yunnan, Kansu. 1871. Russia annexed Kulja until the Chinese power should be reestablished in that region. 1873. Settlement of the audience question. Foreign ambassadors received by the emperor without the ceremony of prostration, kowtow. Suppression of the Mohammedan rebellion. 1875 to 1908. Guangxi, 3 years old. Cai Tian. 1876, June 30th. Opening of the first railroad in China, Shanghai to Wusong, 11 miles. 1877 through 1878. Terrible famine in the north of China. December 1877. Defeat and assassination of Yaqub Beg. Capture of Kashgar. 1879, June. Treaty with Russia negotiated by Chunghao. China obtained only a portion of Kulja and paid an indemnity. Rejection of the treaty. 1881, August. Peace with Russia negotiated by the Marquis Tseng. Cession of nearly all of the Kulja district. China paid the expenses of Russian occupation. 1882. A threatened war with Japan avoided by Chinese diplomacy. Dispute with the French over Tonkin. End of section 95. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 96 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in January 2021. The World's Story, Volume 14. An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 96. Part 7. Japan, 1817 to 1882. Mikado, Ninko, 1817 to 1846. Shogun of the Tokugawa family, Ienori, 1787 to 1838. Mikado Kome, 1846 to 1866. Shoguns of the Tokugawa family, Ieyoshi, 1838 to 1853. Iesada, 1853 to 1859. Iemochi, 1859 to 1866. Mikado Mutsuhito, from 1867. Shogun of the Tokugawa family, Keiki, Hitotsubashi Yoshinobu, Noriyoshi, 1866 to 1868. Growing dissatisfaction with the usurped power of the shoguns among the samurai, jealousy of the long possession of the shogunate by the Tokugawa family, 1603 to 1868, among the great daimyos. July 7, 1853, Commodore Perry of the United States Navy entered the harbor of Yedo with 4 vessels, but soon departed. In February 1854, he returned and concluded a treaty between Japan and the United States, March 21, 1854, which was signed by the shogun, whom Perry took to be the secular emperor of Japan under the newly assumed title of Taikun, Great Prince, properly a title of the Mikado. Treaties with Great Britain, October 14, 1854, and Russia, January 26, 1855. In 1858, treaties, peace, amity, unrestricted commerce concluded with the United States, Townsend Harris, Great Britain, Elgin, France, Russia, all signed by the shogun. 1859. Yokohama, Nagasaki, Hakodate opened to trade. These unwarranted assumptions of power on the part of the shogun angered the Mikado and the Kyoto court, where the foreigners were regarded with deep distrust. 1860. First Japanese embassy to the United States sent out by E, Prime Minister of the shogun, assassinated March 23. 1861 to 1865. Civil dissensions. Outrages upon foreign representatives. Death of an Englishman, Richardson, in a broil with the train of the brother of the Prince of Satsuma, avenged by the bombardment of Kagoshima, in Satsuma, and the exaction of $625,000, 1862. 1862. The daimyos, released from compulsory residence at Yedo, flocked to Kyoto. 1863. Some American, Dutch, and French vessels, having anchored in the forbidden roadstead of Shimonoseki after due warning, were fired upon. In reprisal, these powers bombarded the batteries, inflicting considerable loss. In spite of this, bombardment and destruction of the Shimonoseki batteries by English, French, Dutch, and American vessels, September 4, 1864. Exaction of an indemnity of $3 million, of which the United States received $785,000. Footnote. In February 1883, the House of Representatives accepted a favorable report upon the Japanese indemnity bill, repayment of the $785,000 without interest. End footnote. November 25, 1865. Ratification of treaties extorted by the foreign powers. November 19, 1867. Resignation of Keiki, the last shogun. 1868. Restoration of the Mikado. End of the dual government. The proclamation setting forth the resumption of government by the Mikado, January 3, 1868, was followed by the revolt of Keiki and by open war, which, after severe fighting, battles of Fushimi, January 27 to 30, 1868, Wakamatsu, Hakodate, ended in favor of the imperialists, June 1869. November 1869. Residence of the Mikado transferred from Kyoto to Yedo, Jedo, the name of the latter place having been previously changed to Tokyo, the eastern capital. 1870. The Mikado, by advice of the leading samurai, Okubo, changed front and welcomed the foreigners. 1871. Embassy to the United States and Europe. 1871. Abolition of feudalism. Relegation of the daimyos to private life. Abolition of the title. Exchange of their revenues for pensions. Assimilation to Western civilization. Issue of a Code of Criminal Law, revised 1881. Establishment of a government post. Introduction of the telegraph. Railroad from Yokohama to Shinogana, 1872. Bureau of Education. Adoption of the Gregorian calendar, January 1, 1874. Female Normal School, 1875. University of Tokyo, 1873. Re-establishment of the Shinto faith. New military system. 1874. Expedition to Formosa, avenging the murder of Japanese sailors on that island. 1876. Enforcement of a treaty with Korea. 1877. Rebellion in Satsuma, Saigo, Kirimo, suppressed after heavy fighting. Saigo died September 24th. Large issue of inconvertible paper money to defray the expenses. 1878. Establishment of local elective assemblies for regulating local taxation and with right of petitioning the central government. Franchise secured to all males 21 years of age who pay a land tax of $5. 1881. Negotiations with the foreign powers relative to the adoption of a higher tariff and to the abolition of the privilege enjoined by foreigners of living under the jurisdiction of their native country. Dispute with China over the Lu Chu Islands. October 1882. Imperial decree establishing a new constitution. Promise of a National Assembly in 1890. End of section 96.
Section 97 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 97, Appendix 1883 to X. Part 8, Great Britain, 1883 to 1903. 1883, January 18th. France, having declined to join the expedition against Arabi, the dual control was abolished by the Khedive, Tewfik Pasha, and a British financial agent appointed in place of the controllers. Footnote. Egypt became bankrupt in 1876 in consequence of loans contracted by the Khedive Ismail Pasha, deposed 1879, and the financial affairs were undertaken by the nations representing the chief creditors. In 1881, France and Great Britain practically assumed the administration of the country. End of footnote. Sir Evelyn Baring, later Lord Cromer, British diplomatic agent and consul general. In the Sudan, the Mahdi Muhammad Ahmad was conducting a religious revolt. Hicks Pasha's Egyptian army annihilated, November 3rd through 5th, 1883. Valentine, Bekere Pasha defeated, February 4th, 1884. Great Britain insisted on evacuation of the Sudan, and February 18, 1884, General Charles Gordon, Chinese Gordon, arrived at Khartoum to withdraw the garrisons and establish a native government. February 27th, by the Convention of London, the South African Republic, now first so called, was granted practical independence in internal affairs, but Great Britain reserved a veto over treaties with other states, except the Orange Free State and native tribes. Draft guaranteeing full independence was rejected by Great Britain, but the new convention made no mention of preamble of Convention of 1881, in which the suzerainty of Great Britain was asserted, while it expressly substituted its articles for the Articles of 1881. Western boundary established. November 6th, Protectorate proclaimed over southeastern New Guinea. December 6th, Third Reform Act received royal assent. Uniform franchise in counties and boroughs, and in the Three Kingdoms, about 2,500,000 enfranchised. Redistribution of Seats Act, June 25, 1885. Counties now have more seats than boroughs have, single-member seats. Total members of Parliament, 670. 1885, January 26th. Khartoum captured by the Mahdi, death of General Gordon. A relief expedition which had been demanded by the opposition since March 1884 had started under Lord Wolseley in September. After severe fighting, Abu Klea, January 14th, an advanced guard approached Khartoum January 28th, but the expedition was withdrawn. March 30th, Russians occupied Penjda, driving out Afghan force. Rupture imminent, but an adjustment was finally made and the Russian-Afghan frontier delimited by Joint Commission 1886, Russia retaining Penjda. March through May, Rebellion of Louis Riel in Northwest Territory, Canada. Riel surrendered May 15th, executed November 16th. June 23rd, Lord Salisbury, born 1830, MP 1854, Lord 1868, died 1903, Prime Minister. September 30th, British Bechuanaland made a crown colony, protectorate over northern Bechuanaland. 1886, Canadian and Bering Sea Fisheries. January 1st, Upper Burma annexed to British India as a result of the defeat of King Thibaw. January 12th, 11th, 23rd Imperial, Parliament of Victoria met. Irish nationalists, 86, holding balance of power. Bradlaugh, after repeated exclusions because of his religious opinions, was allowed to take the oath. Government defeated, and, February 12th, Gladstone became Premier for the third time. Sir W. Vernon Harcourt, Exchequer. Lord Rosebery, Foreign. John Morley, Ireland. Joseph Chamberlain, Local Government Board. April 8th, Gladstone introduced a Home Rule Bill for Ireland. Separate Parliament and Irish members excluded from the Imperial Parliament. Lord Lieutenant appointed by the Crown with right of veto. Prerogatives of Crown untouched. Customs and excise under British Treasury. Ireland to pay 1/15 of the interest on national debt. Secession of Liberal Unionists under Lord Hartington and Chamberlain, resigned in March, followed. Land Purchase Bill for Ireland introduced. Home Rule Bill was defeated on second reading June 7, 341 to 311, and Parliament was dissolved June 26. The elections gave 316 Conservatives, 191 Home Rule Liberals, 78 Liberal Unionists, and 85 Irish Home Rulers. Gladstone resigned July 20th. and July 21st, Lord Salisbury became Prime Minister. Lord Iddesleigh, Sir Stafford Northcote, Foreign. Lord Randolph Churchill, Exchequer and Leader of the Commons, succeeded by G. J. Goshen, January 1887. Sir M. Hicks Beach, Ireland, succeeded by A. J. Balfour, March 5, 1887. August 5th, 12th, 24th Imperial Parliament of Victoria met. A tenants' relief bill introduced by Parnell failing, the October 17th plan of campaign was put into force in Ireland. Rents offered and refused were formed into a joint fund for the support of evicted tenants. 1887 May. Canadian Pacific Railway opened, 2,905 miles. June 21st. Jubilee Day, in commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the accession of Queen Victoria. July 19th. Criminal Land Amendment Ireland Act, Crimes Act, Irish Land Act, August 23rd, September 9th, disturbances at Mitchelstown, Ireland. 1888, March 27th, conversion of the national debt, Goshen's Act. June 11th, Lord Stanley appointed Governor-General of Canada. August 13th, Local Government Act, England and Wales, received royal assent. County administration, except judicial and licensing powers, transferred from Justices of the Peace to elective county councils. London County Council. May through September. Protectorate established over North Borneo, Brunei, and Sarawak. December 10th. Lord Lansdowne appointed Viceroy of India. 1889, June 14th. Samoan Treaty. October 29th. Royal Charter granted to British South Africa Company. 1890, February 13th. Report of the Special Parnell Commission on charges against the Irish leaders. In February, R. Pigott confessed the forgery of the letter. Times, April 18, 1887, in which Parnell was made to approve the murder of Burke. Commission found that the personal charges against Parnell were false, that direct complicity with crime was not proved as to the respondents collectively, but that they entered into a conspiracy to promote, by a system of coercion and intimidation, an agrarian agitation for the purpose of impoverishing and expelling the Irish landlords, and did not denounce a system which they knew led to crime. March 17th. Convention signed with China on boundary of Tibet and India. July 1st. Treaty with Germany signed, fixing boundaries of German East and West Africa and British possessions with reciprocal free transit for commerce. Heligoland ceded to Germany in exchange for Zanzibar. Protectorate proclaimed November 7th. August 5th. Convention signed recognizing French protectorate over Madagascar and French sphere of influence from Algeria to the Niger and Lake Chad. November 28th through December 6th, division of Irish nationalists following conviction of Parnell of adultery. Justin McCarthy, leader of the majority. Parnell died October 6, 1891. 1891, February 26th. Population of all India, 287,314,671. March 24th. Protocol signed with Italy on African spheres of influence. Abyssinia within Italy's sphere. April 5th. Population of Great Britain and Ireland, 38,104,975. 1891, June 11th. Treaty with Portugal signed, regulating the boundaries of African possessions. Agreement on spheres of influence, May 31st, 1893. August 5th. Elementary Education Act, England and Wales, received royal assent. Public grant to denominational and board schools. Assent also given to, August 5th, Land Purchase, Ireland Act. Voluntary agreement of sale between landlord and tenant. Landlord paid by government bonds. 1892, January 7th. Died Tewfik Pasha, Khedive of Egypt, succeeded by Abbas II Pasha. August 4th, 13th, 25th Imperial Parliament of Victoria. The government was defeated on a motion of want of confidence and resigned, and August 16th, Gladstone became fourth-time Premier. Sir W. Vernon Harcourt, Exchequer, Lord Rosebery, Foreign, John Morley, Ireland, James Bryce, Chancellor of Lancaster, H. Campbell Bannerman, War. 1893, January 16th through 19th, Ministerial crisis in Egypt. Khedive informed that British advice must be followed. February 13th, Home Rule Bill for Ireland introduced by Gladstone. It was like the earlier bill, except that 80 Irish members were to sit in the Imperial Parliament with, by amendment in committee, right to vote on all matters. The bill passed the Commons on September 1st, 301 to 267, but was September 8th rejected by the House of Lords by vote of 419 to 41. July through November, Matabele War, ending in the defeat of Chief Lobengula, died January 23, 1894. August 15th, Bering Sea Arbitration Award. 1894, March 1st, Anglo-Chinese Agreement. March 3rd, Resignation of Gladstone, Lord Rosebery Prime Minister. March 5th, Parish Council, England and Wales Act, elective councils to supersede vestries except in church matters. March 20th, sovereignty over Pondoland proclaimed, annexed to Cape Colony June 7th. May 21st, Manchester Ship Canal opened. August 7th, Evicted Tenants Ireland Bill passed the Commons, but was rejected by the Lords August 14th. August 27th, Treaty with Uganda signed, Protectorate. 1895, January 21st, Agreement on Sierra Leone hinterland signed with France. March 5th through April 20th, English garrison at Chitral besieged by Afghan freebooters. The government-sanctioned permanent occupation of Chitral, August 10th, and several punitive expeditions against frontier tribes followed, 1897. June 22nd, Rosebery Ministry resigned after a defeat on a side issue, and was succeeded June 25th by the Third Ministry of Lord Salisbury, Foreign, A.J. Balfour, Treasury and Leader of the Commons, Sir M. Hicks Beach, Exchequer, Joseph Chamberlain, Colonies, G.J. Goshen, Admiralty, Lord Lansdowne, War after 1900, Foreign. August 12th, 14th, 26th Imperial, Parliament of Victoria met. Government majority 152. December, Venezuela boundary controversy. 1895, December 29th, Jameson raid. Causes: development of gold mines in South African Republic, discovery of gold 1884, by foreigners, Uitlanders, who outnumbered the burghers but were allowed no political rights by President Kruger, born 1825, President 1883, died 1904, and the Boer oligarchy, while they were oppressed by the burdens of citizenship, monopolies, especially of dynamite, and maladministration. Growth of British control north and west of Transvaal, rejection by the Boers of the British claim of suzerainty over them, desire of the Cape authorities to place the Dutch states under British control. Cecil Rhodes, born 1853, died 1902, Premier of Cape Colony and head of the British South Africa Company, which controlled the region north and west of Transvaal, fostered a conspiracy of Uitlanders at Johannesburg and collected a body of troops under L.S. Jameson at Mafeking to aid them. Jameson, without orders or cooperation of the Uitlanders, crossed the frontier December 29th and marched on Johannesburg with 600 horse. He was captured January 2nd and turned over to the British authorities January 14th. Secretary Chamberlain denounced the raid. 1896 through 1903, plague in India, also during earlier years, famine. 1896, January, expedition against Ashanti, King Prempeh deported. January 15th, convention signed with France on China and Siam. March through September, advance of British and Egyptians in Sudan under General Herbert, later Lord Kitchener. opposed by Osman Digna. The Egyptians were established near Dongola. 1897, January 11th. General arbitration treaty signed with the United States, but it was rejected by the Senate May 5th. June 22nd. Jubilee of the 60th anniversary of the accession of Queen Victoria. Prominent participation of colonies and dependencies. Conferences of colonial premiers with Secretary Chamberlain. July. Gold discovered at Klondike in Canadian Northwest Territories. August 6th. Workmen's Compensation Act. Employers made liable for injuries, but contracting out allowed. October 1st. Chamberlain reasserted British suzerainty over South African Republic in answer to Kruger's demand for foreign arbitration on the Convention of London. December 25th. Italians evacuated Kassala, which the Egyptians occupied. 1898, April 8th. The Anglo-Egyptian army under Kitchener defeated the dervishes near Atbara, securing Berber. The advance was continued during the summer, and September 2nd, the forces of the Mahdi, Abdullahi, were defeated at Omdurman and Khartoum occupied. This was followed by the final defeat and death of the Mahdi near Gedid, November 24, 1899, and the capture of Osman Digna, January 19, 1900. 1898, May 19th. Death of Gladstone. June 13th. Act of the Canadian Parliament approved, giving to Great Britain and some of her colonies a tariff preferential of 25%. This was increased in 1900 to 33.33%. Germany retaliated July 7, 1899, by depriving Canada of the most favored nation treatment. July 25th, Lord Minto appointed Governor-General of Canada. August 10th, George N., later Lord Curzon, appointed Viceroy of India. August 12th, Local Government Ireland Act received the royal assent, extension to Ireland of county and district councils, but not of parish councils. September through November, Fashoda Incident. A French expedition under Major Marchand declined to comply with Kitchener's request to withdraw from Fashoda on the White Nile September 19th. November 4th, the French government agreed to withdraw the force, and on March 21, 1899, a convention was signed as to possessions and spheres of influence in Central Africa. France renounced any claim to the Nile Valley. November 1st, old age pension law enacted in New Zealand. December 25th, an imperial penny postage rate went into operation with most of the colonies, Australia included, April 24, 1902. 1899, February. Attempt of France to obtain territory at Muscat from Sultan of Oman prevented by Great Britain. March 15th, October 28th. Agreements between Germany and Rhodes for the construction of the Cape to Cairo telegraph through German East Africa. July 13th. London, outside the city, divided into separate boroughs, with powers previously held by the County Council. August 9th. Central Board of Education established. 1899 through 1902, South African War. Unsuccessful negotiations followed the Jameson Raid. To the demand of Great Britain for recognition of the rights of the Uitlanders, the Transvaal responded with a claim of entire independence, not only in such internal affairs but in foreign matters, a request for indemnity, and active military preparation. Violation of London Convention. March 24, 1899, petition of British citizens at the mines for intervention. Various projects, including an offer, August 19th, of the franchise on 5 years' residence and a quarter representation in the Rand, in return for Great Britain's renunciation of the claim of suzerainty, were refused by England. Both sides prepared for war, and on October 12th, Boers issued an ultimatum, demanding the immediate withdrawal of British troops from the frontier and the removal of all reinforcements from South Africa. When this was refused, on October 12th, the forces of the two Dutch republics in offensive alliance invaded Natal and Cape Colony and also lay siege to Kimberley and Mafeking. The Boers had the advantage of better preparation and more mobility, and besieged Sir George White and 12,000 men at Ladysmith. Sir Redvers Buller, marching to relieve the town, was defeated on December 15th at Colenso on the Tugela, on January 23, 1900 at Spion Kop, and February 5th at Valkrantz, but finally succeeded on February 28th in relieving Ladysmith. Lord Methuen, advancing on Kimberley, was defeated December 10th and 11, 1899 at Magersfontein on the Modder by General Cronje, and General Godeker on December 10th at Stormberg by the Boers who had invaded Cape Colony. Lord Roberts was sent out as Commander-in-Chief, with Kitchener as Chief of Staff. On February 15, 1900, the relief of Kimberley, where Rhodes, the evil genius of the Boers, was accomplished by General French, while Roberts, on February 17th, surrounded Cronje at Partisburg, and after 10 days received his surrender and that of 4,000 men. On May 24th, the annexation of the Orange Free State was proclaimed by Lord Roberts, who soon after, on June 5th, occupied Pretoria. This advance had also on May 17th raised the siege of Mafeking, held by Colonel Baden-Powell. The Boers were defeated on June 11th at Diamond Hill, and the railroad to the Portuguese frontier having been cleared, on September 1st the South African Republic was annexed. Kruger retired to Europe, and Roberts left the command to Kitchener. The Boers, under Botha, De Wet, and Delarey, began a guerrilla warfare. Communications were cut, supplies captured, and isolated garrisons rushed, while engagements were avoided. The British built lines of blockhouses, connected them by means of entanglements, established concentration camps for non-combatants, and kept an army of 250,000 in the field against a force averaging 45,000. On May 31, 1902, Boers finally submitted, receiving honorable terms, but renouncing independence. British force during the war, 450,000. Boer force, about 75,000. British loss, 22,000. Boer loss, about 5,000. Deficiency in organization and administration of the British Army. Report of Royal Commission, August 26, 1903, and participation of colonial troops were features of the war. The conquered states became the crown colonies of Orange River and Transvaal, with appointive legislative councils. January 10, 1900, first train from Cairo to Khartoum. July 9th, royal assent given to the act constituting the Commonwealth of Australia. All of Australasia united in one government except New Zealand. Bicameral Parliament of designated powers. An equal number of senators from each colony, popularly elected. Representatives apportioned according to population, and given control of revenue bills. Bills to receive the royal assent, direct or through the Governor-General. Executive composed of the Governor-General and a responsible ministry. Federal judiciary of supreme and lower courts, with regulation of appeal to king and council. Appointed justices. Jurisdiction over interstate and state and federal relationships. Special provisions for trade and finances, new states, and amendment. Lord Hopetoun was appointed first Governor-General. The government was inaugurated January 1st, 1901. First Parliament met May 9th. First ministry formed by Edmund Barton. October 31st, Union of Free and United Presbyterians in Scotland. 30 ministers and 100 congregations of the Free Church refused to accede to the Union, and the House of Lords, August 1st, 1904, decided they were the legal holders of all the property of the Free Church. December 3rd, 15th, 27th Imperial, Parliament of Victoria, Government Majority, 134. 1901 through X. Expeditions by British and Abyssinians against the Mullah in Somaliland. A force of British, Indians, Boers, and natives under General Manning was in the field in 1902. British defeated October 6, 1902. January 22nd, death of Queen Victoria, succeeded by her son as Edward VII, reigned 1901 through 1910. March 15th, Population of all India, 294,361,056. April 1st. Population of Great Britain and Ireland, 41,607,552. July 22nd. House of Lords decided that trade unions could be sued as corporations. Taft-Availle case. November 18th. Abrogation of the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty. 1902. Renewed trouble in Ireland over rent questions, influenced also by pro-Boer demonstrations. Members of Parliament convicted for conspiracy under the summary jurisdiction of the Crimes Act of 1887. Industrial depression in England. January 30th. Defensive alliance with Japan as to the Eastern question. May 15th. Treaty signed with Abyssinia. Sudan boundary railway. March 26th. Death of Rhodes. His will provided for the education of colonial American and German students at Oxford. Rhodes scholarships. July 11th. Resignation of Lord Salisbury. A.J. Balfour, Prime Minister. George Wyndham, Ireland. August 9th. Coronation of Edward VII. October 31st. First message sent over British Pacific Cable between Canada and Australia, completing the all-British cable round the world. November 1902 through March 1903. Visit of Chamberlain to South Africa on an official tour of investigation and to promote reconciliation and unity. November 21st. Lord Tennyson appointed Governor-General of Australia. December. Coercion of Venezuela. December 10th. Opening of the Aswan Dam on the Nile. December 19th. Education Act for England and Wales received royal assent. Voluntary denominational schools entitled to public support on equal footing with board schools. Local councils to control aided schools and secular matters. Passive resistance by nonconformists. December 21st. Wireless telegraphic messages exchanged between England and Canada. 1903. Cape to Cairo Railway completed to near the Zambezi. Agitation in South Africa for coolie labor in the mines. December 30th. Favorable vote by the Legislative Council of Transvaal, and first Chinese arrived on June 22, 1904. May 5th. Declaration by Lord Lansdowne, Foreign Minister, as to British control of the Persian Gulf. May 15th. Secretary Chamberlain began his campaign for imperial unification through a colonial preferential tariff. The ministry divided on the question. Balfour showed leanings toward a retaliatory tariff. September 9th, Chamberlain resigned from the cabinet, as did several free trade members. August 8th, Lord Northcote appointed Governor-General of Australia. August 11th, prohibition of bounty-fed sugar. August 14th, Irish Land Purchase Act received royal assent. 3 methods of non-compulsory sale to tenants. 1. As under former law. 2. Sale of entire estate to tenants at annuity less than present rent. 3. Sale to a land commission for resale to tenants. Landlords paid in cash, the government issuing British bonds for that purpose. August 22nd, death of Lord Salisbury. July through X. Tibet Mission. China and Tibet agreed to send commissioners to meet the British Commissioner, Colonel F.E. Younghusband, at Kamba, July, to discuss frontier and trade relations, but failed, as often before, to do so. Preparations were made to advance the mission under military protection to Lhasa, and movement began December 11th. October 14th, General Arbitration Treaty with France signed. Phase of a rapprochement shown also in official visits of King Edward to Paris May 1st, and President Loubet to London July 6th. October 20th, Alaskan Boundary Award announced. End of section 97. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 98 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 98. Part 9, Continental Europe, 1883 to 1903. 1883, January 16th. Manifesto and Arrest of Prince Napoleon Bonaparte, Plon, released February 9th, followed by attempt to expel the princes. Resignation of Ministry du Clerc, January 28th, and Ministry Fallières, February 21st. Ministry Ferry took office February 21st. Waldeck-Rousseau, Interior. Tirard, Finance. Princes placed in inactivity. February 8th to March 10th. An international conference at London regulated the navigation of the Danube. March 15th. Triple Alliance, Dreibund, of Germany, Austria, and Italy, acknowledged in Italy. May through July. Railway Convention in France, abandonment of Freycinet's policy of state ownership. May 31st. German Act prescribing the insurance of workmen against illness. Krankenkassengesetz. Employer to pay 1/3 of premium. In 1888, 5,400,000 insured. May 2nd. Consecration of the Tsar Alexander III at Moscow. June 13th. French occupied Tamatave at Madagascar. Continued resistance of the Hovas. Anti-Semitism in Hungary. Accusations of ritual murder. Severe persecutions at Pressburg and elsewhere. August 24th. Death of Count of Chambord, Henry V. Legitimists acknowledged the Count of Paris. August 25th. Preliminary peace between France and Annam. French Protectorate. War with Black Flags continued. September 29th. Alfonso XII of Spain insulted by a mob in Paris for having received the honorary colonelcy of a German regiment stationed at Strasbourg. December 17th. Visit of the German Crown Prince to the Pope. Second journey to Canossa. The German government had gradually withdrawn from the position of the May Laws, as Bismarck found support of Catholics necessary. 1884. In Belgium, the extension of the suffrage was followed by a Catholic reaction. Communes allowed to adopt clerical schools. February 11th. Annexation of Merv and Sarax by Russia, bringing the frontier within 200 miles of Herat. June 26th. Under the Liberal minister Sverdrup, royal assent was given to an act for a responsible ministry in Norway. May 11th. Treaty of Tientsin between France and China. China to retire from Tonkin and respect French protectorate over Annam. Definitive treaty with Annam, June 6th, also with Cambodia, June 17th. Dispute over construction of Chinese treaty and direct war. French attacked Formosa August 3rd and Foochow August 23rd. June 27th. Workmen's Accident Insurance Act, Unfallversicherungsgesetz, enacted in Germany. In 1888, 10,340,000 insured. July 28th. Earthquake at Ischia, 2,000 killed. August. French Constitution revised, Republican form of government, not subject to future proposals of revision. Princes not eligible for the presidency. Reform in the organization of the Senate, December. Proportional representation in the Electoral Congress, no more life members to be created. The establishment of the Deutsche Kolonialverein in 1882 foreshadowed German imperialism. In January 1884, Bismarck announced the protectorate over Angra Pequena in southwestern Africa. After a controversy with Great Britain, August 13th, the protectorate was extended from Cape Frio to Orange River, except Walfish Bay, and over Cameroon and Togoland. Bismarck's policy was to protect mercantile undertakings rather than to inaugurate state colonization. August 18th, Vatican Library opened to scholars for research. October 28th, elections for the German Reichstag, gains by conservatives and socialists. 1885, hereditary House of Peers abolished in Portugal, House of 100 life peers and 50 elective peers substituted. January, February. Italy, after an understanding with England, January 1st, 1884, occupied Assab and Massawa. Unfriendly relations with King John of Abyssinia. January, February. Earthquakes in Spain, great loss of life, cholera. February 17th. Imperial charter granted to German East Africa Company. February 26th. General Act of Congo Conference signed at Berlin. Provisions for freedom of trade, eradication of slave trade, neutrality of the basin, and regulation of future occupations on coast of Africa. March 30th. Resignation of Ministry Ferry in France in consequence of defeat in Tonkin. Ministry Brisson, Justice, formed. Freycinet, Foreign. Sadi Carnot, Public Works, later Finance. Russia Appendix. May. In Germany, increase in agrarian duties. May. Recidivist law in France. Transportation of habitual criminals. June 8th. Adoption of the scrutin de liste in the election of deputies in France. June 9th. Franco-Chinese Treaty of Peace, recognizing the Treaty of Tientsin. August 25th. Germany took possession of the Caroline Islands, but the Pope, as referee, upheld Spain's protest. October 22nd. September 13th through 17th. Revolution in East Rumelia. Allegiance offered to Alexander of Bulgaria. Footnote, of the House Battenberg, elected Prince of Bulgaria in May 1879. End of footnote. Who accepted the crown under the suzerainty of the Porte. The union was distasteful to the signatory powers except England, but the Sultan accepted the personal union in the end. Meanwhile, Serbia and Greece were arming, and November 13th, Serbia declared war and suffered defeat at Slivnica in Bulgaria, November 14th through 20th. The Bulgarian counter-invasion was stopped by Austria, and an armistice signed December 27th. November 25th, death of Alfonso XII of Spain, Queen Maria Cristina regent, Prime Minister Canovas with Campos and Sagasta at intervals. December 1st, population of Germany 46,885,704. December 17th, French treaty with Madagascar, protectorate, but not acknowledged by the Hovas. December 28th, re-election of President Grevy. October elections showed increase in monarchists. Ministry Brisson resigned, and Ministry Freycinet, Foreign, formed January 7, 1886. Sadi Carnot, Finance, Boulanger, War. 1886, March 3rd. The powers force a treaty of peace between Serbia and Bulgaria at Constantinople. Greece continued to arm for the occupation of Macedonia, until May 10th through June 7th, the Allied fleet blockaded her ports. April 5th, Protocol of the Powers, Prince of Bulgaria to be governor of East Rumelia. May 31st, population of France 38,218,903. May 17th, birth of Alfonso XIII of Spain. June 22nd, expulsion of the French princes. August 22nd, Prince Alexander of Bulgaria kidnapped by Russian sympathizers. A provisional government under Stambulov arrested the revolutionary leaders, and the prince returned August 28th, but on September 3rd, in consequence of the displeasure of the Tsar, he abdicated. October 3rd, law regulating primary instruction in France. 1887, January 14th, German army increased from 427,000 to 468,000 men because of the military activity of France and Russia. April 21st, the arrest on a charge of espionage of the French commissioner Schnabel by Germans but on French soil aroused much excitement, released April 29th. May 30th, Ministry Rouvier, Finance, Ferron, War. The change was due to conservative distrust of the intentions of Boulanger, who continued to increase his popularity. June, renewal of the Triple Alliance causes increase in Italian army to 252,000 men. July 7th, Prince Ferdinand of Coburg elected Prince of Bulgaria in spite of Russia's refusal to recognize the election. July 27th, death of the Italian Prime Minister Dupretis. Crispi succeeded him, Rudini and Giolitti at intervals. October, a scandal in France over the sale of decorations and other jobbery affecting Grévy's son-in-law resulted in the fall of the Rouvier ministry and the resignation of Grévy, December 1st. December 3rd, election of Sadi Carnot as president. December 12th, Ministry Tirard, Finance, Fallières, Justice, Florin, Foreign. 1888, January, Papal Jubilee. March 9th, death of William I, German Emperor, succeeded by his son as Frederick III, March through June 1888. The emperor, suffering from cancer, died June 15th and was succeeded by his son, William II, June 1888 through X. March 19th, a period of 5 years instead of 3 adopted for the German Reichstag. March 21st, General Boulanger, on account of political intrigues and disregard of discipline, was removed from the French army. Ministry Tirard succeeded by the Ministry Floquet, Interior, on April 3rd. Freycinet, War. Boulanger elected to the Chamber of Deputies by a large majority. He declared himself in favor of a revision of the Constitution. May 27th, completion of the Samarkand section of the Transcaucasian Railway. August 14th, von Moltke resigned as Chief of Staff of the German Army. The publication in September of extracts from the diary of Frederick III indicated that the establishment of the empire was due in good part to his initiative. Bismarck declared the extracts had been interpolated, but their genuineness was shown. October 29th, Suez Canal Convention signed at Constantinople, free navigation. Completion of the Eastern Railway connecting Constantinople with Calais. Upon the receipt of remonstrances from Austria, Germany, and Russia against asylum to political offenders in Switzerland, that country voted 16 million francs for military supplies. 1889, January 30th, suicide of Crown Prince Rudolph of Austria. Archduke Karl Ludwig, brother of the Emperor, transferred his right of succession to his son, Archduke Ferdinand. Adoption of the zone railway tariff in Hungary. February. Popularity of Boulanger increased. He was elected to the Assembly from Paris in January by a large majority. Floquet secured a return to the scrutin d'arrondissement, but was defeated on a proposal for revision. Ministry Tirard, Commerce, formed on February 22nd. Rouvier, Finance, Constance, Interior, Freycinet, War, Thévenet, Justice, Fallières, Instruction. The new government at once took up the repression of the Boulangist movement. Boulanger, Dillon, and Rochefort fled April, and while absent were condemned by the Senate of an attempt against the security of the state, August. March 7th, abdication of King Milan of Serbia in favor of his son Alexander. Queen Natalie banished. May 6th, International Exposition opened at Paris in commemoration of the Revolution of 1789. Eiffel Tower, 984 feet. May 24th, Aged and Indigent Workmen's Insurance Act adopted in Germany. June 14th, Samoan Treaty. July, electoral reform in France, plural candidacy abolished. In September and October, the elections showed decided Republican gains, and interest in Boulanger visibly declined. October 9th, death of Dom Louis, King of Portugal, succeeded by his son Carlos I. 1890 through 1903, a period throughout Europe of much social unrest, indicated by anarchistic, socialistic, and anti-Semitic agitations, which assumed acute phases especially noticed. Strikes were frequent and usually of political significance. In Germany and in Russia, especially under Witte, industrial development was forced and a policy of naval expansion entered upon. In France, in spite of setbacks, the Republican government was strengthened. Foreign interests shifted from the Near to the Far East, and the political map of Africa was more clearly marked. 1890, March 18th. Resignation of Bismarck in consequence of differences of opinion with the Emperor. He was created Duke of Lauenburg and retired to Friedrichsruhe. Von Caprivi appointed Chancellor. March 15th through 19th. International Labor Conference at Berlin at suggestion of the Emperor. Recommendations with regard to labor of women and children and Sunday labor. July 1st. Anglo-German Treaty, Heligoland and Africa. July. In Russia, enforcement of the May Laws of 1882. Jews forbidden to reside in the rural districts, to own or farm land, to enjoy educational advantages, to practice law or engineering, to act as army doctors, or to hold any government position. August 5th, Franco-British African Convention. November 23rd, death of William III of the Netherlands, Queen Emma, regent for his daughter Wilhelmina. Luxembourg passed to Adolf of Nassau. December 1st, population of Germany 49,428,470. December 31st, population of Austria-Hungary 41,231,342. 1891, radicals gained control in Norway, advocating universal suffrage and separate consuls and foreign office. Through various ministries, this agitation has continued. March 17th, death of Prince Napoleon Bonaparte at Rome. March 24th, Anglo-Italian Protocol on Africa. April 12th, population of France 38,342,948. June 11th, Anglo-Portuguese African Convention. July, August, French fleet at Kronstadt visited by the Tsar. Demonstrations of friendship between Russia and France. September 30th, suicide of Boulanger at Brussels. 1892, cholera and distress, activity of anarchists. January 11th, French protective tariff, regular and minimum rates. February 1st, new German commercial treaties become operative, hostile to agrarian interests. February 16th, papal encyclical to French Catholics, Republic to be unreservedly recognized. February 28th, change in French ministry on question of associations bills. Ministry Loubet, Interior, Freycinet, War, Ribot, Foreign. November 22nd to December 17th, International Monetary Conference at Brussels at invitation of the United States. No results on bimetallism. December 3rd, French Protectorate over Dahomey. 1892 to 1893, Panama Scandal in France. A French company, having secured from Colombia the right to build a ship canal, May 18, 1878, de Lesseps undertook the task. Company declared bankrupt February 4, 1889. Of 1,434,000,000 francs disbursed, only 560 million francs had been spent on the canal, and much of this misappropriated. Exposure of great fraud, blackmail, and bribery, inculpating legislators and former ministers, November 1892. Ministry reconstructed under Ribot, December 5th, and again January 12, 1893, without Loubet and Freycinet, Dupuy education. Trials and confessions followed, January, March. The company was reorganized but sold out. 1893, bank scandal in Italy, Panamino, involving Premier Giolitti and ex-premiers Crispi and Rudini. Crispi formed a new ministry December 14th. Financial and monetary disturbances during the year, deficit $35 million. Socialistic disturbances in Sicily. February 19th, Episcopal Golden Jubilee of Leo XIII. April 13th, coup d'etat in Serbia. Alexander deposed his regents and took personal charge of the government. May 6th, German Reichstag, having refused to vote an increase of the army, was dissolved. The new Reichstag, showing increase of socialists, passed the act, promulgated August 3rd, providing for 479,000 men. August, tariff war between Russia and Germany, ending in a commercial treaty February 10, 1894, reducing duties on German manufactures and Russian grain, agrarian opposition in Germany. September 7th, amendments to Belgian constitution sanctioned, universal male suffrage with system of plural votes, Senate reorganized. October 3rd, Franco-Siamese Treaty of Peace. 1894, March 15th, Franco-German Convention, boundaries of French Congo and Cameroon, spheres of influence about Lake Chad. May 28th, Ministry Dupuy, Interior, formed. Poincaré, Finances. Delcasse, Colonies. Guerin, Justice. Hanotaux, Foreign. Faure, Marine. Mercier, War. June 21st, compulsory civil marriage in Hungary. June 24th, President Sadi Carnot assassinated by an anarchist at Lyon. June 27th, Casimir Perier elected President of France. June 29th, French law for compulsory insurance of minors, employers to pay 1/2 of premium. September, death of Count of Paris, succeeded in his claim by his son, the Duc d'Orléans. September 29th, completion of the North Sea-Baltic Kiel ship canal, 61 miles long, formal opening June 19th through 22nd, 1895. October 15th, Captain Alfred Dreyfus of the General Staff of the French Army, an Alsatian Jew, arrested on accusation of sending military secrets to the Germans, as shown by a letter in his handwriting, bordereau. Dreyfus was convicted by a secret court-martial December 22nd on the divided opinion of graphologists, the perjured testimony of Major Henri, and the contents of a secret dossier prepared by the Minister of War, Mercier, and submitted privately to the judges. He was publicly degraded January 5, 1895, and sentenced to perpetual imprisonment on Devil's Island. The affair became a political matter involving anti-Semitism and the relation of the army to the Republic. October 26th, resignation of Chancellor von Caprivi, succeeded by Prince von Hohenlohe. November 1st, death of Tsar Alexander III of Russia, succeeded by his son Nicholas II, 1894 through X. December 27th, convention delimiting the possessions of Congo and French Congo. 1894 through 1896, Armenian massacres. Causes, religious and racial antipathy, an energetic people under the rule of a quietistic government. Abuses, misrule, and forced conversion to Mohammedanism. Armenian plots against Turkish rule. In August 1894, Kurds and Turkish soldiers plundered many villages in Sassoon and massacred thousands of Armenians. After investigations, England, France, and Russia, under Treaty of Berlin, May 11, 1895, presented a project of reform to the Porte, and after much friction, an irad was issued October 17th ordering the reforms proposed. Meanwhile, September 30th, an Armenian demonstration at Constantinople provoked a riot, and as a result of this, Kurds, Circassians, and Turkish soldiers began to massacre the Armenians in the provinces included in the Reform Irad, which continued throughout the year and resulted in the murder of over 25,000 and destitution for hundreds of thousands as the result of pillage. Foreign relief expeditions were sent to the desolated districts 1896. Disturbances continued, especially at Vannes, June, between Mohammedans and revolutionists. 1896, August 26th, an attack on the Ottoman Bank at Constantinople by Armenians caused a general attack on Armenians by organized bands of Mussulmans, which continued several days. Wholesale arrests of Armenians at the capital, and many thousands fled. December 22nd, a general amnesty was issued covering all Mohammedans and most of the Armenians. Reforms put in operation, calling for Christian officials and gendarmes, control over the Kurds, and tax reforms, of little practical effect. Action of the powers hampered by lack of unity, fear of international complications, and condition of Turkish finances. England's policy checked by the results. 1895, naval increase in Germany to protect commercial expansion. Agrarian agitation for state monopoly in foreign cereals. January 14th, resignation of Ministry Dupuy, financial scandals. Also, January 15th, resignation of Casimir Perier because of hostile criticism. January 17th, Félix Faure elected President of France. January 21st, Anglo-French agreement on Sierra Leone hinterland. January 26th, Ministry Ribot Finance formed. Hanotal, Foreign, Poincaré, Education. February, revolt in Cuba. March 11th, Russian and English spheres of influence in the Pamirs delimited. April 7th, Nansen reached 86 degrees 14 minutes furthest north. April 12th, interference in Chinese-Japanese treaty. May 11th, anti-revolutionary bill, Sturmvorlage, against socialists in Germany dropped because open to two general application, continuation of lèse majesté prosecutions. July 15th, Stambulov, anti-Russian leader in Bulgaria, premier 1887-94, attacked by assassins, died July 18th. September 30th, French occupy capital of Madagascar after an advance of several months from the coast. Treaty of Peace, October 1st, Protectorate. November 2nd, Radical Ministry Bourgeois, Interior formed. Cavaignac, War, Berthelot, Foreign, Combes, Education. December 2nd, population of Germany 52,279,915. 1896, agricultural depression throughout Europe. Electoral reform in the Netherlands. Suffrage made dependent on educational or financial tests. Italy, claiming a protectorate over Abyssinia, advanced troops 1895 to annex it to Eritrea. King Menelik surprised them, compelled the evacuation of McClallen, January 23, 1896, and defeated them in the March 1st Battle of Adowa. Crispy's ministry fell March 5th, and Rudini, the new premier, peace with honor, withdrew the forces. At the Peace of Addis Ababa, October 26th, Italy acknowledged the full independence of Abyssinia. January 15th, Anglo-French agreement on Siam. February, Austrian Reichsrat introduced general suffrage for 1/6 of members of the House, remainder still elected by 1/3 of the electors. February 14th, baptism of Prince Boris, heir apparent of Bulgaria, in the Greek Church, restoration of Russian ascendancy. March 29th, population of France 38,517,957. April 28th, Ministry Melin, Agriculture, succeeds Ministry Bourgeois, Hanotal, Foreign. May 16th, Hungarian Parliament passed a law recognizing the Jewish faith. May 26th, consecration of Nicholas II at Moscow, disaster in the crowd, May 30th. August 6th, Madagascar declared a French colony. September 26th, opening of the iron gates of the Danube. October, visit of the Tsar to France. 1896 through 1899, Cretan Revolt and Turco-Greek War. In Crete, a Christian-Greek insurrection began in May 1896 against Turkish rule. On February 7, 1897, the insurgents proclaimed union with Greece, and Greece landed troops, refusing to withdraw at the order of the powers, February 18th, who had assumed joint occupation of the island, and March 2nd presented an ultimatum, no annexation to Greece, but Crete to have an effective autonomous government. Greece still refused to withdraw, March 8th, and the powers announced the blockade of Crete. Public opinion in Greece forced the government into a war with Turkey, for which she was utterly unprepared. The conflict began on the Thessalonian frontier on April 16th, and April 17th, Turkey declared war. Her forces, under Edhem Pasha, driving the Greeks out of the Maluna Pass, April 18th, and causing a general retirement, though unsuccessful at Ravini Pass, April 19th. The Greeks, under the Crown Prince, seized with panic On April 25th evacuated Larissa and retreated to the Karditsa-Volos line. The Greek ministry was dismissed, and Athens almost in revolt. Meanwhile, the Greeks had invaded Epirus from Arta, April 20th, but were driven back by Osman Pasha, April 28th. Karditsa was abandoned on the advance of Edem Pasha. May 5th, the Greeks were driven from Pharsala and Velestino, and May 8th, the Turks entered Volos. Fighting closed with the further retreat of the Greeks from Domokos to Lamia, May 17th. May 10th, Greece consented to withdraw from Crete and was ready for mediation, which the powers offered to Turkey. Russia and Austria had ordered the Balkan states to keep out of the war April 29th, and now, at a hint from the Tsar, on May 18th, the Porte suspended hostilities. Turkey was not allowed to profit by her victories. By the December 4th Treaty of Peace at Constantinople, the frontier was rectified. Turkey gained control of the passes, and Greece paid an indemnity of $17,600,000. A commission of the powers assumed control of Greek revenues sufficient to pay this and the old Greek loans. Meanwhile, in Crete, the settlement made little progress, though the Christian Assembly accepted autonomy August 26th, and the powers increased their zone of occupation. The powers failed to agree among themselves or with Turkey, and Germany and Austria withdrew. Turkey wished to keep troops on the island as a mark of her suzerainty and have the Christian governor her subject, but the withdrawal of her troops was forced November 12, 1898, after a Muslim attack on the British troops and Christians at Candia September 6th, and December 21, 1898, Prince George of Greece was made Governor-General by the powers. A constitution, drawn up by a native commission, was accepted by the four powers, Russia, Great Britain, Italy, France, and the Cretan Assembly, April 1899. Many destitute Mohammedans emigrated. 1897, February 9th. Population of Russian Empire, 129,004,514. April 5th. By ministerial decree in Austria, Czech, Bohemian, was placed on an official equality with German in Bohemia. A race war followed in Bohemia. In the Reichsrath, violence and obstruction by the Germans produced a deadlock, which continued during 1898 and 1899 and made necessary legislation by decree under a temporary suspension of the Constitution. The Ausgleich was then renewed as a modus vivendi. Matters were complicated by socialism and anti-Semitism. In Hungary, there was opposition to the renewal of the Ausgleich. The repeal of the language ordinance, July 20, 1900, was followed by obstruction by the Young Czechs. July 23rd, Convention defining the boundary of French Dahomey and German Togoland. August, visit of the President of France to Russia. The Tsar toasted the Allied nation, August 26th. December 2nd, gold standard adopted in Russia. 1898 to 1899, Dreyfus Affair. An attempt by Colonel Picquart to reopen the Dreyfus case with proof that the dossier contained nothing applicable to him, and that the bordereau was written by another officer, Esterhazy, was met by an attempt to discredit Picquart and his evidence by forgeries made by Henri, acquittal of Esterhazy by court-martial January 11, 1898, the declaration that the case was une chose jugée, and that the Dreyfusards, including Zola, were trying to dishonor the army. Public opinion, led by the Patriotic League, anti-Semites, army officers, and reactionists, became rabid against the revisionists. But Henri confessed the forgeries and committed suicide August 31st, and the Prime Minister, Brisson, now favored a revision. But while the Court of Cassation was considering the question, the ministry resigned after a vote virtually accusing them of permitting attacks on the army, and the ministry Dupuy, with Freycinet as war minister, succeeded October 30th. The Court of Cassation, June 3, 1899, ordered a new court-martial, declaring the bordereau to be Esterhazy's work and the secret dossier without reference to Dreyfus. But the new court-martial renewed the conviction September 9th. Meanwhile, the agitation had endangered the stability of the Republic, and the Ministry Dupuy, Trimmers, was replaced June 22nd by the Ministry Waldeck-Rousseau, Interior, Delcasse, Foreign, Gallifet, later André, War. This was known as the Ministry of Republican Defense, and it steadily repressed the affair. Dreyfus was pardoned September 19th, the leaders of militarism transferred and subdued, and an act of amnesty was passed December 24, 1900. 1898, February 20th, referendum in Switzerland voted in favor of state ownership of railways. April through August, Spanish-American War. May, distress in Italy led to strikes and riots, assuming, under socialistic and clerical encouragement, a political character, amounting in Milan, May 6th through 8th, to an insurrection. June, elections for German Reichstag showed increase of Social Democrats, but little increase of agrarians. June 14th, Franco-British Convention on Spheres of Influence about Niger River. July 17th, Italian law for pension fund for workpeople, national subvention of members of the fund. July 30th, death of Bismarck. August 31st, accession of Queen Wilhelmina. September through November, Fashoda incident. September 10th, Empress of Austria assassinated by an anarchist. October through November, visit of the German Emperor to Constantinople and the Holy Land. 1899, January 25th, the speech from the throne to the Finnish Diet announced that the military service of Finland would be made uniform with that of the rest of the empire. February 15th, an imperial manifesto displayed the intention of using autocratic authority over legislation respecting Finland, leaving the Diet only the right of consultation. February 16th, death of President Faure. February 18th, Émile Loubet, elected President of France. May 18th to July 29th, Hague Peace Conference. August 24th and December 30th, 1898, the Tsar of Russia proposed a conference to consider limitation of armaments, arbitration, and laws of war. The conference was attended by representatives of European nations, United States, Japan, China, Persia, and Siam. No conclusion was reached as to reduction of armaments, but conventions signed, 1. For a permanent court of international arbitration at The Hague and friendly mediation, 2. On laws and customs of war on land, 3. Extending the Geneva Convention to maritime warfare, and also declarations prohibiting the use of special means of destruction. June, July, socialistic demonstration in Belgium against the government's electoral bill. In Brussels, fierce rioting. Ministry resigned August 1st, and the new ministry carried through a law for proportional representation December 29th. June 30th, Spain ceded the Caroline Islands to Germany. December 2nd, Samoan Treaty. 1900, March. Successful obstruction by socialists in the Italian Chamber of Deputies of a drastic bill for the public safety, the outcome of the disturbances of 1898. April 14th, Paris Exposition to commemorate the work of the century opened. June 26th, Imperial Ukase issued for gradual introduction of Russian as the official language in Finland. June 27th, Franco-Spanish Convention delimiting possessions in Sahara and on the Gulf of Guinea. July 29th, assassination of King Humbert of Italy by an anarchist, succeeded by his son, Victor Emmanuel III, 1900 through X. September, first election in Norway under universal manhood, 25 years, suffrage. October 17th, Count von Bülow succeeded Prince von Hohenlohe as Chancellor of the German Empire. December 1st, population of Germany 56,367,178. 1901, industrial depression in Germany. 1901 through 1902, attempted Germanization of Prussian Poland through settlement of German proprietors and language decrees made little progress against opposition. 1901 through 1903. In January 1901, revolt of students throughout Russia. Bogolapov, Minister of Education, assassinated February 27th. Tolstoy excommunicated February 25th. Trouble renewed at the end of the year, assisted by workmen and with revolutionary purposes. Sapieha, Minister of the Interior, was assassinated April 15, 1902, and so is his successor, Pleva, July 26, 1904. Labor strikes followed, a novelty in Russia, due to overstimulation and collapse of manufacturing enterprises. Distress and famine caused agrarian agitation and sacking of large estates, April 1902. 1901 through X, Macedonian Revolt, headed by Bulgarian revolutionists Boris Sarafov, which, with the conduct of the Turkish troops, produced a reign of terror. Russia and Austria upheld the status quo and presented a scheme of reform to the Sultan, October 24, 1903, which he accepted. February 10, 1901, population of Italy, 32,475,253. March 24th, population of France, 38,961,945. April 19th, a liberal constitution decree in Serbia, creating a Senate. June 25th, Army reorganization law in Sweden, compulsory service. July 1st, associations law in France, causes, attitude of clergy in Dreyfus affair, teachings of the regular clergy considered reactionary, too many monks in business and too many monks in politics. All religious associations and their establishments must be authorized by the state, all unauthorized ones after October 1st to be considered dissolved. Many congregations, especially the Jesuits, transferred their property beyond France before that date. The law was construed strictly, especially against associations engaged in teaching and business, chartreuse. July 11th, Imperial Edict deprived Finnish army of its national character. Attempt at recruiting at Helsingfors failed, April 17, 1902. August 26th, rupture of Franco-Turkish diplomatic relations over claims and French religious orders. November 7th, naval demonstration. The Porte yielded and also recognized French protection of Catholics in the East. 1902-1903, famine in Sweden and Finland. January 1902, completion of the Trans-Siberian Railway. January 16th, Turkish Irad for a German railway across Asia Minor to Persian Gulf. March 5th, Brussels Sugar Convention signed by most European states, abolishing bounties. In effect, September 1st. Great Britain, August 11th, forbade import of bounty-fed sugar. April, a general strike in Belgium against plural suffrage failed. April-May, French elections, hearty support of the government. May 7th, eruption of Mount Pelée, Martinique, destruction of Saint-Pierre. May 17th, accession of Alfonso XIII of Spain. June 3rd, resignation of Ministry Waldeck-Rousseau, succeeded by Ministry Combes, Interior, Worship, on June 7th. Delcasse, Foreign, André, War, Rouvier, Finance. June 7th, German Reichstag assented to the abolition of the dictator paragraph, state of siege, in Alsace-Lorraine. June 28th, Triple Alliance renewed at Berlin. July, riots in Brittany and Savoy against the closing of unauthorized religious schools. About 3,000 schools closed in France. September 30th, further Russification of Finland. Edicts issued giving Governor-General power to appoint officials and remove judges. Russian to be the official language, October 1st, 1903. Russian espionage and Cossacks employed. Great emigration. Bodrikov, Governor-General, assassinated June 16, 1904. December, coercion of Venezuela. Great Britain, Germany, and Italy, presenting claims, blockaded Venezuela. United States refused to interfere so long as no permanent occupation was attempted, but through its good offices, the Hague Tribunal was asked to decide whether coercing powers should have preference over other claimants. February 13, 1903, and the blockade was raised. Claims conventions. December 14th, tariff bill passed the German Reichstag. Minimum duties on agricultural products raised. 1903. In France, an agitation developed for separation of church and state and denunciation of the Concordat. Members of dissolved congregations denied the right to preach in the parishes. The visit of the King of Italy to Paris, October 14th, and the Franco-Italian General Arbitration Treaty, December 25th, harmonized with this movement. February 20th, Silver Jubilee of Papacy of Leo XIII. March 5th, Baghdad Railway Convention signed at Constantinople. April, in Serbia, King Alexander, not receiving the support of the radicals, suspended the new constitution. June 11th, he and Queen Draga were murdered by army officers. Peter Karageorgievich, the rival claimant, elected to succeed June 15th. April 19th and 20th, planned riot against the Jews at Kishinev, Russia, the authorities sympathizing with the rioters. The affair attracted worldwide attention. September 14th, similar riot at Gomel. July 20th, death of Leo XIII. Pius X, Sarto, Patriarch of Venice, elected to succeed August 4th. September 14th, Emperor Francis Joseph sharply denounced the demand of the Kassathites for the use of Hungarian in the army. Ministerial crisis. October 14th, Franco-British General Arbitration Treaty. End of Section 98. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 99 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 99. 10. United States, 1883 to 1903. 1883, beginning of the new Steel Navy, White Squadron. March 3rd, Tariff Act, Protection Principle maintained. May 24th, opening of the New York-Brooklyn Suspension Bridge. 1884, June 6th, Republican Convention at Chicago nominated J.G. Blaine for president. Protective platform. The Democrats nominated Grover Cleveland at Chicago July 11th and advocated taxation for revenue only. Both platforms supported civil service reform. Campaign of much personality. Democrats successful at election November 4th, carrying the pivotal state of New York by 1,047 votes. Electoral vote 219 to 182. 1885, February 26th. Act forbidding importation of contract laborers. 1885, March 4th. 1889, March 4th. Grover Cleveland, born 1837, New York, Democrat, 22nd President. T.A. Hendricks, Vice President, died November 25, 1885. T.F. Bayard, Secretary of State. 1886, January 19th, Presidential Succession Law, members of the Cabinet to follow the Vice President in succession. March 6 to May 3rd, general strike on the Gould system of railroads, rioting suppressed by regulars and militia. Knights of Labor controlled the strike. May to July, seizures made of American fishermen in Canadian waters, reopening old controversy under Convention of 1818. Retaliatory legislation. May 1st, strikes and socialistic demonstrations throughout the country for the 8-hour system. May 4th, anarchist riot in Haymarket Square, Chicago. August 31st, earthquake, much havoc wrought at Charleston. 1886-1887, seizure of British vessels for pelagic sealing in Bering Sea. A diplomatic discussion covering several years followed. 1887, February 3rd, Act to regulate the counting of the electoral votes. Votes certified by state executives to be counted unless both houses reject them. February 4th, Interstate Commerce Act, regulation of interstate railroad transportation, prevention of discrimination in rates, pooling, and other abuses, commission with administrative and judicial powers to execute the Act. Results under the Act have been disappointing. December 6th, the President's annual message to Congress was devoted entirely to surplus revenue and tariff reform. It is a condition which confronts us, not a theory, making the tariff the issue of the next election. 1888, February 15th, a fisheries treaty with Great Britain signed, granting certain rights in Canadian inshore in return for free fish. The Senate rejected the treaty. August 21st. June 6th, Democratic Convention renominated Cleveland at St. Louis. The Republicans nominated Benjamin Harrison at Chicago, June 25th. Tariff the issue and Republicans successful, November 6th, by 233 electoral votes to 168. June 13th, Department of Labor created but without a seat in the cabinet. October 1st, Chinese Exclusion Act made more stringent after China had refused to ratify a treaty for the same purpose, former resident laborers not to be allowed to return. 1888 to 1889, introduction of the Australian ballot, gradually adopted by most of the states. 1889, February 9th, Department of Agriculture authorized. 1889, March 4th to 1893, March 4th, Benjamin Harrison, born 1833, died 1901, Indiana, Republican, 23rd President. Levi P. Morton, Vice President. James G. Blaine, Secretary of State, until June 1892. April 22nd, Oklahoma opened to settlement. Wild rush of settlers. Territorial government authorized. May 2nd, 1890. Population 1890, 78,475. April 30th, centenary of Washington's inauguration celebrated at New York. May 31st, destruction of Johnstown, Pennsylvania, caused by the bursting of a dam. 2,280 perished. June 14th, Treaty on Samoa signed. United States, Great Britain, and Germany united in a declaration recognizing the independence and neutrality of the islands and providing for an autonomous government under their joint control. October 2nd, 1890 to April 19. Pan American Congress of all the American states except San Domingo met at Washington. Few positive results. Reciprocity recommended. Bureau of American Republics organized, 1890, to collect and distribute commercial information. 1889, November 2nd, North Dakota, 39th state. November 2nd, South Dakota, 40th state. November 8th, Montana, 41st state. November 11th, Washington, 42nd state. 1890 to 1903. Prominent features of this period were the advent of America as a world power, great industrial prosperity following a period of depression, amalgamation of capital, forming virtual monopolies and trusts, growth of trade unionism and protracted strikes, corruption in municipal government, development of rural communications by means of electric railroads, telephones, and free delivery of mail. At the South, a slow betterment in the economic condition of the colored race, but constitutional disfranchisement in 6 states, grandfather clause, understanding clause, and lynching. 1890, February 14th, new rules in the House of Representatives, enabling the Speaker to include in the quorum those present but not voting. June 1st, population 62,979,766, 11th census. June 19th, force bill reported in the House, providing for federal control of federal elections and intended to protect Negro voters. Passed the House July 2nd but was shelved in the Senate by aid of Republican votes, January 1891. June 27th, Disability and Dependent Pension Act. Pensions to be paid to all Union veterans incapacitated from earning a living by manual labor, and to widows dependent upon their own daily toil. Pensions paid, 1889, $89,132,000. 1892, $141,087,000. July 2nd, Antitrust Sherman Law. All trusts or combinations to restrain or monopolize interstate or foreign trade declared illegal. July 3rd, Idaho, 43rd state. July 10th, Wyoming, 44th state. July 14th, Sherman Silver Purchase Law. Fixed amount of silver to be purchased each month and silver treasury notes issued equal to its bullion value. Notes to be redeemed in coin and reissued. October 1st, McKinley Tariff Law. Reduction in revenue but increase in protection. Free raw sugar and bounty on home production. Provision for limited reciprocity treaties, several of which were concluded. 1891, March 3rd, International Copyright Law. March 14th, lynching in New Orleans of Italians, members of the Mafia. Italy protested and closed her legation March 31st. April 12, 1892, the United States paid an indemnity. June 15th, modus vivendi with Great Britain on Bering Sea sealing. October 16th, attack on American sailors in Valparaiso by mob and police, resulting from conditions during a recent civil war in Chile. War imminent, but Chile finally apologized January 25, 1892, and paid an indemnity. 1892, February 29th, Bering Sea Arbitration Convention signed with Great Britain. Right of the United States to protect seals from pelagic fishing in Bering Sea, referred to a tribunal which decided August 15, 1893, against any such right outside the 3-mile limit. United States paid damages for seizures made. June through August, strikes and rioting at Coeur d'Alene mines in Idaho. Employment of non-union miners. At Homestead, Pennsylvania, wages, non-union laborers, private detectives, and in West Tennessee mines, convict labor. Martial law declared, militia and regulars called out. June 10th, Republican Convention at Minneapolis renominated Harrison and supported protection and bimetallism. Democrats at Chicago renominated Cleveland and denounced the McKinley Tariff, the Force Bill, and also upheld bimetallism. A third party, People's Party, nominated James B. Weaver, July 5th, and declared for labor unions, free silver, no national banks, and national ownership of railroads. Cleveland was elected November 8th by 277 electoral votes to 145 for Harrison and 22 for Weaver. February 14th, Treaty of Annexation with Hawaii signed at Washington. Reform Party in Hawaii, aided by the United States Minister Stevens and Marines, had deposed the Queen, Liliuokalani, January 17th. President Cleveland, March 9th, withdrew the treaty from the Senate and after investigation proposed to reinstate the Queen under certain conditions. She refused the conditions November 13th, and the independent Republican government of Hawaii was recognized August 7, 1894. 1893, March 4th to 1897, March 4th. Grover Cleveland president for a second time. A.E. Stevenson, vice president. W.Q. Gresham, later Richard Olney, Secretary of State. Democrats controlled the legislative and executive departments for first time since 1858. May through October, World's Columbian Exposition at Chicago to commemorate the 400th anniversary of the discovery of America. June 27th, disastrous panic following a heavy export of gold and news that India had suspended the free coinage of silver. Fear of a silver basis. August 7th, extra session of Congress to consider financial matters. President advocated repeal of silver purchase law to stop drain on gold reserve. Alternative, sale of bonds to replenish gold reserve continually or payment of obligations in depreciated silver. Repeal passed House August 28th, 239 to 108, and Senate October 30th, 43 to 32. Public opinion sharply divided. Agitation for free silver. 1894, February, November. Sale of government bonds to replenish gold reserve, $100 million. February to June. Great coal strike affecting 6 states, mining trouble in Colorado, disorder and militia called out. March 17th. Treaty with China signed, renewing the exclusion of Chinese laborers. March 24th to May 1st. March of Coxey's Army, demonstration of unemployed. March 30th. Veto of a bill to coin the seigniorage of the purchased silver bullion. June 26th to July 10th. American Railroad Union strike. Trains were blocked and riots ensued, especially at Chicago. Federal injunction issued against the strikers to prevent interference with interstate commerce and the mails, July 2nd. Later, leaders were arrested for contempt of the injunction, government by injunction, and also for conspiracy to block the mails. United States troops sent to Chicago, July 3rd, and other places. Strike extended to the Pacific Coast. Strike failed. August 27th. Wilson-Gorman tariff law enacted without president's signature. Some reductions in protective schedules, but raw material, except wool, still taxed. Tax on sugar, income tax to make revenue, reciprocity repealed. 1895, January 9th. Presidential recommendation of national and state banknotes defeated in the House, 124 to 130. Also, bill for low-rate gold bonds, February 7th, 135 to 162. Coin bonds, $62 million, sold to a syndicate to replenish gold reserve. Discussion of legality of issue. Free silver bill in the Senate prevented. February, by filibustering. February, outbreak of rebellion in Cuba, carried on by guerrilla warfare, assisted by a junta in the United States, and attended by much devastation and suffering, especially in the reconcentration camps established by the Spanish Captain General Weyler. The insurgents had no real government, and various efforts of Congress, 1896, 1897, to accord them the right of belligerence or to recognize their independence were opposed by the president. Filibustering expeditions were guarded against, but many of them reached Cuba. Diplomatic friction with Spain. Relief sent to the destitute. May 20th. Income tax declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. July to January 1896. Venezuela British Guiana boundary controversy. Great Britain refused to submit to arbitration, and Secretary Olney considered, July 20th, the Monroe Doctrine involved, as the United States was practically sovereign on this continent, and her safety was endangered by Great Britain's attitude. Olney Doctrine. December 17th. Cleveland asked Congress to authorize a commission to determine the rights of the controversy, the duty of the United States to resist, the appropriation by Great Britain of any territory which after investigation we have determined of right belongs to Venezuela. Commission authorized and appointed January 4th, 1896, but Great Britain and Venezuela signed an arbitration treaty February 2nd, 1897. The award gave most of the disputed territory to Great Britain. October 3rd, 1899. 1896. Rural free delivery of mail began. In 1902, there were 11,650 routes. 1896, January 4th. Utah, 45th state. Constitution forbids polygamy. February 5th. Popular issue of bonds, $100 million, largely oversubscribed above par. After the election in November, the drain of gold for hoarding and export ceased. June 18th, Republican convention at St. Louis nominated William McKinley for president and declared for protection and a gold standard. The Democrats at Chicago nominated William J. Bryan, July 10th, and declared for free silver. The Populists supported Bryan. McKinley was elected November 3rd by 271 electoral votes to 176. 1897, January 11th. General arbitration treaty signed with Great Britain, but rejected by the Senate, May 5th. 1897, March 4th through 1901, September 14th. William McKinley, born 1843. Died 1901, Ohio, Republican, 24th President. Garrett A. Hobart, died November 21, 1899, Vice President. John Sherman, later John Hay, Secretary of State. Republicans regained control of executive and legislative departments. 1897, July 24th. Dingley Tariff Act, intended to increase the revenue, which had been below the expenditure since 1893, and also increase the protection. Provision for reciprocity treaties. 1898, January 1st. Inauguration of Greater New York Government, New York City, Brooklyn, and vicinity in one municipal government. Area 359 square miles. Population 1900, 3,437,202. 1898, Spanish War. Rebellion in Cuba, above, made no progress, nor was Spain able to end it. Contest became one of famine and annihilation. American sympathy was with the Cubans, American interests deeply involved, and Spain uniformly refused offers of friendly mediation. A new ministry, Sagasta, announced an autonomous government for Cuba, October 6, 1897, but it satisfied neither party there. February 15th, USS Maine was blown up in Havana Harbor, arousing national resentment. Remember the Maine. McKinley sent to Congress a April 11th war message declaring that the intolerable conditions in Cuba must cease and asking authority for forcible intervention. Congress passed. April 20th, a resolution recognizing the independence of the people of Cuba, but not of the so-called Republic, authorizing intervention and disclaiming any intention of annexing Cuba. Spain considered this a declaration of war. Later, both nations made, April 24th, 25th, formal declarations of war. May 1st, Battle of Manila Bay. Commodore George Dewey with 7 cruisers destroyed the Spanish fleet of 10 inferior vessels and held Manila at his mercy, but with no troops to occupy it. Reinforcements and an army were sent to him. Admiral Cervera sailed for Cuba from Cape Verde Islands with a Spanish fleet of 4 armored cruisers and 2 destroyers, April 29th, and Admiral Sampson, searching for him, bombarded San Juan, May 12th, and finally blockaded him at Santiago, June 2nd. An army of 16,000 men under General Shafter landed near Santiago, June 22nd, and in advancing defeated the Spaniards at the July 1st battles of El Caney and San Juan Hill, and demanded the surrender of the city July 3rd. Cervera made a dash from the harbor, and in the July 3rd naval battle of Santiago, his fleet was utterly destroyed. July 17th, Santiago surrendered. General Miles landed in Puerto Rico July 25th, but his advance on San Juan was stopped by the signing of the August 12th Peace Protocol. Before this was known the army gathered in the Philippines under General Merritt. August 13th, captured Manila. December 10th, the Treaty of Peace was signed at Paris. Spain retired from Cuba, ceded to the United States Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines, receiving $20 million for the last. Pending the organization of its government, Cuba was ruled by the United States War Department, and a commission was appointed January 20th, 1899, to study conditions in the Philippines. The administration of the Army during the war was sharply criticized. 1898, July 1st, Law for a Uniform System of Bankruptcy. July 7th, Annexation of Hawaii by joint resolution. Possession taken August 12th. Territorial government established April 30th, 1900. August 25th, Anglo-American Commission met at Quebec to consider pending questions with Canada. Reassembled at Washington November 1st, but disagreed on the question of Alaskan boundary, February 20th, 1899. 1899 to 1902, Philippine Insurrection. A body of Filipinos under Emilio Aguinaldo were in revolt against Spain before the American War, and during it possessed themselves of all of Luzon except the capital. They objected to American sovereignty and made an 1899 February 4th attack on Manila, where the American army was, but were beaten off. Severe fighting continued during the year, the rebels being driven into the mountains. In 1900, the insurgents adopted guerrilla warfare, bushwhacking, and terrorism, and the American army, averaging over 60,000, was distributed in many posts. 1901, March 23rd. Aguinaldo was captured by stratagem, and other leaders then surrendered, but the insurrection was not finally suppressed until April 1902. 1902, July 4th, Proclamation of Amnesty. 1899, September 6th, Open Door Policy. October 20th, Modus Vivendi on Alaska, provisional boundary through the passes beyond Lynn Canal. December 2nd, disturbances continuing in Samoa under the Tridominium. A treaty was signed at Washington dividing the islands. United States received Tutuila and Germany the other two islands. England compensated by receiving the Howe Islands from Germany. 1900, Boxer Rising. March 14th, Gold Standard Act. All paper money to be redeemed in gold provision for maintaining gold reserve. Increase in national bank notes. March 16th, President, as Commander-in-Chief, appointed a second Philippine Commission of 5. William H. Taft, President, to continue the establishment of civil government. After September 1st, it exercised legislative authority and established courts, local governments, civil service, and schools, and controlled finances. April 12th, Civil Government for Puerto Rico. The act also provided that temporarily import duties between the island and the states should be 15% of the regular rates, but on July 25, 1901, free trade was proclaimed. June 1st, population 76,303,387, not including Puerto Rico or Philippines. 12th census. June 21st, McKinley renominated by the Republicans at Philadelphia. The Democrats renominated Bryan at Kansas City and upheld free silver and anti-imperialism. McKinley elected by 292 electoral votes to 155. November 6th. September 8th, tornado wrecked Galveston with great loss of life. 1901, February 2nd, Act to reorganize the Army, maximum of 100,000 men. March 2nd, Platt Amendment on Cuba. As conditions of withdrawal from the island, Cuba to grant naval stations and right of intervention to protect life, property, or Cuban independence. These conditions were embodied in the Cuban Constitution, June 12th. March 2nd, President authorized Spooner Amendment to establish such temporary civil government for Philippines as he saw fit. He continued the commission, and made its president the civil governor, replacing the military executive, July 4th. September 1, 3 Filipinos were added to the commission and executive departments created, to which members of the commission were assigned. March 4th, second administration of McKinley began, Theodore Roosevelt vice president. May 27th, insular cases decided by the Supreme Court. Congress has authority to make for new territory laws, including a tariff different from those applicable to the states. Constitution does not follow the flag, but until Congress acts, goods imported from the territory cannot be taxed as foreign. September 6th, President McKinley shot by an anarchist. Death September 14th. 1901, September 14th through X. Theodore Roosevelt, born 1858, New York, Republican, 25th President. 1901, November 18th, treaty signed with Great Britain abrogating the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, Isthmian Canal to be under the sole jurisdiction of the United States. 1902, January 1st, in Cuba, presidential election, May 20th, American occupation ended. January 24th, Danish West Indies purchased, but the Riksdag refused to ratify the cession, October 22nd. March 8th, imports from the Philippines to pay 75% of usual rates. May 12th to October 15th, anthracite coal miners strike, threatening a coal famine in winter. Through the influence of Roosevelt, the matter was referred to a commission appointed by him, and the men returned to work pending the decision. June 17th, Act for the Reclamation of Arid Public Lands. June 28th, Isthmian Canal Act. President authorized to construct a canal at Panama, if he could acquire the right of the French company for $40 million and the cession from Colombia of the right and necessary territory, if not, to construct the Nicaragua Canal. Footnote: for the French Canal, see page 578. An American company had acquired the Nicaragua right, but the grant had been canceled. Several commissions had reported on the canal project, the last, 1900, favoring Panama under the conditions named in the act. End footnote. 1902, July 1st, Act for Civil Government in the Philippines. Civil government established by the President confirmed. Bill of Rights except as to right to bear arms and trial by jury. Provision for future bicameral legislature of commission and an elected House, 2 resident commissioners in the United States. December, coercion of Venezuela. December 11th, Reciprocity Treaty with Cuba signed. In force December 27th, 1903. 1903, January 22nd. Canal Treaty signed with Colombia, but Colombian Congress refused to ratify it, August 12th. Purchase made from the French company. January 24th, Alaskan boundary question referred to a tribunal of 6. Award October 20th sustained the claim of the United States, Canada being barred from the ocean inlets. February 14th, Department of Commerce and Labor created. February 14th, General Staff authorized for the Army. May to July, Postal Scandal. July 4th, American Pacific Cable opened between San Francisco and Manila. November 3rd, Revolt of Panama, independence declared. United States troops were landed to prevent hostilities, and the new government was recognized on November 6th. November 18th, Canal Treaty signed with Panama. United States to have sovereignty over the canal strip and to safeguard independence of Panama. December, agreement of the Philippine Commission with the Roman Catholic authorities for the purchase of the friars' lands, which had been a cause of disturbance under Spanish rule. End of section 99.
Section 100 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in January 2021. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 100, Part 11, Asia, 1883 to 1903. 1883, Korea opened to Western trade. Footnote: the first treaty was with the United States, signed May 22, 1882. End footnote. 1883 to 1885, France and China. August 27, 1883, eruption of Krakatoa in Java, great loss of life from tidal waves. December 4, 1884, insurrection in Korea. Japan and China both sent troops, then signed a treaty on April 18, 1885, by which China acknowledged Japan's interest in Korea. Attempt by Russia to gain a protectorate over Korea prevented. Great Britain occupied Port Hamilton in April, but withdrew on February 27, 1887, China guaranteeing Korea's territorial integrity. July 24, 1886, Anglo-Chinese Agreement on Burma, British rule recognized, also China's formal suzerainty. 1887 to 1889, floods and famine in China, millions perished. October 1888, railway between Kaiping, Chile and Tianjin opened, first permanent line in China. Footnote: the Shanghai line was abandoned. A portion of the Tianjin line was opened in 1882. In 1881 there was a telegraph line between Shanghai and Tianjin. End footnote. February 11, 1889, Constitution of Japan proclaimed. Emperor's powers carefully guarded, including right of peace and war, and power to issue ordinances having force of laws. Bicameral Diet, Upper House of Peers and Representatives of Merit and Wealth, Lower House selected through limited suffrage. Diet has a restricted control of finances. Bill of Rights, Religious Freedom. First Diet met November 29, 1890. February 1889. Kwangsu, Chinese Emperor, assumed the government, Empress Dowager retiring. March 31, 1890. Chongqing on Upper Yangtze made a treaty port. 1891. Outbreak of rioting against missionaries in China, incited by a body of literati. Ineffectual decree issue against the rioters on June 13th. October 3, 1893. French-Siamese Treaty of Peace signed at Bangkok after short period of hostilities. France obtained all the territory east of the Mekong and military control of the West Bank. March 1, 1894. Anglo-Chinese Treaty on Burma boundary. Territory east of the Mekong ceded to China on condition of non-alienation. 1894 to 1895. Chinese-Japanese War. Causes: China's claim of suzerainty in Korea and denial of Japan's equal interest there. Conviction in Japan that a military success was necessary to her recognition as a power by the Occident. China sent troops to suppress an insurrection in Korea, and Japan, protesting that Korea was independent, also sent troops on June 9, 1894. Japan proposed reforms to prevent future disturbances, July 3rd, but Korea, backed by China, refused, upon which, on July 23, 1894, Japanese troops seized the palace and the king at Seoul. Both nations prepared to pour troops into Korea, and July 25th, actual war began with a naval victory for Japan. August 1st, both nations declared war, contrasting declarations. The Japanese under Notsu captured Pyongyang on September 15th, the Chinese fleeing across the Yalu River. In the naval battle of Yalu River on September 17th, the first battle of modern men of war, the fleets being of about equal size, 12 vessels each, the Japanese under Ito dispersed the enemy's fleet, Ting, and destroyed 5 of the ships. The Japanese army, Yamagata, on October 25th, forced the Yalu and invaded Manchuria, meeting with little resistance. A second army of 20,000 under Oyama landed on Liaotung Peninsula on October 24th, and, after capturing Qingchao, November 6th, and Taiyuan, November 7th, on November 21st began the attack on Port Arthur, the strongest port in China, with modern defenses. Several forts were stormed during the day, and at night the Chinese garrison of 10,000 abandoned the rest. The Japanese army and navy then besieged and captured Weihaiwei and Ting's fleet there from January 30 to February 12, 1895. The feature of the siege was the night attacks by Japanese torpedo boats, February 5th and 8th. Meanwhile, the First Army, Yamagata, captured Haicheng on December 13, 1894. Nogi, advancing from Port Arthur, occupied Kaiping on January 10, 1895, and the united forces took New Chuang, March 4th, and its port on March 7th. The war had shown the rottenness of China's military strength and the importance of her administration. The burden of it fell on Li Hung-chang, born 1823, died 1901, who was also sent to make peace. By the Treaty of Shimonoseki on April 17th, China acknowledged the independence of Korea, ceded Formosa, the Pescadores, and Liaotung Peninsula, Port Arthur, to Japan, and paid an indemnity of $158 million. But Russia, France, and Germany protested against the cessation of the peninsula, integrity of Chinese territory, and Japan yielded on May 10th, receiving an additional indemnity of $22,200,000. Japan began to reform Korea, but Queen Min espoused a reaction and was murdered on October 8th by natives and Japanese partisans, Soshi. This destroyed Japan's prestige, but there was a gradual extension of the reforms. July 16, 1894. Japanese Treaty of Commerce signed with Great Britain. Cessation of the right of exterritoriality in Japan. Freedom of trade and residence. Similar treaties were made by Japan with the other maritime powers, 1894 to 1897, and all of them went into effect July 17th, August 4th, 1899, after the new Code of Civil Procedure and Commercial Law had been tested. June to August 1895. Attack on missionaries in China. June 20th. China ceded to France territory acquired from England and concessions and railway rights in southern China. Reward for intervention. 1896. Japan entered upon an elaborate policy of military and naval expansion. January 1st. Convention between France and Great Britain. Spheres of influence in Siam and independence of that nation. No exclusive privileges to be sought in southern China. February 10th. A small Russian force landed and marched to Seoul, and next day the king, Yi He, fled to the Russian legation, where he remained until February 20th, 1897. While there, he granted to Russians the right to cut timber in the Yalu Valley. May 1st. Shah of Persia, Nasr ed-Din, assassinated, succeeded by his son, Muzaffar ed-Din. May 14, June 9th. Russian-Japanese agreements on Korea signed. June 15th. Tidal wave in northern Japan. 30,000 perished. September 8th. Chinese-Russian Railway Convention signed at Peking. Chinese Eastern Railway Company to build the Trans-Siberian Railway across Manchuria. 1896 to 1898. Railway concessions granted by China to French, Belgian, American, British, Russian, and German companies, also for exploiting mines. February 20th, 1897. King of Korea returned to his palace, but Russian ascendancy continued. On November 5th, a Russian agent was appointed to control the finances, but the British incumbent refused to resign. England and Japan sent ships to Chemulpo, and the Russian agent was dismissed on March 15, 1898, after anti-Russian demonstrations. March 29th. Japan adopted the gold standard, ratio 32 1/3 to 1. November 14. Germany seized Kiao Chao because of the murder of 2 German missionaries in Shantung. Prince Henry, brother of the emperor, sent to command the German fleet in Chinese water, the emperor speaking of his intention to extend the empire. Mailed fist. December 18. A Russian fleet entered Port Arthur to winter. 1898. A series of progressive edicts issued by the Emperor of China, but a reaction ensued. The Empress Dowager obtained control and virtually deposed the Emperor on September 21st. The reforms were repealed on September 27th, and anti-Christian riots ensued. March 6th. China leased Kiao Chao to Germany for 99 years, with a sphere of influence 30 miles inland, and railway and mining concessions. Kiao Chao a treaty port on September 2nd. March 27th, May 7th. China leased to Russia for 25 years Port Arthur, Taiyuan 1, and the territory and waters north to Port Adams, with a neutralized zone beyond, within which concessions to other powers were forbidden. Port Arthur to be a closed naval base, but Taiyuan 1 to have an open port. Russia also received the right to connect the leased territory with the Trans-Siberian Railway in Manchuria. April 10th. China leased to France Guangzhou 1 for 99 years with railway concessions. Guangzhou a free port, 1900. April 25. Russian-Japanese agreement on Korea. Japanese paramount interest recognized. Korea temporarily out of Russia's sphere. June 9th. Territory on mainland adjoining Hong Kong leased to Great Britain also. July 1st. Weihai Wei for as long as Russia occupied Port Arthur. February 28, 1899. Italy demanded the lease of Samun Bay, but China refused. April 29th. Agreement between Russia and Great Britain, the former not to seek concessions in the Yangtze Valley, and the latter not to seek them north of the Great Wall. July 17th. End of exterritoriality in Japan. September 1st. First Korean railroad opened from Seoul to Chemulpo. September 6th. Open door policy. Secretary Hay of the United States asked assurance from the powers that there should be no interference with free commerce or vested interests within leased territory or spheres of influence in China. Favorable responses were received, 1899 to 1900, from London, Paris, Berlin, Rome, St. Petersburg, and Tokyo. 1900. Boxer Rising. Causes: reaction against drastic reforms, antagonism of foreign exploitation of the country and the efforts of the missionaries, whose actions sometimes gave an excuse for the false charges made against them. A secret society called the Boxers, Patriotic Harmonious Fists, spread throughout China, especially in the northern provinces, committing outrages on missionaries and converts. Countenanced by the government and aided by the army, they cut the communication between Peking and the coast on June 6th and threatened the foreign legations, for whose defense 450 legation guards had been sent by the different nations. June 10. An international relief column of 2,000 started from the coast under Admiral Seymour, but it was obliged to retreat. June 17. The Taku forts were bombarded and captured by the Allied ships, which increased the rage of the Boxers, and on June 20th, Baron von Ketteler, the German minister, was slain in the street in Peking. The same day the legations were besieged. The Allied nations, Japan, Russia, Great Britain, United States, and France, sent a relieving force of 18,000, which, after the July 14th reduction of Tientsin, marched to Peking and rescued the legations on August 14th. The Empress Dowager and Emperor fled to Singanfu, and the Allied forces occupied the sacred city. Li Hongchang and Prince Qing were appointed envoys to negotiate a peace. The joint powers presented an ultimatum on December 22nd, and on September 7, 1901, a protocol was signed embodying these conditions, an expiatory mission to Germany and monument to Ketteler, punishment of the chief Boxers, this had already been done, prohibition of the importation of arms, an indemnity of $334 million in gold, the forts between Peking and the sea to be razed, anti-foreign societies to be forbidden, and provincial and local officials made responsible for good order. Reform in the Foreign Office and Court Ceremonial. July 1900. Massacre of Chinese at Blagovestchensk by Russian troops, followed by an invasion of Manchuria, which the Russians occupied and held on the plea of protecting the railway and preserving order. The opposition of the other powers, especially Japan, prevented China from acquiescing in this. October 16. Germany and Great Britain signed an agreement upholding the territorial integrity of China, the open door and non-interference in her internal affairs. July 6, 1901. A mission from the Dalai Lama of Lhasa was received by the Tsar, political significance disavowed. On September 2nd, Great Britain protested against any proceedings tending to disturb existing conditions in Tibet. October 1st, death of Akhtur Rahman, Emir of Afghanistan, succeeded by his son Habibullah. November 9th, Persian-Russian treaty secretly signed, giving Russia increased control over Persian trade. January 1902. Trans-Siberian Railway opened. January 30th. Anglo-Japanese defensive alliance concluded to maintain the territorial integrity of China and Korea. Assistance to be given if either signatory power in defending this integrity was opposed by two nations. This alliance was answered by the March 16th declaration of Allied Russia and France. April 8. Russia agreed to restore Manchuria to China, evacuation to be completed by October 9, 1903. September 5. Anglo-Chinese commercial treaty signed, uniform coinage in China, abolition of transit dues, Likin, improvement in navigation, protection of investments, new treaty ports, missionaries, trademarks, copyrights, tariff, mining, exterritoriality. Similar treaties with Japan and United States on October 8, 1903. October 7. Siamese-French treaty signed, caused by French encroachments. Siam ceded additional territory. 1903. Russian-Japanese crisis. Russia not withdrawing from Manchuria as agreed, and showing evidences of settlement and fortification of Yokambo in Korea, Japan remonstrated, considering her own independence involved. As a basis of agreement, Japan proposed on August 12th that the territorial integrity and independence of China and Korea and the open door should be recognized, also the preponderating interest of Russia in Manchuria and of Japan in Korea, subject to the first stipulation. Japan to have the exclusive right to aid Korea when necessary, and the right to connect the Korean and Manchurian railway systems. October 3rd. Russia's reply ignored Manchuria and China and proposed restrictions on Japanese rights in Korea. Negotiations continued until February 6, 1904, when Japan, her last note of January 13th not having been answered, severed diplomatic relations, and on February 8, 1904, began the war. End of section 100.